The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 14th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jim Cooper to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10th, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been an incredible honor to serve the people of the great state of Georgia in the 10th District for the last 4 terms, and this is my last time addressing you as fellow colleagues here from the House floor within these hallowed halls of Congress. No question, the history and the marvel of this place, our nation's capital, is something that never ceases to amaze me. I cannot express how deeply grateful I am to have had the tremendous privilege to represent the 10th District of Georgia among the ranks of so many incredible men and women before me, and to play a small role in shaping our nation's history. And with God as my guide, I've set out in the last 8 years to not only represent him well, but to represent Georgia's 10th District and our country well. I would be quite remiss if I didn't take a moment to extend a heartfelt gratitude to many in my life who are so important and who have made these last 8 years so meaningful. Certainly my wife, Dee Dee. We all know this is not an easy place for family, and I cannot express to her the deep love and appreciation I have for the incredible support that she has given. Our 2 daughters, Anna and Sarah, their husbands, our 4 grandchildren as well, have stood by me and us through all of this so much, and I love and appreciate them more than words can say. Our staff, both here in D.C. and in Georgia, have been among the best here in Congress, and I want to say a heartfelt thank you for serving our constituents and for fighting the battles here in Washington with such integrity and honor. And what a team you have been. You certainly have made me look a lot better than I am, and I'm deeply appreciative of that. My colleagues here on both sides of the aisle, it's been an honor to serve, and I particularly express my gratitude and love for those fellow men and women within the Freedom Caucus whom I've come to love tremendously, and it's been such an honor to serve with each of them as well. Obviously without the guidance of God and my faith, and those around me, we certainly would not have been able to accomplish many of the things we've been able to do here. But as a pastor, prior to coming to Congress, my focus here so much has been on moral matters, things like life, faith, and family, protecting the rights of Americans, specifically the right to freely worship without fear of intimidation or harassment, has constantly been on the forefront of my life and continues to be. And although I'm departing from this current post, I cannot stress enough the importance of those who will be here for the 118th Congress to continue fighting for the repeal of the Johnson Amendment. We all know that the First Amendment is for every American citizen, the right to speak, to uphold those beliefs in the public square. And certainly those beliefs, the epicenter of it, if you will, is certainly in churches, and the centerpiece of that is in the pulpits. And our government has no right entering the pulpits of America, determining what can and cannot be said. And so I urge my colleagues to continue fighting that good battle. Another piece of legislation that I introduced my very first year here was the Sanctity of Human Life, which sought to declare that the most fundamental right that we have is the right to life. And I've introduced this bill, in fact, every Congress, every session since we've been here, and I look forward to being able to pass that on to those who continue the fight. And while it's been of utmost importance to focus on ending abortion, I've also felt it's important to memorialize the 63 million lives that have been lost. That's why I introduced a bill to instruct that the United States flag be flown at half-staff on January 22nd of each year in honor of the unborn who have lost their lives. If we ever forget history, it's bound to be repeated itself. And if we, God willing, see the end of abortion, we need to likewise remember those who have given their lives, the innocent, in this struggle, in this battle. You know, at the heart of it all, it's my prayer that our country would see a spiritual awakening. I'm convinced that we can't resolve all the problems in this country by passing another piece of legislation or throwing another $1 trillion at a problem. We need the good hand of Almighty God to guide us through these days, and we need a spiritual awakening, and that certainly is my utmost prayer.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I thank the chair, again, my colleagues, and wish each of my colleagues a continued success here in Congress, and a Merry Christmas to each one. Thank you so much. I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Lamb, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request permission to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this is my last speech, and the first time that I walked in here, I looked all around the chamber the way that new members do, and it really struck me that there are only 2 paintings in here. They're right behind me now, and one is of George Washington and one is of General Lafayette. And I think what struck me is that neither man ever served in this House. But on that first day, I felt like they were looking right at me and saying, "We have a message for you. Don't take this place for granted." Other people had to fight for us to be able to do what we do in here. And on that first day, I had no idea that within less than 3 years, the DC police and the Capitol Police would have to fight for us again, right here, that hundreds of them would be injured, that some would even give their lives, just so that we could walk back in that night and do our job. I saw a recent poll that showed that just 21% of Americans approve of the job that we do in here. 75% of Americans disapprove. And most of us know why that is. We've been in our congressional districts during a government shutdown or after we fail to pass yet another bill that most Americans support, and also because the bad news about this place travels much further and much faster than the good news ever does. But I just keep thinking about how those officers fought for this place. They fought for us, and I think they would do it all over again if you asked them to. We can take confidence in that fact. We can take confidence in the fact that this institution did its job on January 7th, hours after being attacked on January 6th, and we can take confidence in the fact that since then our fellow Americans have continued to reject so many candidates around the country who are not committed to this democracy. If I could only make one observation on my way out the door here, it's that I think we all have a lot to be confident about in this institution, and we should be more confident in ourselves. Our failures are noticed more, we all know that, but our successes are real. And we have to value those successes because they are a credit to people like Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, or to Representative John Lewis, or to a young Air Force Staff Sergeant from my district named Dylan Elchin. people who sacrificed and shed blood for this democracy and for what it means. The things that we have done in here and that you will continue to do next term reflect the greatness of these people. I keep thinking about these brown cardboard boxes of food that the Department of Agriculture put together during the pandemic, and they rushed them to food banks. And I loaded a lot of these boxes into people's cars when I was back in my district. These were honest and good people. In their trunks, these were people that had work boots and tools. They never thought they were going to need something from a food bank. But it was our votes that fed those people and gave them help in their hour of need. I could go on and on about the things that we've done in this room that are so special. My staff knows I talk endlessly about the fact that our district was home to the first ever civilian nuclear power plant, and its successor power plant was at risk when we came into office. It is now secure because of the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Inflation Control Act. Thousands and thousands of jobs, clean power that our region needs, and investment in science. I would talk about the Teamsters and the miners and how we saved their pension if I had time, how we rebuilt a bridge in Pittsburgh in less than 1 year because of federal funds, how the microchips and hydrogen that we have set aside money for are themselves an expression of so much confidence in our future in this country. But my time is up. So I'll just say that I don't want to deny that we have our problems in this country. We definitely do. But I've only been here for 4 years, and it is obvious to me that we have everything we need to be successful. For an Irish guy, that's a very emotional thought. But I've seen it. When I was a kid, I had this plaque that my grandmother gave me that said the words of St. Paul, which were that we have a responsibility to stir into flame all of the gifts that God has given us. And God has given this country so many incredible gifts. I just think we have to be worthy of that. We have to honor our inheritance. And on our best days here for the last 4.5 years, we have done that. It has been the honor of my life to do that. So to all my colleagues, I just want to say I'm confident in you. I know what you all are capable of and what this institution is capable of. To my constituents, I just want to say thank you. It has been a tremendous privilege to be here in your name. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the VA's PACT Act Week of Action. Since 9/11, nearly 3.5 million Americans have been exposed to burn pits and other dangerous substances during their time of military service. It is critically important that they receive the care that they need before it's too late. This week, we are raising awareness about the health benefits available to them as a result of the PACT Act and it being signed into law. You know, Southern Illinois veterans and their families can attend an event in Marion, VA, Thursday, December 15th, tomorrow, to learn about the care and benefits available to them, including toxic exposure screening, health care enrollment benefits, and claims assistance. It will be held from 5 to 8 p.m. at Central Time at John A. Logan College in Carterville. Now, similar events will be hosted all over the region and all over the country as well. Now, the veterans need to know you can find out more information at va.gov/PAC or calling 1-800-698-2411. Once again, you can find out more information at va.gov/PAC or by calling 1-800-698-2411. And I encourage any and all of our veterans who would be eligible for this care to be proactive in getting the help that they need. Mr. Speaker, I also rise today to celebrate the service of one of my staffers on the VA committee. Ms. Maria Templar has been my staff director, counsel, and friend for the last 5 years as we have worked to deliver on the promises that we've made to our veterans. Through her counsel and leadership, we've achieved landmark legislative wins for veterans and their families and their survivors, particularly the Veterans Appeals Improvement and Modernization Act, the Blue Water Navy Vietnam Veterans Act, the Icahson and Rowe Veterans Health Care and Benefit Improvement Act, the PACT Act, and so many other notable and worthwhile laws, All the while, she was raising 2 young children and helping us do all that. Maria, thank you for your dedication to America's veterans and the success of our committee. We wish you well as you move to the next chapter of your life. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Lowenthal, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I request permission to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my report.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just over 30 years ago, I made the decision to run for the Long Beach City Council because I felt that my constituents or the council member really didn't listen to the constituents and to my neighbors and myself. This journey of public service has taken me from the Long Beach City Hall to the state capital of California and now to our nation's capital for the last 10 years. When I began this journey, I did so with a commitment to listen to my community and to use all of my abilities to help make my constituents' lives better. Over the years, with the help of my family, my colleague, especially with the help of my staff, and yes, my constituents themselves, I hope and believe that I've met that commitment. For this help, I will always be grateful. Their help has led me to be a champion for the environment, to promote conservation of our wildlife and natural spaces, to clean up our ports and maritime industry, to address the growing plastic pollution and climate crisis, and to promote clean energy. For my constituents, I have remained a dedicated advocate for human rights, introducing the International Human Rights Defense Act, securing the release of numerous prisoners of conscience and also Americans who have been detained unjustly abroad, and serving as a critical voice for the Vietnamese and Cambodian communities across our nation, all while working to hold corrupt and autocratic elites abroad accountable for their actions. My constituents have demanded a better future, and in their name, I've championed a strong and sustainable freight infrastructure network with the National Multimodal Freight Infrastructure Act and key provisions in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, all critical issues as we've seen in the wake of the supply chain crisis. And as a Jewish member of Congress, I was proud to be a leading voice on the passage of House Resolution 326, a reaffirmation of our commitment as a nation to a two-state solution and peace in the Middle East. Throughout this journey, my constituents have remained the stars which have guided me. I've been deeply touched by their support over so many years, just as I am deeply honored by the trust and faith they have placed in me time and time again to represent them. But just as I said, announcing my retirement a year ago, just as every journey has a beginning, so does it have an end, and it is now time to pass the baton. During this journey, I've been blessed with having the pleasure of raising 2 fine sons who have blessed me with 4 grandchildren who I adore. I now look forward to spending time with them and watching them grow and flourish into wonderful people like their parents. It's also a chance for me and my wife, Debbie, who's been my rock and partner throughout this journey, to even more deeply enjoy our lives together. However, as Robert Frost wrote, there are miles to go before I sleep. I believe deeply in the innate goodness of our nation and our people. I've seen us live up to that potential so many times, and in doing so, move our nation and the world forward. But progress must be earned. It remains up to each of us to continue that struggle. While I'm stepping away from the front lines of that struggle, I will continue to be at your side, fighting for what is right, for what is just, and for what makes us better as both a people and a nation. It's been a distinct honor and a true privilege to serve the people of California's 47th District during my time in Congress. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today after 8 years of service in gratitude for this body and the people of Central New York who have entrusted me to represent them in Congress since 2015. When I first ran for Congress, I left a job that I absolutely loved as a federal prosecutor, trying cases involving organized crime, murder, political corruption, drug trafficking, and every manner of awful crime you can imagine. As a prosecutor, politics never mattered to me. I worked alongside public servants every day who sought to bring justice to victims of crime. We were united in our mission to make our community a better place. And I brought this similar approach to Congress, and I dare say it has worked. I am proud of the work we have done over the past 8 years. When I say we, I'm talking about myself, my staff, and my colleagues, to solve serious problems and unite people across this great land. I focused on unifying issues, and I've regularly introduced bills with Democratic co-sponsors. In fact, almost every bill I introduced, I would not introduce until I had a Democratic lead on that bill. I broke with my own party time and again when it was in the best interest of Central New York and America. I remained an active member of the Problem Solvers Caucus, and I am proud to have led and grown the Republican governance group to become a very powerful and moderate voice in the Republican Party. And I'm proud today to give this speech while some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are saying goodbye as well. And we did a lot of good things together, and I'm very proud of them, and I'm proud to call them my friends. And I'm proud of this approach to governing, and I'm honored to have consistently ranked among the most bipartisan and effective members in all of Congress. That's not me ranking it or my friends, that's in independent groups. It yielded passage of nearly 100 bills in my name and the enactment of laws by presidents from both parties. And most importantly, I was able to work across party lines time and again to deliver results for Central New York. We delivered a bipartisan infrastructure package, secured historic investments for domestic semiconductor manufacturing in Central New York that has now brought a manufacturer to Central New York who's going to invest $100 billion in Central New York. Stunning. We lowered taxes for the middle class. We began work on addressing the opioid epidemic and mental health crisis. And we worked on efforts to strengthen cybersecurity, improve airport and transportation security, and protect our homeland. In the past year alone, we brought home nearly $9 million in funding for initiatives that will improve the quality of life across our district. And of course, this has not been a one-man operation. I could not have had these successes without a tremendous amount of support. I've been blessed with family, friends, health, and most loving and patient wife you could possibly imagine, Robin. I've been supported by an incredible staff, some of whom I see here today, and I'm so glad you're here. I've been supported by faithful members across Central New York who diligently worked on the House Homeland Security Committee as well and to make our nation safer. 4 times my constituents in Onondaga, Cayuga, Wayne, and Oswego counties elected me to be their voice in Congress. And they have consistently provided me with valuable and oftentimes very frank input. And they've guided my decisions, to say the least. These constituents are not just Republicans, and they're not just Democrats, and they're not just independents, but they're all my constituents, and I profoundly understood that. And I'm eternally grateful for their input. Serving Central New York has been an honor that I can't possibly tell you. Excuse me. I got it here. Finally, as my time in Congress comes to an end, I urge my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, to consider the impact of working across the aisle as they seek the many challenges ahead. Through my 8 years in Congress, I've consistently drawn inspiration from the relationship between 2 diametrically opposed political giants from the 1980s, Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill. They were able to compromise and make progress on issues today that seem unfathomable: tax reform, tax cuts, immigration reform, and Social Security reform. Imagine trying to do that today in this divided House. They did it not because of personal political gain. They did it because of the love for the country, and we should all be instructed by that. While Congress is seemingly more divided than ever, our inability to find common ground is making us less competitive, on the world stage less prosperous, and getting in the ways of solving big problems. We were all sent here by our constituents to put the work in, to better our districts. And when there's only fights and no bipartisan cooperation, it's our constituents, not us, who suffer. And please remember that. I made working across the aisle a priority during my 8 years in the House, and I can leave here knowing I achieved real results along with my great team. And I worked every day to make my district in Central New York and this country better. So for the last time, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the United States House of Representatives, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the final time, I rise to address this chamber. And I'm leaving here with a heart full of gratitude. When I reflect on the path I've traveled, I still can't believe it's real. A baby girl born in post-war Vietnam to parents facing persecution by the communist government. We fled our homeland by boat and were rescued by American sailors. Our family was given refuge, granted citizenship, and provided opportunity in the United States. My mom and dad worked so hard to make ends meet. They struggled to overcome barriers of language and culture, all so that I could have a better life than they did. My happiest childhood memories are of fishing with my father, and on the water he told me stories of his old life in Vietnam. And his new life in America wasn't easy, but I know he felt blessed to be an American. Those who have endured the absence of freedom and safety rarely take their presence for granted. And as I grew up, I was encouraged and mentored by so many generous people who expected nothing in return. I remember hoping that one day I might be in a position to help people just as they helped me. And over time, I realized that government service was a good way for me to chisel away at the infinite debt of gratitude I owe this country. I also discovered that it infused my professional life with a sense of purpose. After the 9/11 attacks, I spent a few years at the Department of Defense, and it was a privilege to work alongside American patriots. I admired their singular focus on the mission, keeping our country safe from those who sought her harm. And from them, I learned about courage and commitment. And a decade later, I heard the siren song of public service once again. I'd moved to Central Florida. I was the mother of 2 young children and working at jobs in the private sector I enjoyed. But I was worried about polarization in our political system. Although deep divisions in American politics have existed since the dawn of our republic, there was something in the atmosphere that felt especially poisonous. Too many Democratic and Republican leaders failed to treat one another with civility and decency. They were unwilling to express policy differences without making personal attacks or using irresponsible rhetoric. Extreme partisanship led to legislative gridlock, and communities across the country paid the price, including my own. When a gunman shot 49 innocent people at the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, it seemed like yet another preventable tragedy that might have been avoided if common sense and political courage were on greater display in our nation's capital. If you want to change Washington, you have to change the type of people you're sending there, I said to myself. And I thought I could do my part to make things just a little bit better. So I launched a long-shot campaign for the People's House, inspired by Teddy Roosevelt's view that the credit belongs to the man or the woman in the arena. I was so excited when I became the first Vietnamese American woman ever elected to Congress, and I thought about all the people who had lifted me up over the years. And I confess, I also thought about the people who underestimated me. I wish my dad were alive to see what his daughter had done, so that he would know his sacrifices were worth it. I vowed to work every day to prove I was worthy of the faith my constituents had placed in me. And as my congressional career draws to a close, I am proud of my service. I hope I earned the respect of those I represented, whether they were Democrats, Republicans, or neither, whether they voted for me or would never dream of voting for me. You know, this job isn't easy, but nothing truly worth doing is. There are few places where you can make such a difference in people's lives as you can in the United States Congress. Ask the veteran who finally received the benefit they earned thanks to the congressional office who broke through the bureaucratic red tape. Ask the millions of Americans who got health and economic aid during the worst of the pandemic. Ask the billions of people who will live in a cooler, cleaner planet because of the green investments we've made. Ask the lion-hearted people of Ukraine who defend their land with weapons we gave them because their fight is our fight. And ask the police officers who risked their lives on January 6th and who hopefully find comfort in the fact that there is a bipartisan committee that seeks to honor their valor by telling the truth about that terrible day. I will miss this place, but above all, I will miss the people. I've had wonderful colleagues, some of whom have become lifelong friends. My staff have been like a second family to me, loyal and devoted. We have had so much fun together and achieved so much for our constituents and our country. To honor them, I'll be entering their names in the congressional record. Thank you, Team Murphy. To my real family, Sean, Liam, Maya, I love you. None of this would have been possible or meaningful without you. You're going to be seeing much more of me, as you requested, and as you may come to regret. And I want to end with a word to young Americans, including young girls who look like me. I hope you'll consider government service. It requires many sacrifices, but the work is important and noble. Our nation needs good people with steady hands to steer the ship of state, people with integrity, people with common sense who seek common ground, patriots willing to put the public interest above their personal interests. Representing my community and my country in Congress has been the greatest honor of my life. Thank you, and for the last time, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Conway, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the members that are here. While my service in Congress has been brief, it has been the privilege of a lifetime. When Congressman Devin Nunes, who was my congressman, his district was redistricted away, I felt that perhaps my prior service as a county supervisor, as the minority leader in the California State House, and a presidential appointee might lend me some expertise to finish the term for Congressman Nunes and represent the constituents of California's Central Valley. I must say that I felt very welcome here. The California delegation on both sides, I had served with many of them in other capacities, so I felt very welcome. And I want to mention very quickly my staff, my prior staff, my staff now. They know once you've served with Ms. Conway, you are a staffer for life. I also want to thank the staff of this building. Even coming here today, I got a little turned around. I know where I'm going politically, just not sure at the building, so all the staff has been very gracious. And I think they actually all know me by first name, the effervescent Ms. Conway. When I was sworn in, I promised the good people of California's Central Valley that they would be the only special interest I represent. I hope they believe that I kept my word. Congress is not a particularly popular institution right now, and a good dose of the criticism is well-deserved. Serving in Congress doesn't make you a hero and shouldn't bring any privilege except the privilege of serving this country. Instead of citizen legislators, we have many professional politicians today, and perhaps some Americans would prefer that more members serve just 6 months like I am, rather than for decades. Nevertheless, I've always had a healthy respect for anyone who puts himself out there and runs for public office. We need public servants to develop good ideas for solving problems, to present these ideas to their communities, and advance those solutions in Congress. In short, this country, the leader of the free world, is worth the conversations, the efforts, and the fights that happen here. And on the campaign trail, notwithstanding all the messy unpleasantness that goes with it, with the process. As Americans, it's easy for us to forget how rare and precious self-government has been throughout the world. Each and every day that I have stepped into this historic capital, I've stood in wonder and awe of how truly amazing this place is and how truly amazing the opportunity is to serve this country. In Washington, I have found that despite all the current bitterness in Congress, I'm getting a little emotional, there were a range of issues, including the California water crisis, in which there is a good chance for bipartisan cooperation. Moving forward, I urge my colleagues to explore every possibility to work together on water, wildfires, energy, and other pressing issues. Knowing that families are counting on us to solve the big problems that impact them daily. As my service nears its end, I'd like to thank my family. They did not take the oath of office, but they've certainly shared with me in this. My heartfelt appreciation, and I use the word heart, goes to my husband, Craig, who actually 8.5 weeks ago had a heart transplant and is doing well, thanks to God. My sons, Anthony and Tim, my dear grandchildren, Kane and Autry. I also can't forget our dog, Jake, who doesn't miss me, but I do miss him a lot when I'm here. Finally, I would like to say a few words about my constituents back home. The Valley's agricultural communities work hard to feed the nation. Most people buying their produce, meat, and milk at stores throughout the country have no idea where that food comes from or all the effort it took to get it to them. Maintaining the well-being of these communities is a national security issue. Unfortunately, many Americans will only realize that in the most dramatic way if conditions in these communities may be so difficult that people simply decide they can't continue working and growing any longer. In California, especially lately, Silicon Valley gets all the headlines. And while I'm sure the tech executives, deep down inside, are nice people, they are smart people, they don't feed a lot of the families. The Central Valley of California is a main pillar of our nation's food chain. Its residents are my heroes, people who get up every day, go to work, pay their taxes, worship at their place of choice, donate to charity when they can, and I think all they really want to accomplish is to live their best life and maybe go to their kids' or their grandkids' soccer games on the weekend. Most people don't live and breathe politics like we do, but their work ultimately funds everything we do in Washington, and we can never forget them, that we are here with the single purpose of serving them. So I'd like to sign off by expressing my love and pride in the people of the Central Valley, California's Central Valley, who sent me here in the first place and to whom I shall return. I yield the rest of my time, if there is any, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Luria, for 5 minutes.
I request permission to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
I rise today as we approach the conclusion of the 117th Congress and as I near the end of my service in this esteemed body. As I reflect on the multitude of challenges this nation and the world have faced over these 4 short years, and those that lie ahead, I thank my colleagues and our leadership for the seriousness and dedication with which they've tackled these challenging issues. I want to thank my staff in Washington who are here, and those in our 3 district offices for your tireless dedication to the people of Virginia's 2nd District. You've assisted so many who needed a helping hand, everyone from farmers to shipbuilders across coastal Virginia. And I want to thank my family, my husband Robert, my daughter Violet. I couldn't have been here and served the district and the people of Virginia without you. I also want to acknowledge the strength and the bond of the class of 2018. You've been amazing colleagues and true friends, and I know that you will continue to be leaders, focused on improving our country for the next generation. We entered Congress under a partial government shutdown, a legacy of a protracted battle of how to fund security at our southern border, a 35-day lapse in government funding, the longest in our history. On my first weekend in office, I visited a pop-up food bank for members of our Coast Guard, where the local community rallied behind our Coast Guard families, who were starting the new year without a paycheck. This was a story of our community stepping in to care for one another that are so common that I heard across 4 years in every corner of our district. But there are also stories of how the distraction caused by political theater and political divisions can lead to unnecessary hardship. As we approach a looming deadline this year to fund our government, we should not let these divisions or rhetoric stand in the way of performing our fundamental role as Congress. On May 31st, 2019, a day that remains etched in the memory of Virginia Beach, I saw the devastation caused by the first of 2 mass shootings that roiled our community. That day, 12 innocent victims left home for work before the Memorial Day weekend, a time that they looked forward to spending with their families at barbecues and the beaches. Yet instead, their lives were senselessly stolen by a shooter who entered the municipal center and indiscriminately opened fire. And again, just weeks ago, on the eve of Thanksgiving, a shooter opened fire in a local Chesapeake Walmart, where shoppers were grabbing their last-minute items for a holiday meal. This time, our community lost 6 more precious lives who would not join their families at the holiday table. Among those was a 16-year-old boy. This Congress has taken measures to prevent these types of tragic events in our community and yours. But as I depart, I implore my colleagues to continue to do more. The first time I stood in this very place to speak on the floor of the House, I rose as a Jewish woman to speak out against anti-Semitism, which has seen a rapid and alarming rise and has even reared its head among our colleagues in this own chamber in the forms of claims of dual loyalty to those who show support for Israel, our strongest ally in the Middle East. I look back on that first speech I made as a member of Congress and am even more concerned today about the rising frequency and pervasiveness of anti-Semitism. I implore my colleagues to continue their quest to root out this scourge of vile and pernicious anti-Semitism. In that first speech, I also mentioned my oath I took to support and defend the Constitution, but little did I know that 2 short years later, I would witness an attempt by our own president and his allies to subvert the Constitution and summon a mob to disrupt the counting of electoral votes from a free and fair election. On that day, January 6, 2021, lives were lost, these hallowed halls were desecrated, and the strength of our democracy was tested. I've been humbled to participate in uncovering the facts about that dark day in our history. I thank Chairman Thompson and Vice Chair Cheney and my colleagues on the staff of the January 6th Committee for standing on the side of democracy. I'm proud of the work we've done over the last 2 Congresses to support our veterans and their families. My Gold Star Families tax relief eased the burden on children of those killed in combat or deceased from service-connected disabilities. And I thank President Biden for making veterans' toxic exposure a priority. We passed the largest increase in access to veterans benefits in our lifetime through the PACT Act, which included my Covenant Act, to provide health care to burn pit veterans. The threats we face as a nation continue to grow as we witness Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, Iran's persistent pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and the rise of China threatening our maritime and national security. As we've heard in testimony, China is likely to attempt to take Taiwan by force in the next 5 years. This is our most pressing national security concern. The action or inaction that we take in standing up to China in this moment will determine whose values rule the remainder of the 21st century, the United States and our allies or the Chinese Communist Party. That is why, as I depart, I urge my colleagues to take this threat seriously, to fulfill the constitutional task of Article 1, Section 8, to provide and maintain a Navy. If we fail to remain the predominant maritime power in the Pacific, frankly, nothing else that we do in this Congress will matter if we don't get this right. I thank you, God bless you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, for 5 minutes. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Freedom of speech and thought on college campuses is essential to one of the most important missions of the university, the search for truth. While censorship can come from the right or left, many colleges and universities are now zealously devoted to advancing left-wing ideas and are willing to disregard evidence and logic to do it. Universities should be a marketplace of ideas, not temples to a single political dogma. When students or faculty speak out against established norms, they're canceled, fired, or otherwise stigmatized by peers and university administrators. This is not what our founding fathers intended for our country or for our universities. Thomas Jefferson, who founded the University of Virginia, once wrote, "I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man." Universities used to promote this sentiment, but things have changed, and not for the better. Universities should be centers of education, not indoctrination. Yet university leaders either brazenly push their own agenda or walk on eggshells in fear of their own student body. Research and development suffer when debate and discussion are openly rejected on college campuses. Quashing intellectual curiosity hinders every field of study. The freedom to speak and think freely comes from God. Students should not have to sign away their First Amendment rights after enrolling in college, especially if those institutions accept taxpayer funds. It is time for colleges and universities to be held accountable when they refuse to protect the free speech of students and faculty. Members of the Education and Workforce Committee have submitted multiple bills to promote and protect the freedom of speech on college campuses. In the next Congress, we look forward to examining closely these bills and other ways to preserve the First Amendment on campuses. This administration won't be happy until it controls how, when, and where you work. It's hard to know if it's sheer arrogance that drives this administration to think it knows better than you, or if Biden is so beholden to big labor that he refuses to see what's best for the rest of America. Regardless, this administration's attack on independent contractors is wrong, and Republicans aren't standing for it. Many workers, especially women, have come to rely on the flexibility the independent contracting model provides. A regular 9-to-5 schedule does not work for every American. Forcing all workers into a one-size-fits-all model, while a dream for union bosses, is a mistake. This debate is about freedom. Workers deserve the freedom to choose how they work. I'm pushing back against Democrats' assault on entrepreneurial opportunity and their attempts to control the lives of Americans from birth until death. Because I've seen firsthand that when the federal government steps aside and allows job creators and industry leaders to innovate, the workforce and U.S. economy will thrive. We've had enough of this Washington knows best mentality. Remember when President Obama told Americans, quote, "You didn't build that," end quote? He ridiculously claimed that businesses need the government's help to be successful. As if this wasn't bad enough, now the Biden administration is telling America's entrepreneurs, you can't build that. This is unacceptable. We must do everything we can to stop this proposed rule, and I encourage everyone to get involved. Get on the phone, call your representative and senator, and submit a comment. We must put pressure on the Biden administration to withdraw this proposed rule. Enough is enough. The livelihoods of real people are at risk. Americans should be able to build the future they want for themselves. It's time for Washington to get out of the way. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Adams, for 5 minutes.
I request permission to address the House for 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor two outstanding North Carolinians and my colleagues retiring from the U.S. House of Representatives, the Honorable G.K. Butterfield for 18 years of service, and the Honorable David Price for 34 years. These gentlemen have given a total of 52 years of service to our state and nation, for which we are indeed grateful. True statesmen, Butterfield and Price have been invaluable members of Congress, and they've served with incredible distinction. Well-respected, admired, loved by colleagues here in Congress, and revered by citizens back home. They each have made their life's work all about service. And having known each of them for a very long time, I have appreciated the opportunity to learn from them and to work with each of them in North Carolina and here in Congress. Service has been their legacy, as it is the rent we pay for living on this earth. Together, these incredible members have kept their rent fully paid up throughout their careers and in North Carolina and in this Congress. Both scholars, men of enormous intellect, Price and Butterfield have been leaders in their communities, and they have used their expertise on and off Capitol Hill to interrupt injustice and ignorance. Our resident historian, G.K. Butterfield, who served on Energy and Commerce, worked as a civil rights lawyer, a trial judge, a superior court judge, and served in the North Carolina Supreme Court. Retired teacher and distinguished professor David Price led numerous congressional missions abroad during his 3 decades on the Hill, and he's been influential in his committee work on appropriations. Both have been personal mentors and friends to me, and impactful advisors who I will truly miss. Thank you, Congressman Price. Thank you, Congressman Butterfield, for your friendship and for your service. I wish you and your families Godspeed as you retire and take on the next chapter in your lives. God bless you. And please know that our nation is much better off, and you have certainly made it much better than you found it. God bless you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes. Oh, Mr. Thompson, apparently. We now recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Womack, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the retirement of a pillar of the 3rd District of Arkansas, lifelong Arkansan and exemplary public servant, Mayor Jackie Crabtree of Pea Ridge. As a former mayor myself, I have high standards for those in this position, and I can say with certainty Jackie has been a very distinguished leader. Few can remember a time in Pea Ridge when Jackie wasn't the mayor. To love, to serve, and to promote Pea Ridge have been the pillars of his service. There's no growth project or improvement of consequence that has happened in the last quarter century that doesn't have the fingerprints of Jackie Crabtree all over them. From new sidewalks, parks, and sewer infrastructure to city buildings, walking trails, water lines, his vision has transformed the city. He also led many firsts. He was the first full-time mayor, brought in the first full-time fire and paramedic departments, even started the Christmas tree lighting and decorations in downtown, to name a few. Those examples only scratch the surface of Jackie's accomplishments. To me, there's no greater illustration of his success than the thousands of new residents who have flocked to Pea Ridge. It's a vibrant destination, one where people want to live, work, and raise their families. Jackie, congratulations on a terrific career and a life of service to your community. Your hard work has been instrumental in building a better future. While I know your high school sweetheart and wife, Frida, son Eric, and granddaughters will enjoy the extra time you'll have for them, know that your leadership will be sorely missed. My friend, I welcome you to the Former Mayor's Club. Congratulations, Jackie.
Arkansas is recognized. I'm sorry. I thought you finished.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a trusted protector of the people of Arkansas, a man I'm blessed to know as a friend, Washington County Sheriff Tim Helder. For nearly 4 decades, he's nobly worn the badge. His heart for service is core to his character. It could even be argued it's in his blood. That point is only further reiterated by the fact that both his father and grandfather also wore the uniform, and I know they would be proud. It's poignant that his law enforcement career is beginning and ending at the Washington County Sheriff's Office. After starting as a dispatcher, he attended the police academy, went on to work for the Fayetteville Police Department, where he climbed the ranks. After 21 years in Fayetteville, he returned to the sheriff's office and holds the honor of being the longest-serving sheriff in its history. On a personal note, I will miss the sheriff's breakfast that he would host for the community as a time to catch up and build trust. I hope that tradition will be carried on. When reflecting on his career, I could list his many accomplishments or accolades or the names of the men and women he has helped lead, but I want to read the creed on his challenge coin. It sums it up. I pledge before God and my community to faithfully perform my duties with integrity, professionalism, respect, and fairness. I will bring a good attitude to work and take responsibility for all my actions. I will have the courage to do the right thing for the right reasons without exception. More than just words. That is how Sheriff Helder has lived his life. The 3rd District is safer and stronger because of his service. Thank you for your principled integrity, and I wish you a blessed retirement. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McInerney, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I introduced House Resolution 1009 on March of this year. This resolution states that it is the sense of the House that the House should debate 5 of the 6 commonly accepted principles of just war theory prior to declaring war or authorizing military force. The other just war principle is that wars should be authorized by the nation's legitimate body, which in this case is the House of Representatives. The reasoning behind H-Res 1009 is as follows. First, the U.S. House of Representatives shares the constitutional responsibility to declare war and authorize military force with the United States Senate, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. But the House has traditionally been the body responsible to declare war or authorize military force. Wars and military action will always cause injuries, death, destruction, loss of property, famine, displacements, and other hardships. Because of these privations, military authorizations should only be undertaken with sufficient justification. Third, weapons of mass destruction are possessed by a substantial and growing number of nations. These weapons may be capable of exterminating humanity. Fourth, any conflict has the potential to expand beyond the original intent of the belligerent nations. Fifth, the just war theory of what constitutes the moral justification for a nation to engage in war has been developed over 2 millennia. Sixth, some of the just war principles are incorporated into the United Nations Charter, but this has not prevented the many wars that have taken place since the United Nations was established. No nation in recent history has incorporated the principles of just war theory into its own governing laws or tradition. In the United States, an open and transparent debate of the just war principles would give lawmakers in the United States House of Representatives a structured framework to examine if a call to conflict would be morally justified and may prevent our nation from entering conflicts that may be harmful to our nation's interests. 8, it is possible that debating the just war principles in the U.S. House of Representatives before authorizing military force would have kept the United States out of military conflicts in the past that have been harmful to our nation's interests. 9, H-Res 1009 does not require the House of Representatives to debate the just war principles, but essentially recommends that it does so. Number 10, H-Res 1009 does not limit executive authority, but it does help ensure that the executive does not overreach. Lastly, after discussions and inputs from just war scholars, some improvements to H-Res 1009 have been noted. My intention with H-Res 1009 is to introduce the idea of having an open and structured debate in the House of Representatives on the most serious and grave responsibility of our government, that of declaring war. In our nation's history, declarations of war have been done at the request of the President. Having an open and structured debate will lessen the opportunity for misuse of our nation's military, but should not impede our nation's ability to react to defend our country. I urge the House of Representatives to adopt this concept in the upcoming 118th Congress of debating the just war principles before authorizing military action, and expect that adopting such a resolution will inspire other nations to do the same, thereby reducing the likelihood of future unjustified wars. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with sorrow to honor the life and memory of the late Virginia delegate Ronnie Campbell, who passed away following a hard-fought battle with cancer. Ronnie cared deeply for his community and for the Commonwealth, and devoted his life to serving others. He served in the Virginia House of Delegates and proudly represented all the residents of the 24th District. He made a career in law enforcement, first as a state trooper with the Virginia State Police in Northern Virginia, and then as a contractor, which gave him insight into the impact that government regulations have on small businesses. Ronnie was driven to serve both his Rockbridge community and his home county of Augusta. He represented constituents as a member of the Rockbridge County School Board and as a member of the Rockbridge County Board of Supervisors. Ronnie spent countless hours dedicated to public service, and he will always be remembered as a stalwart conservative voice and a strong leader. Above all, he was a loyal friend and neighbor to all. Our hearts and prayers are with Ronnie's wife, Ellen, and his 5 children during this difficult time. May Ronnie's memory be eternal. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Washington State, Mr. Kilmer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Most people knew Grant Wall as a leading soccer journalist. I knew him as a classmate and as someone I admired. Sadly, we lost Grant this past weekend, and I want to join the many people here in America and around the world who are celebrating his life. Grant and I went to college together. Before he covered soccer for worldwide news organizations, he was the sports writer for our school paper. As an undergrad, Grant visited South America and fell in love with soccer. While he was there, he watched clubs train, he watched games, and he developed the passion of a convert. And by 1998, he was covering the World Cup for Sports Illustrated. How cool is that? His love of soccer was infectious. He made others appreciate this sport because he did. In one commemoration of Grant, Christian Stone wrote, "Wall became the definitive chronicler of the sport in North America, a world traveler who applied rigor, depth, and passion without being pedantic or precious to his coverage. He visited 6 of the 7 continents several times over, introduced the world to a generation of U.S. women rock stars, coaxed private audiences out of some of the planet's most reclusive stars, and led a life of globe-trotting freedom, adventure, and pleasure that was a Bourdain-like life." But Grant's greatest passion was not the sport he loved, it was the woman he loved, Celine, who he met at Princeton and who he married in 2001. Celine is an extraordinary doctor in her own right, an infectious disease expert who so many have looked to throughout the COVID pandemic. In Celine, Grant found a spouse who matched him as someone at the top of their field in a career dedicated to improving the world. Grant was accomplished and yet humble. He was driven and yet kind, and he was a champion for social justice. He was a strong advocate for pay equity for women players. On November 21st, when World Cup security detained Grant for wearing a shirt with a pro-LGBTQ+ equality message, people saw Grant's name in news headlines everywhere. Grant's refusal to change his shirt offered a glimpse of the integrity he displayed throughout his life, both in journalism and toward those that he loved. Many of us were fans of Grant when he worked for Sports Illustrated, when he published books, when he developed amazing podcasts. We marveled at his documentary, Exploring Planet Football, where he traveled the world exploring the glory of the sport he loved. I admit, over the last few days, I've spent time diving into the Sports Illustrated vault, listening to his podcast, and like many of his classmates and colleagues and friends, I just come away with the feeling of just being proud of him. But Grant wasn't just an extraordinary journalist, he was an extraordinary person. He was a good and generous and kind man. He had a phenomenal smile that made people feel welcome in his presence. Going forward, when I watch soccer, when I read amazing sports writing, when I see someone show courage or kindness, I will think of Grant Wall. So, Mr. Speaker, please join me in offering sincere condolences to Celine, to all of his loved ones, and to all who cared for him. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the dedicated service and enlightening research of Dr. Kashyap Patel, the Chief Executive Officer of Carolina Blood and Cancer Care Associates. Dr. Patel was born and grew up in Guwahati State, India, where his father taught him about the great activist Mahatma Gandhi. During this time, he learned the life's guiding principles: you walk with people, You don't walk over them. You don't talk over them. Be a voice for the voiceless, marginalized, and underprivileged citizens. In 1996, Dr. Patel immigrated to the United States from the United Kingdom on an EB-1 as an individual of extraordinary ability due to his achievements in cancer research. He became a naturalized citizen in 2002. Upon moving to the United States, he completed his residency at Jamaica Hospital in Queens, New York, primarily serving a low-income minority population. As the CEO of Carolina Blood and Cancer Care Associates, a practice with 8 providers, Dr. Patel and his colleagues have never turned away any patients with cancer in over 2 decades, irrespective of ability to pay. This is all due to his 501c3 foundation, No One Left Alone, or NOLA, which supports uninsured cancer patients. All proceeds from his book, Between Life and Death, also go to the NOLA Foundation. Dr. Patel has an encouraging and loving family. His wife, Alpa, his son, Marshy, his daughter-in-law, Harangi, support him in walking his path of placing others above himself. In 2022, Dr. Patel was recognized for his work in the ASCO Post Narratives in Oncology, an annual special issue commemorating oncology leaders from across the world. He is the first community oncologist to receive this distinction. Just a few of his other awards and outstanding achievements include President of the Community Oncology Alliance, Living the Mission Award, NCODA 2021, Lifetime Achievement Award, SCOS for contribution to cancer, 2022 nominee of the Ellis Island Medal of Honor, Associate Professor in the Department of Internal Medicine at VCOM in Spartanburg, South Carolina, Medical Director of the Internal Oncology Network for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusivity, and Associate Editor-in-Chief at the AJMC Evidence-Based Oncology. Dr. Kashyap Patel has truly set the gold standard for decades of dedicated service and commitment to his patients and to the community for which he will long be remembered, and for that which we all join in saying a big thank you. In the words of Winston Churchill, who said, "There is a time when doing your best is not enough. You must do what is required." Dr. Patel has done what is required to serve his patients and live a lifetime of dedicated service. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, several years ago I ran into a former member of the House, and I asked him whether he missed it. He answered, "I don't miss the circus, I miss the clowns." Now that I'm in my final days as a member and I've reflected on my 16 years here, I'm going to tweak that line. I won't miss everything about the circus, and I will miss many, but not all, of the clowns. I also now understand why so many people are afraid of clowns. I definitely will miss speaking on the House floor, so I will use my last appearance in this historic space to talk about what I will and won't miss. I will miss the feeling that I'm part of history, if not always history I would brag about. I will miss the constant reminder that I have served in the same body as Abraham Lincoln, John Kennedy, John Lewis, and so many other amazing Americans. I will miss the serious, thoughtful, and often noble discussions about how we can make a positive difference in the lives of so many Americans, even if we rarely make as big a difference as we'd want. And I will miss the give and take of policy debates, even though I know there was never a chance the debates would change anyone's mind. On the other hand, I won't miss the reality that most of our rhetorical firepower is preaching to our respective choirs, and that too much of what we say comes from the devils and not the angels of our natures. I won't miss the constant emphasis on raising money and the apparent conviction of some that only gobs of money can persuade enough voters to win elections. I won't miss the frustrating reality that we rarely move quickly enough to deal with the challenges of a fast-moving world, and the fear that if this body doesn't figure out how to work more expeditiously, we will continue to frustrate our citizens. I will miss many of my colleagues, some of whom are now among my best friends, and yes, even some from across the aisle. They have broadened my perspective and reinforced my belief that with all our flaws, we are essentially decent and caring people who try to find better ways forward for our country. I respect them and thank them for their service and friendship. They are definitely not clowns. I have so many other people to thank as I leave this body. Of course, I must thank my family for encouraging me to do this work and for excusing me for missing so much of their lives. And in recent years, my grandsons, JD and Rory, for being constant reminders that what we do here has implications far beyond the moment. I will be eternally grateful to the people of Louisville who have given me the extraordinary honor and responsibility to represent them here. As a former staffer, I knew that a great staff is essential for success. I've been blessed with phenomenal staff members throughout my 8 terms. Thanks to every one of you. I'm also grateful to the staff of the House Budget Committee, which always made me look more competent and knowledgeable as the chairman than I otherwise would have. Thanks to all the House support staff who served quietly and effectively to keep this body functioning. Thanks to the Capitol Police who protect and defend us and who showed the world on January 6, 2021, how brave and selfless they are. Thanks to all my committee chairs and ranking members whose examples kept me from screwing up any more than I did. Thanks and praise to Democratic leadership, Speaker Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, and Jim Clyburn for their friendship, trust, and inspiration. Finally, I want to thank the person who has been with me every minute of my 16 years in the House. If Julie Carr is not the best chief of staff ever to serve here, there's no better model to emulate. I often said that if she left me, I would retire the next day. Luckily, she stuck with me, and now she will also leave the House after 25 years of service to me and others. The citizens of Louisville are, unbeknownst to them, much better off because of her work, and I was a better member because of her intellect, judgment, dedication, and friendship. Thank you for everything, Julie. So I will leave the House proud of my work, grateful for the opportunity to serve here, and committed to continue to serve our great country and its people. For the last time, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time, and I thank him for his service. The chair will now recognize the gentlewoman from Louisiana, Ms. Letlow, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Herschel Ryan, an incredible individual who is not just a close personal friend, but a true American hero. My personal experiences with Herschel Ryan started when I was a small child, but the most poignant moment that I ever had with him was when he chaperoned on our church mission trip in the 7th grade. It was there that he took a few minutes and shared with me his personal experiences from the Vietnam War. Mr. Herschel was a talented pilot in the Army, achieving the rank of captain and recognition for his skills in flying helicopter missions. It was while he was supporting a combat operation on February 9, 1968, that his flight encountered intense enemy fire and he took a direct hit. His injuries were so severe that he would ultimately lose his left hand and eye, but yet he still managed to direct his flight back to safety. For his gallantry and bravery, he was awarded the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, the Purple Heart, the Army Commendation Medal, and the Air Medal with 25 oak leaf clusters. Mr. Speaker, hearing Mr. Herschel's story was formational for me. It was the first time I had ever heard a personal perspective from a veteran. What a gift he gave to me that day. In this chamber, we often talk about the need to honor our veterans and the desire to celebrate our heroes. When I think of those who served and sacrificed, I think of Herschel Ryan, a glowing example of some of the finest men and women this country has ever produced. He fought in a war that was unpopular and came home to a country that did not want to talk about heroism. But in spite of all of that and the personal challenges that he faced, he never lost his joy. I cannot think of a more genuine, warm, and kind man. He has an infectious laugh and spreads happiness to everyone who is around him. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Herschel just turned 80 years old, having retired from a successful career in business. He now travels with his wife, Debbie, and volunteers his free time working with veterans who suffer from PTSD, wanting to continue to serve others. Mr. Speaker, today, here in the House of Representatives, we pause and pay tribute to a great man and true American hero, Mr. Herschel Ryan. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. The chair will now recognize the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. McBath, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Black Friday, 10 years ago, my son Jordan was murdered at a gas station in Jacksonville, Florida, because the man simply didn't like the loud music that he and his friends were playing in their car. He called them gangbangers and thugs. Within 3.5 minutes, he pulled out a gun from the glove compartment of his car, took a shooter's stance, and fired 10 rounds at the car, hitting my son Jordan 3 times, killing my only son. A month later, a man who should never have had access to an assault weapon murdered 20 children and 6 staff at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The love that a parent has for our children is different. It's unique in that our love for everyone else has a beginning, but for our children, our love has no end. When your child is born, it's hard to understand how you're capable of feeling so much love. It's a love so precious and pure that it flows through your soul. And as they grow, your love grows with them. Each day, you can't imagine loving them more, and yet every day you're proven wrong. Oftentimes, we feel vulnerable with this love and all the fear that comes with it. Being a parent is like that. If everything goes right, if we do everything we can for our children, the very worst can still happen. Principal Dawn Hucksprung and psychologist Mary Sherlock yelled to their colleagues, "Shooter, stay put," when they investigated the first shots. They were the first killed as they alerted the others. Janitor Rick Thorne ran through the hallways, alerting classrooms of the danger. He used his master key to lock many of the doors for them. The key was so worn from use that it snapped in one of the doors. The first graders in Lauren Rousseau's classroom were not allowed to grow. Lauren had worked at Sandy Hook for a week. She had tried to hide them in the bathroom. She had fought to keep them safe. 15 of her students were killed. 15 first graders murdered in a bathroom by a man with an assault rifle. One, a 6-year-old girl, played dead among the bodies of her classmates. She was the only one to survive in that room. Covered in blood, the first thing she said was, "Mommy, I'm okay, but all my friends are dead." The next room the killer entered was that of Victoria Soto, who did her best to conceal her students in a closet. Some were hiding under desks. As the gunman fired at them with his Bushmaster, he stopped to reload. 6-year-old Jesse Lewis shouted at his classmates to run for safety, and several did. Jesse was looking directly at the shooter when he was murdered. Anne Marie Murphy, a special education teacher, was found shielding 6-year-old Dylan Hockley. The bullets took them both. Victoria's sister Jillian was captured by photographers in what some call the defining photo of that horrific day. She is forever immortalized on the phone, sobbing, receiving that devastating phone call. The call that is a sucker punch to your stomach. The call that brings you to your knees when your desperation just simply will not let you stand. That leaves you gasping for air when the agony will not let you breathe. A decade ago, my child was murdered. The very last day I saw my son Jordan, he was wearing red sneakers. He had khaki-colored slacks on and a black backpack slung over his shoulder as he walked out the door. He said, "I love you, Mom," before he got on the plane to Jacksonville, Florida. Jordan talked about coming home for Thanksgiving, and that day still haunts me. In Newtown, parents watched their children walk out of the front door and some never saw them again. We are left only with the memories of our loved ones and the lost dreams of what could have been. Parents may move forward, but never fully heal. They never fully recover. In honor of their legacy, it's imperative we continue to fight for life-saving policies such as universal background checks, safe storage, ghost gun regulation, and assault weapons ban, and so much more. In the words of a well-known writer, I quote, "To value life of others is to acknowledge the sanctity of yours. To feel for the ruin of others is to respect the existence of yours. To fight for the freedom of others is to preserve the liberty of yours." And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair will now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my hometown, the city of Zeeland, and its 175th anniversary. Throughout the first week of October, friends and residents of this small but vibrant city in West Michigan gathered together to celebrate and share memories of the community's storied history. The village of Zeeland was established in 1847 when nearly 500 Dutch citizens, led by James van der Lijster, sailed from Zeeland in the Netherlands to pursue religious freedom and self-rule. I will note that my own family came in the second wave that same year of 1847 and has proudly been ensconced in the city of Zeeland since then. After settling on 16,000 acres of land, one of the first buildings established was a church. Here, Reverend Cornelius van der Meulen became the first spiritual leader and pastor of the Zeeland colonists, offering hope and courage as the settlers cleared thick forests and tackled this new land. As the center of the community, the church served as a place of worship on Sundays, as well as a school on the weekdays, with instructions provided in both English and in Dutch. A burgeoning manufacturing and agriculture sector, as well as a post office, led Zeeland to help grow, leading to incorporation as a city in 1907. Now, the 1900s were a time of growth in Zeeland, and in fact, my own father served over 30 years on the city council from the late 1960s up until the 1990s. And while the city has grown, one thing has remained a constant: the innovative, entrepreneurial, close-knit, and welcoming community continues to make Zeeland a special place to live, work, and raise a family. Mr. Speaker, let us join in recognizing all former and current residents of the city of Zeeland as they celebrate their 175th anniversary. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time, and now the chair will recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, our colleague, Mr. Jim Langevin, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with mixed emotions, as this will likely be the final time that I speak in front of this chamber as a member of Congress. For the last 22 years, I have had the great privilege of serving the people of Rhode Island's 2nd Congressional District. It's been the honor of my lifetime to represent the voice and vote of my constituents, and I am so humbled by the faith and the trust that they have placed in me all these years. After my accident, it was my community that was there for me when I needed them the most, and it was their constant love and support, along with my family, which ultimately inspired me to run for office as a way of giving back. My journey to recovery was not always an easy one, but thanks to my family, my faith, and my community, I was able to move forward and become the first quadriplegic ever to elected to the United States Congress. For the last 36 years, I have woken up every day with one goal in mind: giving good public service to the people of Rhode Island. That focus has held true since my early days in public service, beginning when I was elected as a delegate to Rhode Island's Constitutional Convention, continuing through my time in the General Assembly, and as the nation's youngest Secretary of State. And it has remained strong throughout my final days as a United States Congressman. I will forever be grateful for the enduring friendships and long-time memories that I have forged here in this body. But most of all, I am so proud of all that we've been able to accomplish for the people of Rhode Island and the United States. I have fought to protect and advance the rights of Americans with disabilities, moving our society closer to becoming fully inclusive and accessible for all. On the Armed Services Committee, I've led the efforts to strengthen our national security and cybersecurity in particular. And I've been proud to support the hard-working men and women of my district who build the world's finest nuclear submarines at Electric Boat. As the chairman of the Subcommittee on Cyber, Innovative Technologies, and Information Systems, I fought to procure the finest cutting-edge technologies for our soldiers, sailors, airmen and guardians, and Marines, so that our women and men in uniform never enter a fair fight. Moreover, I've spoken up for our nation's foster youth, who are too often forgotten and left behind, and I've worked across the aisle to invest in job training, apprenticeships, and career and technical education. Looking back, I'll always be proud of my vote for President Obama's Affordable Care Act, which lowered health care costs and secured coverage for millions of uninsured Americans. And I will never forget the moment that I became the first congressman in a wheelchair to preside over the U.S. House of Representatives as Speaker Pro Tem as we marked the 20th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I thank Speaker Nancy Pelosi, perhaps the greatest House Speaker of the modern era, for making that day possible. Likewise, I thank Majority Leader Steny Hoyer for his decades of friendship and leadership in passing the Americans with Disabilities Act and for his unrelenting efforts to make sure that the Capitol complex is accessible to all Americans of all abilities. I'd also like to express my gratitude to my colleagues in the congressional delegation, Jack, Sheldon, and David, for their friendship and support. I could not have asked for better colleagues to work with on behalf of our great state. Finally, I want to thank the dozens of dedicated staff members who have served in my office over the years, as well as my friends and my entire family, especially my mom, my late dad, my brothers, and my sister, for standing by my side every step of this journey. Choosing not to seek re-election to Congress was one of the most difficult decisions of my life. But after 2 decades of living in 2 places and at the same time in weekly air travel, I'm ready to chart a new course. Although I will no longer be in Congress come the beginning of next year, I'm not going away. I'm just coming home. I love my state. I love the people who live there. So most of all, I want to say thank you, Rhode Island, for the opportunity to serve the community which has given me so much. I will always cherish the time that I was blessed to represent you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time, and we thank him for his service to our country. It has been groundbreaking and historical, and the chair will now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the University of Georgia for the creative ways it's building a more environmentally sustainable campus. Late last year, UGA Golf Course Superintendent Scott Griffith took up an interest in, of all things, bees. Alongside the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Griffith established a beekeeping program on the golf course, recognizing that it would make for an excellent outlet for educating students about the importance of pollinators. Bees, as we all know, play a vital role in maintaining our ecosystem. These industrious insects pollinate our flowers and crops, helping to maintain the delicate balance of nature that allows for a bountiful supply of food and a greener world to live in. Unfortunately, bees have faced numerous, sometimes existential challenges in recent years. Pesticides, habitual loss, and deforestation have all contributed to decline in the population of bees, which has had a serious cascading effect throughout the food chain. By providing a safe and nurturing environment for bees, the university is not only helping to safeguard these creatures, but they're also educating the next generation of leaders about the importance of conservation and sustainability. I want to again congratulate Mr. Griffith and all UGA faculty for their out-of-the-box thinking. I look forward to seeing the positive impact this will have on the ecosystem and community in Athens. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Tiara Jackson, a pharmacy student at the University of Georgia, for being named president of the Student National Pharmaceutical Association. The Student National Pharmaceutical Association is a leading voice in pharmacy education, has 120 chapters nationwide, and boasts over 5,000 members. The distinction is evidence of the diligence she carries with her every day. A native of Statesboro, Georgia, she received Bachelor of Science in Pharmaceutical Science degree. While in undergrad, she was a president for the Pre-Pharmacy Society and vice president and service coordinator of the NAACP. She is co-founder and vice president of the Black Student Pharmacists Organization. As president, she is responsible for shaping the priorities of the organization. She decided that the organization's theme for this year would be Students Creating, Reimagining, and Innovating Pharmacy Together. She hopes to bring together a broad group of students who are interested about the profession of pharmacy, healthcare issues, and the poor minority representation in these areas. Even at such an early stage in her career, she has already displayed leadership beyond her years. I am proud of Tiara Jackson and the impact that she is having on shaping the future of the pharmacy and pharmaceutical industry. I congratulate her on her appointment, and I wish her a successful tenure as president of the Student National Pharmaceutical Association. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The chair will now recognize the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give my farewell speech on the floor of the House of Representatives. It has been the honor of my lifetime to represent Michigan's 14th Congressional District for the past 8 years. A few months ago, I announced that my family and I made this remarkable, tough decision that this will be my last term serving as a member of Congress. For 8 years, I have been given an amazing opportunity to serve and walk the halls of Congress, and I've enjoyed every minute of this journey. I'm deeply grateful to the people of the 14th District in Southeast Michigan who gave me their vote and trusted me to represent them in office. I have been representing Southeastern Michigan for 30 years. I am coming home. I was trained to be a public servant in local politics, where I was the first woman and the first African American to ever be elected to the position of mayor in the city of Southfield, for which I served for 14 years. I also served as a school board president and president of the city council. In this chamber that I stand, we debate issues and confront challenges on behalf of the American people. This thing that we call a democracy is defined by the vote of the people and someone stepping up for public service. I was raised by my grandmother, who migrated from Georgia to Detroit in the height of the American Civil Rights movement. I remember watching her in tears as America marched, protested, and fought for a nation where we would not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the character, our content of our character. She installed in me the passion for democracy and vote. She told me, Brenda, if you work hard and get your education, there's absolutely nothing that you can't do in these great United States of America. For the past 30 years, I have learned how important it is to be accessible to my constituents, to act as their voices in the rooms that they cannot enter. I went to places of worship, met with union representatives, walked with the people, and made sure that the door was open so that every citizen I represented had an opportunity to have their voice heard. As a member of Michigan's congressional delegation, I am proud to have legislated on issues that are important to our great state of Michigan: water equality, union rights, justice, transportation, infrastructure, manufacturing and industry, housing, and education. I am most proud of using my voice to fight on behalf of my constituents. The diversity of my district truly represents the diversity in America. I represent immigrants. My district has an international border. I have the Great Lakes. I have one of the largest Jewish populations in the country. My district is majority African American and have a very large Hispanic population. Seeing the rich diversity in my district, I founded the Congressional Caucus on Black-Jewish relationships to foster that relationship between those of us who are targeted the most for hate and for discrimination. We accomplished amazing work, and I'm proud of that legacy that I will continue to support and as a citizen of this country. I currently serve as the Vice Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, which is led by my colleague and my dear friend, Congresswoman Joyce Beatty. I've been able to serve with some legends like John Lewis, Elijah Cummings in that capacity. And I know that having the Congressional Black Caucus, the conscience of Congress, this Congress will continue to move in the right direction. As you know, I was a member of the United States Postal Service for 30 years. When I arrived in Washington, my top priority was to sit on the House Oversight Committee, where I could continue to fight for the survival and the efficiency of the United States Postal Service and fight for my postal family. I'm so proud that we passed the Postal Service Reform Act that we have been fighting for years. And also, I'm proud of my fight for the Flint water crisis to make sure that we have water in America that will not hurt or harm people, and that we fight for clean water in America. I serve on appropriations where I'm vice chair of the Appropriations Committee, and standing there to say that the dollars that you pay go in the right place has been very defining. I want you to know that I thank my staff for all the support they've given me, and I look forward to coming home, and I'm excited to spend time with my family, my granddaughter, my children, and the community of Southeast Michigan. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time, and the chair will now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you're up there, but I'm disappointed that my friend Representative Cooper has left. If you can tell him that as he is the dean of the Tennessee delegation, and he's been a good friend to me since I came to Congress. I would see him every morning. I think it was kind of a parallel to our lives. He was always going to do yoga, and I was going to get beat up in boot camp working out in the morning. And so, but he was always very kind to me, and I believe there's always a place in Congress for people like Jim Cooper. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Coach Brian Nix and the Alcoa High School football team on their 8th consecutive Tennessee State Championship title. Alcoa defeated East Nashville in a 45-26 win to bring home another AAA state championship. This win marks the Tornadoes' 21st state championship, and for Brian Nix, it's the first one serving as their head coach. I'm overwhelmingly proud of this team and its resilience. Mr. Speaker, the Alcoa Tornadoes finished out the season with an impressive 14-1 record and brought home their 8th consecutive state title, which is quite an achievement. The seniors on this team will remember this season for the rest of their lives, and it's truly a special thing for these younger guys to be able to come back next year and try for another ring. Alcoa is well staffed with coaches Alex Taylor, Ben Love, Brian Gossett, Chris Collette, Dakota Summers, David Sweetland, Jonathan Harris, and Peyton Jones. Congratulations to all the Tornadoes on your big win. You absolutely have earned it. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate Coach Lamar Brown and the Knoxville West High School football team on their undefeated season and the 2nd Tennessee Class 5A state championship. Knoxville West earned their ring at Finley Stadium in Chattanooga with an outstanding 47-13 win over Page High School. After the big win, the Tennessee Titans named head coach Lamar Brown its 2022 High School Coach of the Year. It's truly special watching a team have this amount of respect and trust in their coaching staff and vice versa. It's more than just a game, Mr. Speaker. Head coach Lamar Brown and the rest of his coaching staff did a tremendous job in coaching these young men throughout the season. I happened to see many of their games. One of my dearest friends, Todd Scott's boy, plays for this team, and former Mayor Madeline Rojero's grandson was on this team. And congratulations to all the Rebels on your state title. You earned it and made the city of Knoxville proud along the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you so much. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, the 117th Congress, I believe, will go down as one of the most successful Congresses in modern history. We have passed over 200 bipartisan bills, provided funding for vaccine relief, the American Rescue Plan, $1.2 trillion bipartisan investment in infrastructure, efforts to deal with our veterans, focusing on reform on the Postal Service, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the list goes on and on. We have not passed such successful legislation since perhaps the Great Society in the 1960s. And so as we reflect upon that and the historic speakership of Nancy Pelosi, we reflect upon the success of the last 2 years with a 4-vote majority and a 50-50 tie in the Senate. Certainly her speakership is historic in so many different ways. And I look on to the next Congress, the 118th. Hopefully, notwithstanding our divisions, we can find ways to work together on infrastructure as we continue to invest in America, in water, extreme drought conditions facing the West and California, much necessary for the long-term future because where water flows, food grows. Investing in transportation to compete around the world, broadband. I want to get a medical school in the San Joaquin Valley. We have shortages of physicians and we need to increase the amount of nurses to improve better health care for all Americans. And rural America. We need to focus on rural America. I represent a great deal of it. Yes, there are divisions in this country, but I hope the 118th Congress remembers that we are here to serve the people. This is the people's house. That is our purpose, to work together and solve problems. And oh, by the way, my alma mater, Fresno State Bulldogs, we hope they're going to be successful in Saturday's game. Go Dogs. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Lamonta, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've had a chance on several occasions to visit our southern border between the U.S. and Mexico. Of course, I wish our people in the White House would take the time. It is a very important thing. There's not more important things to do than to see firsthand for the President and the Vice President of the mess we have among our 4 border states. But truly, the effect it has is every state is a border state because they flow so far into our country. So what are we looking at here? 4 million encounters with illegal immigrants crossing our southern border in the last 2 years. An amazing amount. Under President Trump, we had the most secure border we had in years. Wasn't perfect, but strides are being made. With the many, many miles of fence that have been put up, yet what do we have? Since the Biden administration kicked in, the effort to continue to build the fence was frozen. We have stacks and stacks of materials laying there, millions of dollars, many millions of dollars worth of materials, just laying there in the various spots across the border, staged to be completed. When I visited the Arizona portion, you could see gaps where maybe for 50 feet or 100 feet of fence, you would have an area that would be contained, and make it much, much easier for the Border Patrol to do their jobs and have it more, whatever the problem is going to be, funneled in less areas, making their job, maybe their task, much simpler to keep track. Instead, with the deluge of immigrants, really an invasion that's happening, their job is much, much more difficult and less about patrolling the border, more about just processing. Indeed, when I was there, they have vans to go pick people up and bring them even faster to the processing center and then turn them loose in our country. This is a really backwards policy, and it really makes me wonder, whose side is this administration on? The needs of the American people or some kind of political gain by having a wide open border? I do not understand it. The numbers are huge. Of course, it's the numbers of people coming across as well as the illegal drugs, the fentanyl. You've heard time and time and time again the stories. I guess the press doesn't really want to report a lot of that. We hear it here and there, but the amount of people being harmed by the fentanyl getting to everything is amazing. And yet, the border remains porous. The only people doing something about it is at least Texas, although states don't really have the rights to do federal border patrol or closure. They're at least making an effort down there to stem the tide. So we're in a state of crisis along their border. Millions cross every year with no consequence. We expect them maybe they're going to come back for a hearing if indeed they're eligible for an asylum hearing. But that's really naive. So there's plenty of tools already in the law to stop it. We don't really need reform on immigration. We need to enforce the rules we have. Yet what's the direction we're going? We're going to see Title 42, which is able to make limitations due to the health care crisis because of COVID. They want to let that go to the sidelines now, getting rid of Title 42. We already have a crisis. We already have a giant wave coming in. This is just going to exacerbate it. We already have gigantic problems. It's going to be added to by letting Title 42 expire. Every country that is a country has borders and laws on that. Why is the U.S. different now under the Biden administration and under Democrat rule that we're not allowed to enforce our borders? And indeed, the issue, as you squish the balloon, we're seeing now an effect on the Canadian border, something that hasn't been talked about a lot. Mexican nationals are finding that it's easier with the backlog we have on our southern border to be able to take a flight up into Canada because they've lifted most of their restrictions on entry and exit and come through from Canada into the United States. Those numbers are increasing dramatically. My figures are like 91% increase from the prior fiscal year that we have data for and going higher. So if it's easier to come as a Mexican national through Canada, then that's just going to continue to be a larger problem. But we already have enough to deal with on the southern border if we would just do the job. Let's, as President Biden said last spring, let's fill the gaps that we have. At least fill just the gaps. If you don't want to make miles and miles of fence, it'll make the Border Patrol job much easier. But truly, we need to do the whole job because we're not a sovereign nation if we don't have a border, if we don't enforce it. Now, we'll get called racist, we'll get called hateful, and all that stuff because those are just the standard arguments these days for just about anything. It isn't that. We have a right and an obligation to enforce that and bring people over that want to come legally.
The gentleman's time has expired.
With visas. That's the way to do things, not just a wide open porous border. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The House will now recess pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1. The chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, in the words of Thomas Merton, we mourn that all over the face of the earth, the avarice and lust of humanity breed unceasing divisions among us, and the wounds that tear humans from union with one another widen and open out into huge wars, murder, massacres, revolution, and hatred. Forgive us, O Lord, for our proclivity for division and our inclination to allow our desires for power and our unquenched thirst for control create discord in our families, in our communities, in our country, and among sovereign nations. We continue to pray for the conflict in Ukraine and pray that the dispute for land and dominance would, by some miracle, find resolution. Remind us that such tragedy reflects our fractured human condition and our deep need for your salvation. Convict us each of our part in even the smallest of conflicts, that we would set aside our differences and instead strive to maintain the unity found in your Spirit. Then mend the broken bones of our families, our communities, and our country, and heal the wounds in our world. O Lord, abolish the bow, the sword, and war from our lands, and allow all to lie down this night in safety. In your most holy name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the Journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for nearly half a century, legendary news anchor Jim Gardner has informed and guided Philadelphia, southeastern Pennsylvania, and South Jersey. Next week, he will retire, and I want to thank him for his incredible service. Jim joined Action News in 1976 as a reporter before settling into his iconic role as the 6 and 11 p.m. anchor, becoming the longest-serving on-air personality in our region's history. As the years changed and trust in our institutions eroded, one journalistic institution stood strong, Jim Gardner. Philadelphia is a city of neighborhoods, and Jim works with character, generosity, and a deep love of all of his neighbors. He did not hesitate when asked to moderate a free library discussion about our family's book on addiction and recovery. Jim Gardner has provided stability through uncertainty, from things electoral to environmental, and lift through our joys, like the current Eagles season. For 45 years, Jim has been our Walter Cronkite with his signature mustache. We will miss you in our living rooms, Jim, delivering the news with honesty, integrity, and respect, and we wish you, America's anchor, a happy retirement. Thank you, Jim. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and provide to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to Congressional Foreign Policy Advisor Stephanie Pendarvis and her husband Julian Hunter Pendarvis on the birth of their first child, a boy. Julian Biddle Pendarvis was born at 2:03 a.m. on Wednesday, December 7, 2022, at Sibley Memorial Hospital in Washington. He weighed 5 pounds, 10.5 ounces, and measured 18.75 inches long. Stephanie has long been a valued member of the congressional team and has not only been instrumental in getting important policy legislation through the House, but a positive influence on the staff and those around her. I know she and her husband will pass those fine qualities to baby Julian. Additionally, I'll offer congratulations to the extended Biddle and Pendarvis families on the newest addition to their team. In conclusion, God bless Ukraine and President Vladimir Zelensky. Putin's Iranian drones attacked yesterday the Kyiv district I visited Saturday on a Kodel. And fortunately, the people of Ukraine have destroyed in the last week 85% of Putin's missiles and drones. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the 20 innocent little children and 6 brave teachers who were taken from their families 10 years ago today at Sandy Hook Elementary School. I truthfully can't even comprehend the immense pain that these families must have felt and continue to feel every day. I never want another family to experience this type of loss. That's why we must remain committed to ending the gun violence epidemic that plagues our country. Earlier this year, House Democrats passed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which President Biden swiftly signed into law. It will save lives by funding violence prevention programs in schools, expanding background checks for those under 21 years of age, strengthening mental health resources, and so much more. But the fight is not over. So I promise to continue fighting until we are all safe from gun violence, because we owe this to both the victims of gun violence, their families, and their children. We will always put children over the NRA. We'll always put people over politics. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Permission to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Charlie Borg. Charlie lives in Chewelah, a small town in northeastern Washington. He's an Army veteran. He served in Vietnam, and he's a fierce advocate for his fellow men and women who have served in the armed forces. Charlie also has terminal cancer. He received the devastating news months ago after a year-long delay in receiving care from the Spokane VA due to a broken electronic healthcare system. This could have been prevented. He should have more time to spend with his wife, Debbie, his children, his grandchildren, and my heart breaks for them. Charlie is here sharing his story this week, and I'd like to make him a promise. No matter how long it takes, we will fix this system. You will be the reason that it never happens again. You will not be forgotten. Matthew 28:11 says, "Come to me, all you who are weary and carry heavy burdens, and I will give you rest." I urge my colleagues to join in recognizing Charlie Borg. And he's an incredible American and an even better husband, father, and grandfather. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to share the story of an admirable family in my district who have provided decades of service to their friends and neighbors through the U.S. Postal Service. John Keller worked at the U.S. Postal Service for 34 years, including 15 years as postmaster of the Ridley Park Post Office. Now retired, his twin sons, Joe and Mike Keller, have worked for the Postal Service for 23 years each and now are both postmasters in Pennsylvania's 5th Congressional District. Our Postal Service is an essential part of our nation's infrastructure. The Postal Service delivers medicine to veterans, birthday presents from grandma, and even in this day and age, holiday greetings from friends across the world. The Postal Service keeps us connected with our communities, families and friends, businesses, nonprofits, and public agencies all over the country, and provides jobs to over 500,000 Americans, 3,000 in Pennsylvania's 5th District alone. We're so grateful to the Keller family and to all our Postal Service workers for everything they do for us every day, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House 1 minute and revise stand my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nuclear power, hydropower, biofuels, solar and wind are all positive sources of energy. They take advantage of available resources and bring high-paid technical jobs to rural areas especially. However, forcing people into renewable sources of energy only will not help families immediately heat their homes this winter or next. Right now in California, renewable energy accounts for roughly 1/3 of our power grid, depending whether or not you count hydroelectric power, which large power plants aren't counted for some arbitrary reason in our state. Each summer we face rolling blackouts throughout the state. Each winter, mountain towns face power shortages due to snowstorms knocking down power lines. At this moment, natural gas and oil remain by far the most efficient and most affordable sources of energy, a fact the Biden administration must accept. Renewable energy won't do the whole job. Yet what are they doing? They're attacking oil and gas, which is based on some idea of CO2. I remind you that CO2 is only 0.04% of our atmosphere. It's dwarfed by all the others. Even trace gases are about equal. Yet we're being hell-bent on getting rid of CO2 and making people not be able to use the energy they need to do their jobs, heat their homes, et cetera, et cetera. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Connecticut seeks recognition. For 1 minute, it's recognized.
Charlotte Bacon, Daniel Barden, Rachel Davino, Olivia Engel, Josephine Gay, Anna Marquez Green, Dylan Hockley, Dawn Hochsprung, Madeline Sue, Catherine Hubbard, Chase Kowalski, Jesse Lewis, James Matali, Grace McDonald, Anne Marie Murphy, Emily Parker, Jack Pinto, Noah Posner, Caroline Praviti, Jessica Ricos, Aviel Richmond, Lauren Rousseau, Mary Sherlock, Victoria Soto, Benjamin Wheeler, Allison Wyatt. Those are the names of the 20 children and 6 adults who were killed at Sandy Hook 10 years ago today. I want them to know we'll never forget them, and we'll continue to honor their memory with our action. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I have unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of the late Chemung County, New York legislator, Brian J. Hyland. Brian was an extraordinary, talented, kind, and interesting man. Appointed to the Chemung County Legislature in 2011, Brian was a dedicated public servant and worked tirelessly to help his constituents. There was no job too big or too small for Legislator Hyland. Brian was also a teacher and mentor at Tioga Taekwondo in Waverly, New York, where he, for more than 60 years in martial arts, taught hundreds of students how to be the best version of themselves. He was a businessman, community leader, and above all else, a family man. His wife, Suzanne, was the love of his life. He took immense pride in his 6 children, including my legislative director, Tom Hyland. He cared deeply for his sister and helped all those around him to succeed. Brian will be greatly missed by all that knew him. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the exemplary work and upcoming retirement of Joe Lyles, a law enforcement officer with Ouachita National Forest Service. Joe has faithfully served Arkansas for 30 years, going above and beyond in each mission to loyally serve the people of Arkansas. Throughout his successful career, Joe has received many awards, including the Delivering Benefits to the Public Award at the 2019 Regional Foresters Honor Awards for his heroic efforts in locating and recovering a lost hiker in the Caney Creek Wilderness. Joe's humble nature and hardworking spirit made him a vital part of the Ouachita National Forest Service. I speak for all Arkansans when I say thank you for your service and wish you the best in retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Utah is recognized for 1 minute.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of the Central Utah Project Completion Act, an absolute game changer for the Utah's water optimization and conservatory efforts. Our state is the fastest growing economy per capita, and our population will double by 2065. The historic drought is crippling states like Utah, which reminds us that water truly is the lifeblood of the West. The Central Utah Project plays an integral role in the efficient and innovative water use and the conservation measures to meet the demands of our booming population and economy. Since this act became law 30 years ago, the Central Utah Project has ramped up water delivery for 1.5 million Utahns daily. This remarkable accomplishment would not be possible without the tireless work of Utahns. I'm committed to working hand in hand with local, state, and federal partners to ensure Utah remains on track. Congratulations on the remarkable milestone. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the latest inflation numbers are in. Inflation has increased 7.1% in the last year, and in my home state of Pennsylvania, it has increased 12%. Despite this, the Biden administration is celebrating. Nobody in my district is celebrating. There is no celebrating when my constituents go to the grocery store, the gas station, and when they pay their home heating bills. They feel this pain every day. This inflation has primarily been caused by the assault on our domestic energy and excessive government spending. We are now in discussions on an appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, not only is the plan to add over 7% to compensate for inflation, which was originally created by such excessive spending, we are now going to double down and spend hundreds of billions of dollars extra in excess of pre-COVID levels. In fact, the government funding bill being discussed is 25% more than pre-pandemic levels and 10% more than last year. There is no merit to this continued spending spree. It will only further drive inflation, grow our deficit, which in turn incurs more interest to be paid on our debt. All the while, the Fed is increasing interest rates, which further burden my constituents and also dampens our economy. This is absolutely gas-backwards policy.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the honorable gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the University of Georgia's Natalie Navarrete for being named a 2023 Rhodes Scholar, an honor received by only the most outstanding young minds from around the world. As many of you know, the Rhodes Scholarship is the oldest and most celebrated international fellowship award in the world. To be recognized with such an honor is synonymous with the qualities typical of the brightest people in the country has to offer: hardworking, brilliant, and boundary pushing. Natalie is no exception. A Morehouse Honors College student and Foundation Fellow at University of Georgia, Natalie is pursuing degrees in international affairs, Russian, Spanish, and Latin America and Caribbean studies. Natalie will begin her studies at the University of Oxford in October, where she plans to pursue a master's degree in Russian and Eastern European studies. I have no doubt that she will continue to excel in these studies and make important breakthroughs in her field. I join the entire University of Georgia family in congratulating Natalie on this truly extraordinary achievement. Her success is a testament to the world-class educational opportunities offered by the University of Georgia, and I'm confident that she will continue to make us all proud for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1518 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 165, House Resolution 1518. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 1948 to amend Title 38 United States Code to modify authorities relating to the collective bargaining of employees in the Veterans Health Administration. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-71 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill Senate 3905 to prevent organizational conflicts of interest in federal acquisition and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill Senate 4003 to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide for training on alternatives to use of force, de-escalation, and mental and behavioral health and suicidal crisis. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 4. House Resolution 1516 is hereby adopted. Section 5A. At any time through the legislative day of Thursday, December 15, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B, and the Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B. A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of December 12, 2022, December 13, 2022, December 14, 2022, or December 15, 2022, in the form as so offered, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C. Upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn. Section 6. Notwithstanding Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on a vote by the yeas and nays on the question of adoption of a motion that the House suspend the rules offered on the legislative day of December 12, 2022 may be postponed through the legislative day of December 15, 2022. Section 7. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 1437 to amend the Weather Research and Forecasting Innovation Act of 2017 to direct the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to provide comprehensive and regularly updated federal precipitation information and for other purposes, with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House without intervention of any point of order a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriation or her designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-72. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees.
The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion. Section 8. Upon adoption of this resolution, the House shall be considered to have taken from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 2617 to amend Section 1115 of Title 31, United States Code, to amend the description of how performance goals are achieved and for other purposes, with the Senate amendments thereto, to have concurred in the Senate amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, and 5, and to have concurred in the Senate amendment numbered 4, with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-73. Section 9. House Concurrent Resolution 124 is hereby adopted.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1518, providing for consideration of 4 measures. First, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1948 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, and a motion to recommit. Second, the rule provides for consideration of S. 3905 under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, and a motion to commit. Third, the rule provides for consideration of S. 4003 used under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary, and a motion to commit. Fourth, the rule provides for consideration of a Senate amendment to H.R. 1437. The rule makes in order a motion offered by the chair of the Committee on Appropriations that the House concur in the Senate amendment with a House amendment and provides 1 hour of debate on the motion, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The rule also deems passage of a motion to concur in the Senate amendments to H.R. 2617 with a House amendment. The rule further deems passage of H.Con. Res. 124 and H.Res. 1516. Lastly, the rule provides the majority leader or his designee the ability to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered from December 12th to December 15th. The rule also provides that roll call votes on suspension bills considered on December 12th may be postponed through December 15th. Mr. Speaker, as we come to the end of the 117th Congress, we're working this week to pass legislation that deserves to make it across the finish line before the end of the year. First, the VA Employee Fairness Act. The healthcare workers at VA medical centers are exceptional. They're exceptional at what they do serving our veterans. Many of them are veterans themselves. They deserve the same rights as their counterparts outside of the VA system to collectively bargain. In today's world, the balance of power is disproportionately skewed towards employers over employees. As a former union member and a small business owner myself, as the current chair of the Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions Subcommittee, I can think of no better way to honor these workers and the people they serve, who we all respect and honor, than to provide them the tools to empower them to have a voice in this important American workplace. For our national security, to the regulation of prescription drugs, the federal government relies on services of contractors and consultants to provide for the American people. It is critical that we know that these contractors are working in the best interest of the American people. Unfortunately, the current federal acquisition process allows bad actors to slip through the cracks without disclosing their potential conflicts of interest. As a member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, I am proud of the work that the committee has done to investigate McKinsey & Company for this very reason. This contractor, one of the oldest and most prestigious consulting firms in the world, was advising the FDA on the safety and efficacy of prescription pain medications. At the same time, the very same consultants were also advising Purdue Pharma on how to, quote, turbocharge sales of OxyContin, a major driver of the opioid epidemic. While the McKinsey scandal shined a light on organizational conflicts of interest, the issue itself is not new. The Preventing Organizational Conflicts of Interest in Federal Acquisition Act would require federal contractors to disclose any potential conflicts of interest before they are awarded a federal contract to ensure they are effectively serving the taxpayers. In the Senate, it was bipartisan, and it should pass without objection and without delay. Also included in today's rule is the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act, which directs the Department of Justice to develop trainings on alternatives to the use of force and safely responding safely to respond to an individual experiencing a mental health, behavioral health, or suicidal crisis. We shouldn't even have to be including this bill in the rule, but unfortunately, partisan politics caused the need to be reconsidered this week. On this topic, I'm proud that the district I represent is leading the way with an initiative we call A3, Anyone, Anywhere, Anytime. This program connects people in need of mental health support that is outside the police system to help respond to the emergency while simultaneously allowing the police to focus on more appropriate police matters. This was a long-developed partnership between our behavioral health departments and our local law enforcement, which support it very strongly and is working to protect the public. Finally, the rule includes a one-week continuing resolution. Appropriators are hard at work to come to year-long agreement over spending, and they need an extra week to finalize it. Mr. Speaker, we have a wonderful opportunity this week to make transformative changes with these bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman and my good friend from California for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rule before us today provides for consideration of 4 pieces of legislation that are once again nothing but missed opportunities to address the multiple crises facing our country under the Biden presidency. So rather than working with Republicans to actually address the unmitigated crisis at our southern border, to address the Cold War we have with China and the proxy war with Russia, or the historic levels of inflation, Democrats are rushing to the floor these half-baked legislative items that will create more problems than they aim to solve. Look no further than S 3905, the Preventing Organizational Conflicts of Interest in Federal Acquisition Act. Instead of making meaningful reforms to federal acquisition policy, this legislation is duplicative, and it's contradictory to existing policies. It also tells the Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council to do something that's already required to do. Additionally, this rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1948, the VA Employee Fairness Act. This legislation would put veteran patients at risk by shifting questions of professional conduct to collective bargaining. The Secretary of the VA has been and should continue to be directly accountable for the quality of care provided to our veterans at the VA. But while we're focusing on these unnecessary bills, China has recently signed a $50 billion trade deal with our ally, Saudi Arabia. Putin once again threatened to launch a nuclear war on the West. And the wealth of the average American has dropped to the lowest level ever recorded. The chief of the U.S. Border Patrol reported that over the weekend there were over 16,000 migrant encounters at the border. And wait for it, That was in a 48-hour period, 16,000 in less than 2 days. But President Biden hasn't stepped foot on the southern border since he took office. Last week, when he was not visiting the border while in Arizona, President Joe Biden was asked about that. In his response, and I quote, "There are more important things going on," end quote. Yet during the administration, there have been nearly 5 million illegal immigrant crossings at our southern border, and that includes 1 million gotaways. These are individuals that we have no record of, that we just know escaped into the interior of the country. Yet Biden has failed at protecting our southern border, just as he failed in America's prisoner swap with President Putin. The administration effectively surrendered to Putin by swapping a woke celebrity basketball player for the merchant of death, an international arms smuggler with the blood of Americans on his hands. This disastrous negotiation is just another failed foreign policy decision that was based on Russia's terms, not ours. This rash decision left 2 other Americans detained in Russia: Pittsburgh history teacher Mark Fogel and U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. They have no clear chance of returning home now. We have lost all leverage, unless I'm going to be surprised and discover that we have 2 merchants of death in a federal prison in the United States. Something tells me that's not the case. What we should be doing is we should be immediately acting to protect our our national security. We should be ensuring the safe return of all Americans that are wrongfully detained abroad, and we should be working to secure the southern border. We should not be passing ill-conceived and unnecessary legislation. To be frank, our time is too precious and our challenges are too great. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Sirs, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an ABC News piece entitled "Lawmakers Aim to Strengthen Transparency in the Lucrative and Murky Federal Contracting Process."
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, conflicts of interest are not a new issue, but it is clear that more needs to be done by this Congress. The American people ought to have faith that their tax dollars are being spent wisely on contractors who are working in their best interest, and this bill will help increase impartiality and integrity within the federal consultant and contractor system. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of addressing any of the crises that are actually facing this nation, House Democrats are allowing the Senate to ram through a huge omnibus spending bill that was written without the input of House Republicans and was written behind closed doors. In September, House Republicans were very clear in opposition to postponing a government funding fight to the Democrat-controlled lame duck session. So once again, House Democrats failed to meet the fundamental duty of funding the government, despite spending most of the year passing trillions of dollars in wasteful spending that has fueled inflation and driven up our debt. That's why if we defeat the previous question, I will personally offer an amendment to the rule to immediately strike sections 8 and 9 from the rule, which would strike the omnibus vehicle from this rule. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here to explain the amendment is my good friend from the great state of Texas, Congressman Chip Roy, and I yield him 5 minutes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I appreciate my friend from Pennsylvania, appreciate the speaker, gentleman from California. My friend from Pennsylvania and I share a love of outlaw country music, whether it's Texas-based, my preference, or generally. There's a famous picture of Johnny Cash standing up giving his middle finger, and it's on the cover of an album. And that picture, if all 435 of us stood on the steps of the Capitol with our middle finger to the American people, it would be a more honest action than what we're engaging in here on the floor of the People's House right now. Let me tell you what's happening right now. In true swamp fashion, what we're about to do is deem as passed a House bill on federal agency reporting goals with a House amendment to a previously passed Senate amendment to enable us to have a revenue measure, to enable us to give the Senate a revenue measure to satisfy the constitutional requirement that revenue bills originate in the House. And it will fast track the House amendment to a Senate amendment fast-tracks the omni by allowing the Senate to bypass a motion to proceed vote. Now, that is a bunch of complicated parliamentary procedure gobbledygook for the American people, but what it is a fraud. It's a fraud. It is actually trying to end run the rules in order to jam through what? A massive $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill without any actual debate. That is what is happening right now on the floor of the House of Representatives. Nothing else. In that $1.7 trillion bill, and pause for a second, what are we actually packaging here? A week-long continuing resolution to keep the government open through this weekend into next week so negotiations can continue to wrap up this $1.7 trillion monstrosity. So the vote today is a vote to perpetuate and extend funding for a week to allow a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill in a lame duck Congress. That has not been done, by the way, in the last 70 years when we've had a flip of the House, a flip in majority control of the House. We have not done that over the last 70 years. 5 times there's been a flip. We do not pass big spending bills in a lame duck Congress, which is what this is. My Democratic colleagues know it. My Democratic colleagues in the Senate know it. And the Senate Republicans who seem to be trying to grease the skids of this, they know it as well. And here we sit. And so to the American people, you need to understand what the People's House is doing to you today. Standing on the steps of the Capitol, sticking their middle finger up at you would be more honest. Because this is defense spending, $858 billion, a 10% increase. Now, we can debate the need for defense spending increase. Many of us would probably agree we need to have more defense spending. But we also need to fix the Department of Defense. We need to stop having it turn into a woke agency that is essentially social engineering wrapped in a uniform. So let's fix the Department of Defense. But no, we're not debating that. We're just going to give another blank check of 10% additional spending. But it's worse than that. We're now going to have non-defense spending reports. We haven't seen the text because, oh no, the little people here in the House can't see the text before we actually vote on this crap. No, no, no. They're going to jam it through without us seeing the text. Non-defense spending reports indicate somewhere between an 8 to 11% increase. Now, to put that in context, we're talking about something in the order of $50 to $60 billion. Now, here's the thing. We just spent something like $2 trillion in non-defense discretionary plus-up during COVID. And we're now going to jump into this and we're going to say, oh yeah, I got a good idea. Let's jump up non-defense discretionary spending. That is all of the alphabet soup of all of the agencies that are attacking the American people every single day, empowering the FBI to designate parents as domestic terrorists, empowering the DHS to not actually secure the homeland while Americans are dying from fentanyl poisonings and immigrants are burning up, 53 of them in a tractor trailer in San Antonio. That's what we're dealing with. And this CR is the gateway drug to an omnibus spending bill next week. That is why we should oppose it. We should oppose the CR. We should oppose this rule. We should oppose the omnibus. And the American people deserve a House of Representatives that is actually doing the work of appropriating rather than jamming through an omnibus bill right up before Christmas in a lame duck after the American people spoke and sent a new majority to the People's House. I yield back to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, my good friend from Pennsylvania and the gentleman from Texas, you know I'm always open to working in these difficult, sometimes difficult rules that we have in our Congress. I respect the opinion, but have different perspective. What we're doing today is keeping the lights on. With all due respect, the last time that the Republicans were in charge of the Congress, the lights went off. That's not good for anyone. It's not good for the American people, and it's not good for the world economy. What we're trying to do here in the House is make it a little bit easier for the arcane rules that all of us, I think, most of us would agree to in the Senate, to make it easier for the bill to come back over and hopefully have an agreement, a bipartisan agreement, on longer spending in an omnibus. So with all due respect, we have something that we have here in these chambers, a disagreement. The tone, I think you can tell in my voice is very different. But I do think the things that both gentlemen have brought up are real issues. Immigration is a real issue. We've tried, many of us, to come up with something that's bipartisan that leads to a very difficult, or leads to solutions to a difficult situation that multiple administrations and Congresses have struggled for, that has a long history in this country when it comes to immigration. The benefit and the challenges around that, and being able to make sure that the beneficiaries of immigration are consistent with treaties that we've signed around the world and principles, but also to American citizens. On the other issues, those are all real issues. What we have here in front of us today in these resolutions are laws that will actually help the American people. Two, that'll help the American people. And lastly, will continue to keep the lights on by funding government. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California Research, gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really can't stand the cliche that history repeats itself, but that's true. And to prove that, let me just read some excerpts from a Joe Biden speech from 2006. Joe Biden said, and I quote, "The world is going to Hades in a handbasket. We are concerned about the circumstance related to the avian flu. We do not have enough vaccines. We do not have enough police officers. We are going to debate the next 3 weeks, I'm told, gay marriage, a flag amendment, and God only knows what else. I can't believe the American people can't see through this. We already have a law, the Defense of Marriage Act. We all voted." End quote. So that was Joe Biden in 2006. It sounds awfully familiar to what my colleagues across the aisle are doing now with these fluff bills that already are on the books and nothing but a distraction from the real crises that are facing this nation. To talk more about that, I yield once again to my good friend from Texas, Mr. Chip Roy, and I yield him 5 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the speaker. I thank my friend from Pennsylvania, and I thank the gentleman from California. And I understand the collegiality of the body and wanting to engage. Happy to engage. We should never get a chance to engage. Like, we're down here basically in a fake debate. That's what we all know. I mean, the truth is, it's not like we have a body, the chamber filled here with human beings debating this $1.7 trillion while we're $32 trillion in debt. I would be happy to. Why don't we actually roll our sleeves up around these tables and do the work? But we don't do that. We're literally down here. We're going to do, 30 minutes aside if we even do that? Right? And then what? We're going to vote. We're going to vote on a rule that packages together, as I said, deeming as passed a House bill on federal agency reporting goals with a House amendment to a previously passed Senate amendment to pass a $1.7 trillion omnibus combined with a CR for an extension for a week in a lame duck Congress. Like, that's the truth. And the American people pull their hair out. They go, gosh, what on earth is happening in Washington? Well, I'll tell them what's happening in Washington. This is what is happening in Washington. We know what this is about. This is jamming through a bill at the 11th hour to get the political priorities of the current Democratic majority, and a handful of Senate Republicans are happy to do it so they can get pork. The House and the Senate has requested a total of $16 billion for 7,500 earmarks. The top requester, Senator Richard Shelby, ranking member of Senate Appropriations, with $656 million. This is a nice little send-off for the appropriators in the Senate. But the fact of the matter is the American people are the ones who get screwed in this deal. They're the ones who end up losing their country with $32 trillion in debt. There is no justification for ramping up spending an additional 10% for non-defense discretionary after all the money that's been spent under COVID, and using the Defense Department as the backs upon which you're going to place the debt of our children and grandchildren and say that, oh yeah, we're doing this for defense. That is just wrong. At what point are we actually going to do the work of the American people in the people's house? At what point are we going to actually debate? At what point are we actually going to amend? At what point are we actually going to live within our means and stop writing checks we can't cash? The American people are staring at us, they throw their hands up in the air, and they wonder what has become of the country that their brothers and sisters and dads and moms and daughters and sons have fought for. Why do we stand in front of that flag? Why do we open in prayer? Why do we say the Pledge of Allegiance if we're going to rip apart the flag right here in this body, in this chamber? Because that's what we're doing. Using backroom deals, dropping these bills on the floor, and not allowing us to actually engage in debate over these important matters. Ladies and gentlemen, the American people are tired of spending money we don't have, and they're tired of open borders. They're tired of empowering bureaucrats like the FBI. They're tired of forced vaccine mandates at the Department of Defense. They're tired of an IRS harassing the American people, allegedly for more revenue. They're tired of an NIH and a CDC making it up as they go along and shutting down economies and jamming it down the throats of the American people. They're tired of an EPA and a Department of Interior restricting Americans' ability to have reliable energy. The American people are tired of it. I hope help is on the way. I'm glad that Republicans seem united against this in the House. And I'm looking at Mitch McConnell when I say this. Do your job, Leader McConnell. Do your job and follow the wishes of the American people who gave a majority to Republicans in the House of Representatives, and let's stop this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about the federal budget in its entirety today. That will continue to be negotiated and debated, and there will be a vote on it. What we're talking about are specific resolutions that Rules has passed down here to this body to talk about protecting workers who protect veterans. That's what we're talking about today. We're talking about improving health care for Americans' veterans that we all say we respect and admire and honor. We know that when people are able to organize in the workplace, or at least they present their opportunity, that they're safer. Research shows that hospitals who have had the ability for workers and nurses to organize and have a fair say in how they treat their patients, that mortality rates improve, that people are served better. That's what we're talking about today. We're talking about giving police departments the resources they need in the world today so that behavioral health people can do their job, so that police officers can do their job and not respond to almost 1 in 4 calls in the United States that involve mental health, where the police officers are asked to do something that they shouldn't be asked to do. As I mentioned in my opening comments, I've spent 30 years involved in my own district, from a mayor of a city of 130,000 people to the legislature to this body, developing programs with the police department in behavioral health, which started with a conversation with a beat patrolman and a mental health clinician. And all it is about improving the safety of Americans. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about helping with the opioid crisis. I haven't heard anything from the gentleman about the things that are actually in this rule. Do we want to help people? The high mortality, suicide, crisis in opioids that we know now from the hearings we've had that the chair and I have asked for in the Oversight Committee. We brought the CEOs of the largest corporation, Johnson & Johnson, to testify in front of Congress about what they did as what used to be a great American pharmaceutical company, who once had one of the most admired CEOs in the world, and now has somebody who's lied on his college resume twice and has helped to kill Americans by selling, deliberately turbocharging the sale of opioids to Americans. That's what we're talking about in this rule, is holding people accountable. McKinsey & Corporation, a company that was based in San Francisco for years. I've known people who lived in my district and worked there. It once was a shining light of American innovation and management. And now it has fallen to this epitome of greed and hypocrisy. That's what we're talking about, is stopping that kind of behavior in this rule. We're talking about keeping the lights on in the United States Congress and the federal government for 1 week so that we can have an omnibus. And then we can debate those other things. Do I agree that the process is not perfect? I agree. Do I agree we could do better? I agree. And I'm open to those things. But let's focus on what's in this rule. I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just once again, this rule provides for four pieces of legislation that, once again, are just missed opportunities to actually address the problems we're facing. Let's talk about one of the biggest problems, that's the southern border. To contextualize this, let me give you some stats. This year, 98 suspected terrorists have been apprehended attempting to cross the southern border. Think about that. It took 19 hijackers on 9/11 to pull off the largest terrorist attack in this country, 19. In this year alone, We have let 98 suspected terrorists walk across the southern border. In October, there were over 2,300,000 illegal immigrant encounters at the southern border. That's just in October. To put that into context, that is a 334% increase from the average number of October encounters under President Trump. In November, there were more than 70,000 known gotaways at the southern border. That's a historic record. And what's really worse is the fentanyl crisis, the fentanyl that's coming across the southern border. There were more than 14,000 pounds of illicit fentanyl seized in fiscal year 2022. That's a record. As a reminder, a lethal dose of fentanyl is only 2 milligrams. Fentanyl was responsible for 2/3 of all drug overdoses last year. There's been a 94% increase in fentanyl deaths since 2019. And to put that into more context, that's one fentanyl overdose every 7 minutes in the United States. Just 5 to 10% of the drugs coming across the southern border are seized by our Border Patrol agents. And what does the administration say on this? It's classic gaslighting. I'll quote Joe Biden once again. He said there's more important things going on. Kamala Harris, the so-called border czar, said the border is secure. DHS Secretary Mayorkas said, look, the border is secure. They're either gaslighting or they have no connection and no grounding in reality. And as far as the omnibus, let's just go back to September. In September, House Democrats were clear in their opposition to postponing a government funding fight to the Democrat-controlled lame duck session. We didn't want it then, we don't want it now. Unfortunately, on September 30th, a continuing resolution was passed funding the government through December 16th. So here we are today. This one-week continuing resolution is an attempt to buy additional time for a massive lame duck spending bill in which House Republicans had no seat at the negotiating table. We'll soon be in the majority. Republicans will soon be in the majority, and we'll be in the driver's seat to fight for our priorities. That's why every Republican should be a no on the Democrats' lame duck omnibus spending bill. And to talk more about the omnibus, I yield once again to my good friend from the great state of Texas, Chip Roy. I yield him 4 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from Pennsylvania. The gentleman from California talked about the extent to which the process is bad and that we can do better. Well, I'm glad that he agrees with that. The question is, well, let's agree right now to amend the CR to March. Why don't we do that? Why don't we agree right now to amend the continuing resolution until March? Well, we know why my Democratic colleagues don't want to do that, right? Because they don't want to have a full-throated debate on this. They don't want to have an actual discussion. Why don't we have an open process? Why don't we actually have amendments here on the floor of the House? We haven't been able to offer an amendment on the floor of the House of Representatives since May of 2016. But the gentleman from California knows this. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this. This isn't about actually saying let's have a process that works. It's the opposite. It's using Christmas and the end of the year to jam this through, not to buy time with a one-week CR so we can negotiate. Who's negotiating? 3 people in a room? Right? I mean, we're not. We're not debating this on the floor. We're not going to do it in the light of day. There's not going to be. No, what's going to happen is one big bill will be dropped on the floor after this rule is jammed through on the 23rd of December, 2 days before Christmas, intentionally right before Christmas, in order to force everybody to come in with no amendments and vote up or down on $1.7 trillion. How on earth do we end up $32 trillion in debt? That's how. And there's no actual resolve to do anything about that. Again, control of the House of Representatives has shifted from one party to the other 5 times since 1954. And in none of those years have we had the outgoing Congress pass a comprehensive spending bill in the lame duck, that is, after the election. We shouldn't do it now. We shouldn't do it in the future. And one last point. If there's a debate in the Senate right now, and if some of our Senate colleagues decide to object to the continuing resolution, which I would support, which would then call into question the funding on Saturday when we wake up, let's be very clear that it is Democrats who would be risking shutting down the government because they are so married to funding the alphabet soup of the bureaucracy, throughout this town that is strangling the American people, strangling prosperity, spending money we don't have, refusing to secure the border, empowering FBI agents to go after the American people. Those are the priorities of my Democratic colleagues. So if there's any debate on Saturday as to whether the lights are going to be turned on in the government, it is on the hands of Democrats married to a bureaucracy rather than standing up in defense of the American people who send us here. I yield back.
Texas yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president or the vice president. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers at this time, and I'm prepared to close. Thank you, Mr.
The gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lives are being lost while President Biden and congressional Democrats continue to ignore the crisis at our southern border. Tragically, just last week on December 7th, United States Border Patrol agent Raul Humberto Gonzalez Jr. was killed while chasing a group of migrants across the border. And to go back to that quote from President Biden about the southern border and about why he hasn't visited it, despite the fact that he was just in Arizona, there's more important things going on. That's what President Biden has to say. Stinging words given the deaths and casualties that we're seeing at the southern border and the fentanyl deaths and overdoses in the interior of this country. It's absolutely maddening to see such a flagrant disregard, not only for our hardworking Border Patrol agents, but our nation's immigration system as a whole. For that reason, we must bring the border crisis to an end. But President Joe Biden and congressional Democrats have manufactured this historic crisis at our southern border by halting the construction of the border wall, ending Trump's Remain in Mexico policy, and refusing to visit the border. U.S. Border Patrol facilities are becoming overrun with thousands of illegal immigrants in custody. This crisis is only getting worse. On December 21st, when Title 42 ends, a powerful tool that allowed border officials to expel more than 2 million migrants during the pandemic. There now have been 20 straight months of over 150,000 illegal border crossings. Yet with today's rule, House Democrats continue to ignore this historic disaster at our border. This crisis could not be more devastating to the sovereignty and the security of our nation. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that I always enjoy being on the floor and debating my friend from Pennsylvania. I will miss this if I'm not afforded the opportunity to do it again. Mr. Speaker, again, focusing on the rule here. First, in this rule, we're helping veterans. We're helping the people who serve veterans to be able to organize. One of my favorite quotes on the ability of workers to have a voice is from Dwight David Eisenhower, who said, "Only a fool would try to stop an American man or woman in the workplace from organizing." So that's the first point, is helping people to have a voice in the VA to serve our veterans better. The second point is on holding McKinsey, a company, a very large corporation, American company, accountable for their role in the opioid epidemic. Third in the rule is helping our investment in public safety, a bipartisan effort that came out of the Senate to help provide them to de-escalate when they're in a difficult situation for the training. Public safety. And lastly, we're here to keep the lights on. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate the debate and the passion, we do have work to do today. And I would request and ask Democrats and Republicans to vote yes on this rule. This rule is an important step in passing these bills that will make a difference in lives of Americans that we represent and help restore the faith in this institution and the government. I strongly support the legislation, and I urge a yes vote on it, on the rule in the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. Members, the question is on the order of the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
On that, I request the yeas and nays. It was.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on the adoption of the resolution if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 3648, passage of H.R. 3648 if ordered, and en bloc motion to suspend the rules if ordered. This, members, is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Maureen Newman, Adriano Espaillat, and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the previous question.
Gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
The member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina and Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tiffany, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on the previous question. Is that right?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on the previous question.
Oh,
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Peter Welch, Dina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pascrell, Andy Kim, Donald Norcross, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congressman Levin, I inform the House that Mr. Levin will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Dory of Pennsylvania, pursue the House Resolution 8, inform the House that they vote yes on H Resolution 1518.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Spear of California and Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Haley Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote yes on the previous question.
The Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from designated for Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona and Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that it will both vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley and Ms. Beatty, I inform the House and the Speaker from Laredo that these two members will vote yes on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Meeks, by Ms. Kelly, and Mr. Carter, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Larson, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Dingle, Ms. Axney, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Shifferless McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the previous question.
What state? What state? For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote no on HRS 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee and Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House Mr. Green and Mr. Palazzo will both vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Dr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote no on the previous question. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. So, for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote. 5-minute vote. New Jersey seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Ceres, Peter Welch, Dina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pascrell, Andy Kim, Donald Norcross, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, they vote yes on H 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker Cuellar, as gentleman designated by Mr. Tom Rice, South Carolina, and Mr. Paul Goes of the Great State of Arizona, inform the House they will both vote no on this bill.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on HRES 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tiffany, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congressman Mike Levin, I inform the House Mr. Levin will vote yes on HRES 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas and Ms. Spear of California, and from the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1518. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carter, Mr. Meeks, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Haley Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley and Ms. Beatty, I inform the House and the Speaker from Laredo that these two members will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Adriano Espaillat, and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Dr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Larson of Connecticut, Mr. O'Halloran, Ms. Dingle, Ms. Axney, and Mr. Krishnamurthy, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote no on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Schifferlis McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote aye on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter of California, I inform the House Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.Res. 1518.
Yeas are 216. The nays are 206. The resolution is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Let's get some order. Members, for what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 5 of House Rule 1518, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1082, H.R. 5349, H.R. 6218, H.R. 6220, H.R. 6221, H.R. 6611, H.R. 6630, H.R. 6725, H.R. 7832, H.R. 8665, Senate Bill 558, and Senate Bill 789, and concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 7077.
The clerk will report the titles.
H.R. 1082, a bill to require ride-hailing companies to implement an enhanced digital system to verify passengers with their authorized ride-hailing vehicles and drivers. H.R. 5349, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 1550 State Road, South 38211 in Orangeburg, South Carolina, as a J.I. Washington Post Office building. H.R. 6218, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 317 Blattner Drive in Avon, Minnesota as a WOC Court Miller Plantenberg Post Office. H.R. 6220, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 100 3rd Avenue Northwest in Perham, Minnesota as a Charles P. Nord Post Office. H.R. 6221, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 155 Main Avenue West in Winsted, Minnesota as the James A. Rogers Jr. Post Office. H.R. 6611, a bill to authorize the Embassy of France in Washington, D.C. to establish a commemorative work in the District of Columbia and its environs to honor the extraordinary contributions of Jean Monnet to restoring peace between European nations and establishing the European Union and for other purposes. H.R. 6630, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1400 North Kramer Boulevard in Placentia, California as the PFC Zhang Ho Kim Post Office building. H.R. 6725, a bill to change the address of the Maryland Monroe Post Office and for other purposes. H.R. 7832, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 396 South California Avenue in West Covina, California as the Esteban E. Torres Post Office building. H.R. 8665, a bill to amend Title 44 United States Code to remove pronouns from such title that reference the archivist and for other purposes. Senate 558, an act to establish a national integrated flood information system within the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration and for other purposes. Senate 789, an act to repeal certain obsolete laws relating to Indians. H.R. 7077, an act to require the United States Fire Administration to conduct on-site investigations of major fires and for other purposes. Senate Amendment.
Pursuant to Section 5 of House Resolution 1518, the order of the yeas and nays are postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered withdrawn. The question is, members, on the motion offered by the gentleman from Maryland, those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman seek
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring the vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays order. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Members, this is a 5-minute vote. 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Peter Welch, Gina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pascrell, Andy Kim, Donald Norcross, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Dingle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Dr. Dunn of Florida, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote yes on the suspension in bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas and Ms. Spear of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member by Mr. Lawson of Florida, Mr. Brown of Maryland, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, they vote yes on the motion. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the caballero from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Green of Tennessee, I inform the House that Mr. Green will vote nay on the suspensions en bloc. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Mike Levin, I inform the House Mr. Levin will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Adriano Espaillat, and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as gentleman designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of the great state of Arizona and Miss
Dr. Tom Rice of the great state of South Carolina informed the House they will both vote no on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on the en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Haley Stevens, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tiffany, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote no on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Shifterless McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the suspension en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Beatty and Ms. Presley, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote aye on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carter, Mr. Meeks, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on suspensions and in block. I don't know if she is yet.
Have all members voted? On this vote, the yeas are 349, the nays are 80. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bills are passed. The Senate amendment is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the titles of H.R. 1082 and H.R. 6611 are amended.
For what purpose? The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 26 beautiful lives that were lost on December 14, 2012. Today marks 10 years since 20 innocent children and 6 selfless educators were murdered at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. Newtown is a small community with a big heart, a community that changed forever 10 years ago. Bonded by a shared grief no one can ever truly comprehend, the lives of my constituents in this community were reshaped forever. And while this community has mourned the loss of their loved ones, they have also honored their memories through service. Every single family who lost a loved one at Sandy Hook has found a way to be of service, with everything from violence prevention programs like Sandy Hook Promise to Embrace Hope, which is an equine therapy program. There's the Anna Grace Project and Ben's Lighthouse, Charlotte's Litter Dog Therapy Program, Emily's Art Connection, and everything from butterflies to puppies. There's the Vicky Soto Project, which is a fund to promote a love of teaching. These are just a few, but every single family affected honored the memory of their loved ones through service. These families have all found ways to turn their grief into action. While I recognize that we have so much work to do as legislators in this body, my only ask of you today, colleagues, is that we not let the deaths of these children be in vain, and that we recommit ourselves to making our schools and our communities safe, and find ways to turn solemn moments like this into action. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair asks all members in the chamber, as well as members and staff throughout the Capitol, to rise for a moment of silence in continuing remembrance of the victims of the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14, 2012. What do you have? What do you
Do you want me to do it now? Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
House will be in order. Pursuant to the adoption of House Resolution 1518, House Resolution 1516 is considered as adopted. House Concurrent Resolution 124 is considered as adopted. The Senate amendments to H.R. 2617, numbered 1, 2, 3, and 5, are considered as agreed to, and the Senate amendment numbered 4 to H.R. 2617 is considered as agreed to with an amendment consisting of the text of the Rules Committee print 117-73. House will be in order. Conversations off the floor, please. Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 9525 to extend the funding of government through February 3rd, 2023.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1518, I call up H.R. 1437 with the Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the bill, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion, please.
H.R. 1437, an act to amend the Weather Research and Forecasting Innovation Act of 2017 to direct the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to provide comprehensive and regularly updated federal precipitation information and for other purposes. Senate Amendment. Mr. Laurel of Connecticut moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1437 with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-72.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1518, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or the respective designees. The gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, and the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Granger, will each control 30 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Connecticut.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the Senate amendment to H.R. 1437.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the further continuing Appropriations and Extensions Act, which extends funding for critical federal programs and services through December 23rd. While I would have preferred to come before the House today to pass a final 2023 government funding package, I am encouraged that we have come to an agreement on a framework that provides a path forward to enact an omnibus next week. The legislation before us today is a simple date change that keeps the government up and running as we negotiate the details of final spending bills and completes the work of funding the government programs that meet the needs of hardworking Americans. All of us in this room know well that final funding bills are the best way to guarantee the necessary resources for the government programs and policies that make the biggest impact on our constituents. We will soon bring to the floor an omnibus that continues to make important investments because we know the impact of a government that looks out for the middle class, working families, and for small businesses. The final funding bills we will bring to a vote will include investments that will help hard-working Americans rebuild our infrastructure, keep our nation competitive, strengthen our supply chain, and help small businesses access the capital they need, the keys to our economic future. The final omnibus agreement will help keep our nation and our communities safe with the certainty that we all deserve. And I can say with certainty, this package will include community project funding that responds directly to some of the most pressing needs in communities all over America, and that so many of my colleagues have worked tirelessly to deliver to their constituents. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this short-term continuing resolution through December 23rd. I'm very disappointed that we are once again discussing a CR because full-year appropriations bills have not been signed into law. I want to explain why we find ourselves in this place. Republican members oppose the trillions of dollars in non-defense spending that members on the other side of the aisle pushed through this Congress. That new spending was provided outside the normal process, and it is roughly twice the amount of funding we provide in a year through the annual appropriations bills. After these unprecedented levels of spending, non-defense programs should not require another large increase in fiscal year 2023. We need to focus on reducing government waste, fighting inflation, and focusing our limited resources on true priorities like border security and our nation's military. Democrats have had all year to put bills on the floor that address these concerns and can be signed into law. Time is up. We should be passing a continuing resolution into next year instead of buying more time to rush through a massive spending package. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I yield to the gentleman from Virginia, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Klein.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Here in the waning days of one-party control, Democrats are grasping at straws to push more of their radical policy agenda on the American people. They're hoping the lame duck House will help jam through a monstrous $1.7 trillion omnibus down our throats before Christmas so incoming House Republicans can't use the budget next year to impose fiscal responsibility and check Biden's disastrous agenda. Even though voters demanded change in November, House Republicans have had no seat at the negotiating table. This one-week CR will continue funding for President Biden's policies that have created crisis after crisis. Under his watch, the nation is experiencing a historically bad crisis at the southern border, a botched withdrawal from Afghanistan that cost American lives and created tens of thousands of refugees, his quest to provide abortion on demand, his illegal and regressive cancellation of student loan debt, his anti-energy agenda, and an inflation crisis that makes Americans poorer. The American people cannot afford another Democrat-led spending measure that would exacerbate inflation and continue to fund the very agencies waging war on their freedoms. Every Republican must reject this lame duck spending spree and let the incoming members of the new Republican majority, who will be accountable to the voters, work to reach a more balanced agreement than this liberal spending spree. We must use every opportunity at our disposal, especially through the constitutional power of the purse, to fight for the American people and change the broken status quo in Washington. Republicans must stand strong and oppose this last-ditch power play by Democrats. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Connecticut. Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like for just a moment to set the record straight. There was an offer made to my Republican colleagues on where we should go with an omnibus in June. Another was in October. We were told at the time that they couldn't move to do anything until after the elections. We were then told that they had to then wait for their leadership elections to occur before they could actually engage. Then we were told we had to wait until after a Georgia election in order to engage. Speaking of enough is enough, I would also just say they were invited to the table many, many times to join the negotiations. They decided not to do that. So we find ourselves here today when we have we have to meet the deadline in order to keep the government open. And with that, what we do need, Mr. Speaker, is this bill to continue negotiating final 2023 funding bills. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back her time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1518, previous question is ordered. Question is on the motion by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion without a This gentlewoman from Texas, right?
And nays.
Woman requests the ayes and nays. Those favoring a vote of the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose?
From the Speaker's table, the concurrent resolution, H-Con Res 123, providing for a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 1437.
Gentlewoman will please. Does the gentlewoman from Connecticut rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution, H-Con Res 123, providing for a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 1437, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution, please.
House Concurrent Resolution 123, concurrent resolution providing for a correction in the enrollment of H.R. 1437.
Is there objection to consideration of the concurrent resolution? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the ayes and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-2607, the Iran Hostages Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Padilla.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2607, An act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the former hostages of the Iran hostage crisis of 1979 to 1981, highlighting their resilience throughout the unprecedented ordeal that they lived through and the national unity it produced, marking 4 decades since their 444 days in captivity and recognizing their sacrifice to the United States.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, and the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, will each control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on this legislation and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of S-2607, the Iran Hostages Congressional Gold Medal Act, sponsored by Senator Padilla, which is a companion to a House bill sponsored by Representative Swazi. I want to thank Representative Swazi for sponsoring this bipartisan bill, which would award a Congressional Gold Medal to the 53 hostages of the Iran hostage crisis, which occurred from November 4th, 1979 to January 21st, 1981, in recognition of their bravery in the face of egregious human rights violations. It has been more than 40 years since their release. Representative Swazi has been a tireless advocate in honoring these U.S. Embassy employees who were taken hostages and uplifting their humanity. Last week, Representative Swazi said on the floor that he was 17 years old when the hostages were taken and remembers the Iran hostage crisis as a painful time in our history. I am so appreciative of his dedication to this important issue and ensuring that these hostages are properly recognized for the sacrifices they have made that have had lasting effects until today. I am pleased to be able to vote yes for this bill before his retirement at the end of this term, and I want to congratulate him on this important bill to celebrate the resilience and strength of the hostages. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's
I rise in total support of S-2607. It is a bill that will award a Congressional Gold Medal to the former hostages of the Iran hostage crisis of 1979 through 1981. Mr. Speaker, on November 4th, 1979, Iranian students in Iran's capital city, Tehran, stormed the American embassy, trapping more than 50 American workers within the embassy grounds. This violent act was carried out to declare a break from Iran's past and put an end to the perceived American interference in the region. The response by the Carter administration at the onset was limited to 1, asset freezes, and 2, blockading the shipment of goods to Iran. There was fear that anything more would encourage the students to destroy the embassy and harm the hostages. I'm sure we all remember Walter Cronkite ending his nightly program reporting the number of days the hostages were held captive, a daily reminder of those who were still trapped. During this time, the hostages were subjected to intense physical and psychological torture, but the spirit never wavered. Those held captive showed extraordinary courage by continually engaging in acts of resistance against their captors, such as by refusing to sign condemnations of the United States despite the gross violations of their human rights. This infamous incident in American history lasted 444 days, and it is important that we continue to remember the bravery shown by those courageous Americans. S-2607 will honor the captured United States diplomats, military personnel, and civilians with the recognition that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. As we are awaiting the arrival of my colleague from New York, Mr. Swazi, who has performed able and faithful service in the House over his career, I would like to reflect on the Iran hostage crisis and its unfortunate foreshadowing of the behavior of the Ayatollah's regime that we are witnessing now on our TV screens today as they persecute brave men and women on the streets of Iran's major cities who are protesting for basic human and civil rights. And I know that I speak on behalf of my constituents in the Massachusetts 4th when I say that the American people stand with those who are protesting the repressions and the discrimination, particularly against women, that have been the hallmark of the Ayatollah's regime, and that we feel that the values that they are fighting for are universal values, are core human rights, and certainly hope and expect that they will be achieved. I also want to reflect on the great service of Mr. Swazi, who has been an able member of the Ways and Means Committee, and a wise counselor to those of us like myself who are new to this business in how to best represent our constituents and advance their priorities and reflect their values. And I am now, would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi, who is the sponsor of this legislation.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the gentleman from Massachusetts. Mr. Speaker, last week I had the great honor to be joined in this chamber by many brave Americans and their family members who were held hostage when student militants stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran on November 4th, 1979. For 444 days, 52 brave Americans were held hostage and held captive against their will. On behalf of those brave Americans, I rise in support of my bipartisan, bicameral legislation that would award the Congressional Gold Medal to the 52 hostages of the Iran hostage crisis. As it currently stands, almost 300 members of this chamber have pledged their support for this legislation, a showing of true bipartisanship in an oftentimes divided chamber. And the bill has received overwhelming support in the Senate as well. Despite mock firing squads, beatings, solitary confinement, lack of food, and psychological torture, these American hostages maintained their strength and resilience. Back home, we remember that Americans remained united in their support for these hostages, with many tying yellow ribbons around trees in signs of solidarity. I was 17 years old in 1979, and I well remember, as many Americans do, that the Iran hostage crisis was a painful time in our history. But that pain cannot stop us from recognizing the true pain and sacrifice by these special Americans. On behalf of the entire Congress, I'd like to give special thanks to the chairman of Commission 52, Brock Pierce, and Ezra Friedlander, the project manager, for helping to gather support for this bill. It is truly a public service. I urge the swift passage of this bill so we can immediately send it to the President's desk to be signed into law. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Chair will entertain or receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S 5066, an act to designate Mount Young in the state of Alaska and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
No further speakers, and I for the balance of my time until the gentleman from South Carolina yields back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to simply say that this is the least we can do for these American heroes. What they sacrificed, the abuse they took, this is such a worthy cause, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the remainder of his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate Representative Swazi's dedication to this important issue. This bipartisan bill will honor the bravery of the 53 hostages of the Iran hostage crisis, U.S. Embassy employees who were held hostage for 444 days. I again thank Representative Swazi for championing this issue and urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 2607? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S5229.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5229, an act to direct the Joint Committee of Congress on the Library to remove the bust of Roger Brooke Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber of the Capitol and to obtain a bust of Thurgood Marshall for installation in the Capitol or on the Capitol grounds and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, will each control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
This bill, which passed the Senate by unanimous consent last week, directs the Joint Committee on the Library to remove the bust of Chief Justice Roger Taney, which now sits in the old Supreme Court chamber, and to add a bust of Justice Thurgood Marshall here in the Capitol complex. S5229 is the Senate's version of H.R. 3005, a bill which, for the second Congress in a row, passed the House in an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote. You know, the United States Capitol is a beacon of democracy, freedom, and equality. It's visited by millions of people each year. What and who we choose to honor in this building should represent our values. Chief Justice Taney, who, in the infamous Dred Scott decision, declared that African Americans could never be citizens of the United States and had no constitutional rights, he does not meet this standard. As Senator Charles Sumner said during the 1865 debate on the bill originally authorizing the Taney bust, and I quote Senator Sumner, "I speak what cannot be denied when I declare that the opinion of the Chief Justice in the case of Dred Scott was more thoroughly abominable than anything of the kind in the history of courts. Judicial baseness reached its lowest point on that occasion." More than 150 years later, those words still ring true. And who better to add to the Capitol complex than Justice Thurgood Marshall? Justice Marshall was a pillar of the civil rights movement and a tireless fighter for justice and equality. From his early days as a litigator fighting to end Jim Crow and school segregation, to his appointment as the first African-American United States Supreme Court Justice, Justice Marshall is among the most important figures of American history. Although I'm disappointed that S5229 does not go as far as the House-passed bill did to rid the Capitol of statues and busts of white supremacists and those who served the Confederacy, we should not allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good. Let's take this opportunity to rid our Capitol of the bust of the man who does not deserve the honor and add one of a man who unquestionably does. Now, some may argue that this action is an attempt to erase and forget our history. Nothing could be further from the truth. We must never forget our nation's shameful periods of slavery, segregation, and racism. But this is about who we choose to honor, who we choose to literally put on a pedestal and display as emblematic of our values. So I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting S5229, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Americans from across the country
come to visit their capital. They're greeted by statues of some of the most influential men and women in our nation's history. American trailblazers like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Abraham Lincoln, who happens to hail from my home state of Illinois. I'm proud to serve as a representative of our 16th president's former home, tomb, and the old state capitol where President Lincoln delivered his House Divided speech in 1858. And in that speech, Lincoln spoke out against slavery, including the Dred Scott decision, and delivered one of his most profound statements. And I'll quote the president: "A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. I do not expect the Union to be dissolved. I do not expect the house to fall, but I do expect it will cease to be divided. It will become all one thing or all the other." End quote. While I'm proud to hail from the land of Lincoln and see him among others who have fought for freedom represented in our capital, I also recognize that there are some symbols that were donated nearly 100 years ago and are not representative of our nation today. A nation that learns from our past and continues to strive to be a more perfect union. For anyone watching today's floor debate, it probably sounds familiar. That's because we voted at least twice in the last 2 years on legislation that would remove the bust of Roger B. Taney from the old Supreme Court chamber, and it's a move that I support. But previous legislation has gone nowhere in the Senate because its scope was much larger and aimed to remove several statues beyond that of Mr. Taney. While I can appreciate that the bill before us today is more narrow in scope and that we are continuing the important discussion about which statues belong in the U.S. Capitol, I'm disappointed that this bill didn't go through regular order. It didn't go through regular legislative process and come before the Committee on House Administration. And that's the committee that has jurisdiction over this issue. Furthermore, this bill directs the Joint Committee on the Library to carry out the removal of the Taney bust. I'd like to point out, though, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out, though, that how antiquated the Joint Committee on the Library has become. It only meets once per Congress to organize, and any actual work of the committee is carried out by the Committee on House Administration and the Senate Rules Committees. Moving forward, I think we need to examine the effectiveness of the Joint Committee remaining in its current form. I support removing the bust of Taney and believe statues like his only divide us as a nation and do not represent the freedoms so many Americans have fought and died for. It's also important to take a moment to reflect on the fact that for the past 1,005 days, these halls, while getting more people more recently, have been largely closed to the public. And many Americans have not had the opportunity to come visit their member of Congress, nor appreciate all the history, the art, and the statues that are displayed in the Capitol. That being said, I look forward to the People's House fully reopening come January 3rd under a new majority. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, the gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I just note that I currently chair the Joint Committee on the Library, and I welcome the bill and yield a minute to our Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady, and I thank the ranking member, Mr. Davis, for his support of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the Capitol building is the wellspring of American democracy, freedom, and equality. We don't always live that out as perfectly as we would like, but it is that symbol. Every time I walk to the floor, Mr. Speaker, I pass sandstone blocks quarried and hewn centuries ago by enslaved black Americans. It is a tragic irony that the People's House was built by Americans who were originally excluded from those extraordinary first three words of our Constitution: we, the people. While we cannot remove the stones and bricks that were placed here in bondage, we can ensure that the movable pieces of art we display here celebrate freedom, not slavery, not sedition, not segregation. That's why I sponsored legislation, which the House passed earlier this Congress, that would have removed the statutes of those who supported slavery and segregation from the Capitol, as well as a bust of Chief Justice Roger Brooke Taney from the old Senate chamber. That bill was co-sponsored by Mr. Clyburn, the Democratic whip, by Joyce Beatty, the chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, and Karen Bass, who was then the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and is about to be the mayor of Los Angeles. That bill regarding whether all men are created equal, in his disgraceful Dred Scott ruling, Roger Brooke Taney argued this: the general words above quoted, that is, all men are created equal, would seem to embrace the whole human family. And they were used in a similar instrument at this day, and if they were used in a similar instrument at this day, which was 1858, would be so understood. I want you to think about that for a second. He said that when they acted in 1787, they said that all men were created equal. Today, of course, we would say all people are created equal. But Taney observed in 1858 that those words said some 70 years prior to that would lock them into the bigotry and division. And so he interpreted not in terms of what they would believe in 1858, but what they believed in 1787. And he went on to say, but the enslaved African American race were not intended to be included and formed no part of the people who framed and adopted this declaration. His narrow-minded originalist philosophy failed to acknowledge America's capacity for moral growth and for progress. Indeed, the genius of our Constitution is that it did have moral growth. It did have expanded vision. It did have greater wisdom. Taney's ruling denied black American citizenship, upheld slavery, and contributed, frankly, to the outbreak of the Civil War. That's why I and so many others advocated for his statue's removal from the Maryland State House. When I was sworn into the Maryland Senate in January of 1967, Roger Brooke Taney's statue stood on the east front of the Capitol of Maryland in Annapolis. It has since been removed. Governor Hogan, a Republican, led that effort to remove him. The Maryland legislature, led by Democrats, supported that effort. And the irony is, if you are on the East Capitol front, prior to his removal, you would have gone from Roger Brooke Taney. If you had walked through the Annapolis State House, some 500 feet, come out on the west side, walked down the steps, you would have walked into the Thurgood Marshall Park. What a historic vision of the growth of America, of the change of America, of the opening up and more equal America. I advocated for this statute being removed in Maryland, and for this bust to be removed from the entrance to the old Senate chamber. I'm glad that this is passing in a bipartisan fashion. I'm disappointed the Senate isn't ready to remove all of the statutes in the original bill, and I'm glad that we agree that Taney's bust needs to go immediately. I will continue, ladies and gentlemen, to working with my colleagues next Congress to remove the other statutes. I look forward to advancing that mission with Democratic Whip Jim Clyburn, Chairwoman Barbara Lee, whom I did fail to mention. She was the principal sponsor of this bill, and Chairwoman Joyce Beatty. All of them, along with former Representative Karen Bass, they happen to be all Democrats, but there were Republicans, many, many Republicans supporting this effort because they too stand for equality and justice. They played an important part in developing the prior vision of this bill and its reality. Our legislation, as has been observed, would also commission a new bust for Justice Thurgood Marshall, not to be put outside the old Senate chamber, because the historian rightfully observed he was not a member of the old Senate chamber. But it will be placed at some appropriate place in the Capitol as the first African American to sit on the Supreme Court of the United States. As a towering civil rights leader, a defender of our founding principles, and the first black Supreme Court justice, Marshall is a Marylander worthy of a place of honor in these historic halls. In removing Tawny's bust, I'm not asking that we would hold Tawny to today's moral standards. On the contrary, let us hold him to the standard of his contemporary Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Abraham Lincoln, whom the gentleman mentioned, and all of those of their time who understood that the enslavement of others has always been an immoral act. Figures like Tawny belong in history textbooks and classroom discussions, not in marble bronze on public display of honor. Yes, we ought to know who was Roger Brooke Tawny, a man who was greatly admired in his time in the state of Maryland. But he was wrong. Over 3 million people visit our capital each year. The people we choose to honor in our halls signal to those visitors which principles we cherish as a nation. For black Americans who've grown up in segregation, face racial violence, and still confront institutional racism, today, seeing figures like Tawny honored here is a searing reminder that the past is present. It need not be, however, our future. Just last year, the January 6th insurrection carried Confederate flags through the Capitol's corridors, desecrated the poster outside my office honoring my friend John Lewis, and screamed racial slurs at police officers as they protected the lives and defended our capital. That was a modern manifestation of the hatred of our past. As our friend Elijah Cummings used to say, we're better than this, and it need not be our future. Tawny represents Tawny represents that which holds our country back: exclusion, injustice, complacency, and prejudice. Thurgood Marshall conveys that which drives America forward: inclusion, equality, perseverance, and justice. Every member of this body, all 435, talk in those terms. Such a change would show visitors that America does not shy away from our past. We rise above it to seize a better future. It would show them that only in America could a man use the same court that wrongly upheld the enslavement of his own ancestors to expand the Constitution's promise of the blessings of liberty. And it would show them that we, the people, means all the people. Vote yes to celebrate freedom and democracy and justice in this capital. Vote yes to declare that the hatred of our past need not and must not define our future. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before my good friend from Maryland leaves the floor, I want to ensure that something is entered into the congressional record, that I, Rodney Davis from Illinois, was minus 3 years old when my good friend Mr. Hoyer was sworn into the Maryland State Senate. And you know what? To have a friend like Steny Hoyer, to be able to go out like I am here in a few weeks, knowing that you have a bipartisan piece of legislation like this that is going to make Tawny a Ghani when it comes to the statues here in the U.S. Capitol, and to know that we're talking and being able to have that bipartisan conversation is what I came here to do. And Steny, I know I'm not supposed to address you here, but I'm glad to yield to you if you'd like to say something.
I thank my friend. I want to say we're going to miss my friend who has been a person willing to work across the aisle on principles that this bill reflects. And I thank him for that. We'll miss him. I'll remain here. I will not be the majority leader, but I'll remain working on behalf of the principles that are the best in our country. They're not Republican principles or Democratic principles. They're American principles. And that, I think, is what we all should and most of the time do. And I thank the gentleman for his comments.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Maryland for his friendship. I thank him for sparring with me over many issues over the years. We've had a great time with that. And there's one thing I know about Leader Hoyer. There's one thing I know about a lot of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle here. They have great sense of humor. They enjoy the ability to get to know one another on a humorous, friendly level. And that, to me, allows us, in my opinion, to be able to get to know each other better, to govern together. Today's going to be a great example of that. Mr. Speaker, I have somebody waiting to come down here to speak on our side. So I'm probably going to stall a little bit. Do you have any speakers, ma'am? Then I will go ahead and reserve.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, my colleague on the Judiciary, 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, my colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Let me thank the chair of the House Administration Committee for her leadership. Let me also thank our resident historian, Congressman Hoyer of Maryland, for constantly reminding us of the better virtues of our history. And to my dear friend as well, a congressman who was eloquent on the floor of his age, but also his recognition of the importance of this legislation, to thank him for the bipartisan support. Let me acknowledge my friends that have supported this legislation, including Joyce Beatty, Karen Bass, now Mayor of Los Angeles, and Barbara Lee and others, Jim Clyburn, and my co-sponsorship of this as well, because we knew what was important and what had to be done. I rise today to support S5229. That is a downsizing of the House bill to direct the Joint Committee of Congress on the Library to remove the bust of Roger Brooke Taney in the old Supreme Court chamber of the Capitol, and to obtain a bust of Thurgood Marshall for installation in the Capitol or on the Capitol grounds, and to be able to lift America up. It is important to lift America up to her better angels and the understanding of the richness of her history. Those of us who are African Americans came first in the bottom of a belly of a slave boat. We've never had that acknowledged, but it was acknowledged in the Dred Scott decision when it was affirmed with this effort of Roger Brooke Taney to say that we were less than a person, that it was all right to make those who were slaves not a human being, that our children were raised under that and our grandchildren were raised under that. And I remind people that slaves were so long in slavery that they were born slaves, lived as slaves, and died as slaves, which brings me to the importance of H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals. We must get our hands around this issue of slavery and not be afraid of it. And the very fact that this bust will be removed, it will, again, in the words that was said by my colleague, it will get rid of the horribleness of what happened, the outrage of what happened. And I believe the placing of Justice Thurgood Marshall's bust will be a grand step forward, a mighty step forward. And it is absurd, it is horrible, and it is without understanding. So I ask my colleagues to support it, and as well, if I might, I want to raise S2607, the Tom Suozzi bill around hostages' Congressional Gold Medal, and say that it is long overdue. I met with the hostages' family members who had lived through this tyranny and had lived through it for how many days? 53 hostages, which occurred on November 4th, 1979, as a recall, held over a year, and as many attempts to free them, they remain
The gentlewoman's time's expired.
An additional minute.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady. They remained heroes and patriots, and I believe this is the minimum that we can do to give to those hurting families still, those children that I met, those grandchildren that I met that wondered what happened to their families. And here we as a nation will recognize that time of their lives when they never gave in to tyranny and never gave up their belief in the values of this nation. Again, we remind ourselves that democracy is precious and it is not free. We must fight for it at every turn. And those who were held hostages as American citizens, they fought at every turn. I ask my colleagues to support S2607 and as well S5229. They both represent the best of what America is, and they both represent telling our story, our history, and honoring it. This is a great democracy, and we must show it every day. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, still waiting a bit. Just sent a text to my colleague from North Carolina who's supposed to come down. Apologize if this extends the votes this evening, but I don't think we'll know the difference between 10:30 and 10:35. We'll be all right. But this is a day too that I want to remind my colleagues, and I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for working with the Senate to narrow the scope of this bill to the egregious statute that we talked about today, and that's of Roger Taney. Roger Taney helped create in our nation's history one of the most disgusting Supreme Court decisions that we've ever seen. But in the end, it was the leadership of people like Abraham Lincoln who represented my great state of Illinois and some of the counties that I currently represent right here in this institution. It was his leadership that he learned here in the House that he was able to then take on his path to become president at the most consequential time in our nation's history. But the history of Abraham Lincoln and the leadership it took from him and the dedication it took to end the vile practice of slavery in this country, its leadership and that historical lesson that we need to continue to teach for generations to come. And my colleague from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer, talked about teaching about the bad decisions of people like Roger Taney and courts all across his country and institutions all across this country decades and centuries ago. They belong in our textbooks and they belong in our history lessons. And this is my fear, Mr. Speaker. My fear is that we are forgetting that even the darkest parts of our nation's history, the darkest parts of the Civil War, the darkest parts of world history need to be taught, or many in future generations will forget how far we've come. They will forget how right now, because of the leadership and the dedication of so many people like Thurgood Marshall, Abraham Lincoln, and so many others that have served here in our government and throughout this country, have put us to where we are today, where we have the most diverse Congress in our nation's history. We are the House that's representative of the people. Diversity is seen everywhere you turn here in this institution and on this floor. And that's in part because people stepped up like Abraham Lincoln after the dreadful Dred Scott decision and said enough's enough. It corrected bad parts of our history. But now in today's day and age, you see people who didn't get the textbooks that taught all of history, didn't get the history lessons that they needed, defacing and destroying statues of Abraham Lincoln. Wow. We have to be very careful that we don't let political correctness and we don't let uneducated decisions be put forth that will then inspire individuals to think that somehow every great leader in our nation who is remembered with a statue in communities, even outside this capital throughout our great nation, are somehow part of a problem. We need to do a better job. And that's the reason why we need to open this Capitol back up. Part of the best education to understand our nation's history is allowing Americans to get back into our hallways, to be able to see the statues that we debate about here on the floor. We can't educate the future leaders of America on the history of our government if they can't see, feel, and touch the history that exists right here in our Capitol. Today, this bill that we're going to pass is a good thing. Tomorrow, long after I'm gone, my fear is that we will continue to have legislation put forward that will unfortunately go a lot further than removing the bust of Roger Taney. Let us as Americans be very careful and I see that my colleague has another speaker, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding the time. And still I rise today, a proud graduate of Thurgood Marshall School of Law, a son of the segregated South, and a person who believes that this is a great day in the history of this country. To have this legislation passed means a lot to my generation, to those of us who have had to sit in the back of the bus, the balcony of the movie, and go to the back doors of restaurants. It means a lot. And it means a lot for me to simply say this. I associate myself completely, totally, and absolutely with the words of the Honorable Steny Hoyer. I heard his speech. I was moved by what he said, and I came to the floor to let the world know that we have made a large, gigantic, huge step in terms of bending the arc of the moral universe toward liberty and justice for all. I'm grateful, and I thank the gentlelady again as I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
It's inspiring to hear my colleagues from both sides of the aisle throughout any debate talk about their passions, talk about what matters most to their constituents. And Mr. Green has always been passionate about what matters most to his constituents, as I hope I have been over the last 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, I got to apologize. So this might be one of the last times that I stand up and offer remarks on the House floor. And a lot of my colleagues here must have been praying together, because finally, I have lost my voice. I sound like Peter Brady from the Brady Bunch. And my apologies, but I'm so thankful for the friendships that I've been able to make over the 10 years that I've served in this institution. But I want to make sure that I address some issues that we're talking about today in regards to statue removals. In regards to how do we ensure that history, even all the darkest parts, are taught to all Americans, because that's the way we learn. I learned because I lived it, Abraham Lincoln's history. You know, I take for granted what we have available in my district that epitomizes the strength of Abraham Lincoln. You ever want to see our nation's history in action? I invite you, come to my district, and I will take you to the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Museum and Library, where many of my colleagues that have come and taken me up on that offer have been able to walk into a room and see an original copy, an original. They didn't have Xerox machines or copy machines back then. They had to handwrite the original copies of the Emancipation Proclamation. That's what Abraham Lincoln means to our nation's history and society's history, and the ills that even existed after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. We've got to do better in this country, and we can do better. And we are doing better. But in the end, we live in the greatest country in the history of the world that sends the most diverse people to our nation's capital to stand here and debate freely how to govern our great nation. And we will fight, we will argue, but in the end, we will shake hands, disagree, walk away, and understand that we are better because we are not separated. We are not just Republicans and Democrats. We're Americans. When tragedy hits the country, we come together in this house and we stand together as Americans. I hope that continues even in the more polarizing environment that we've seen in this house in my lifetime. But I want to make a prediction that I hope doesn't come true. And I hope that we can change that by setting an example in this house. I hope we don't try to continue to separate ourselves. I predict there will come a day where people will be allowed into a restaurant based upon their political affiliation or not. That's sad. I hope I'm wrong. But I see so many opportunities in our nation right now that are taken by those who don't want us to believe in each other. They're taken away by social media posts that will continue to try and divide us. I came here 10 years ago, and I got the ability to have a dinner when I was in freshman orientation in Statuary Hall. And I looked down and I saw the plaque that sits in Statuary Hall that says, Abraham Lincoln, his desk sits here, when he served one term in the House of Representatives. And it hit me that day, sent chills to me that, I got some pretty big shoes to fill representing some of the same geography that Abraham Lincoln did when he was here centuries ago. I knew we had a lot of work to do. And I will tell you, this institution has done big things over my decade serving here. There are things like this, though, that I hope send a message to our nation that we will stand up against those parts of our nation's history, like Roger Taney, the most dreadful parts of our nation's history. But I urge everyone to, and especially my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, please ensure that history continues to be taught in our nation's schools, that we learn about people like Roger Taney so that people in America don't repeat the same disastrous decisions that we saw happen with the Dred Scott decision. Is he here? Well, looks like I'm ready to close.
If the
I'll
gentleman
reserve.
is ready to close, I am as well.
All right.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I think I said enough. I support this legislation. Thank you to my colleague, my chairperson Lofgren, the House Administration Committee. I will tell you, Madam Chair, while we didn't always agree on issues coming in front of our committee, we didn't always agree on how to run this institution. I always enjoyed being able to serve with you. May not be the same, may not be reciprocated, but that's okay. But in the end, you got a great team that I really enjoyed working with. And I sincerely hope that this institution becomes less polarized. I certainly hope this institution becomes an institution where we can all govern together and make this country even greater than it is today. Vote for this bill. Let's get rid of Roger Taney. Let's make him Magani once again. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields. The gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I would simply ask that all members support this bill. There have been a lot of really bad Supreme Court cases over the years, but I don't think it can be said better than then Senator Charles Sumner said all the way back in 1865, that Dred Scott was more thoroughly abominable than anything of its kind in history. Chief Justice Taney, the author of that dreadful decision, really a scar on America, should not be in a place of honor in our capital, and so support this bill, remove that stain, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5229? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 3648, offered by the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 3648, offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina.
Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 3648 is postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S7. The VAWA Technical Amendment Act of 2022.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
An act to make a technical amendment to the Violence Against Women Act of 1994 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S7.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S7, which would amend the Violence Against Women Act to ensure that Native Hawaiian women can access the benefits and support included in the Critical Violence Against Women Act. According to the National Institute of Justice, more than 1.5 million American Indian and Alaska Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime, while women in these communities experience significantly higher levels of sexual violence and stalking. Since its introduction in 1994, the Violence Against Women Act has provided billions of dollars of grant funding to address the needs of those who have survived domestic violence, sexual assault, sex trafficking, dating violence, and other crimes against women. One of VAWA's major grant programs, the Services Training Officers and Prosecutors Grants, commonly known as STOP grants, provides funding for eligible Native organizations to help combat sexual violence and support victims and survivors. However, due to an error in drafting language, which was first made known to Congress and the Department of Justice in 2016, Native Hawaiian organizations have been unable to access this funding to serve Native Hawaiian victims and survivors. Specifically, Native Hawaiian organizations are able to apply for STOP grant funding, but they cannot use those funds to actually serve the Native Hawaiian community. As a result of this drafting oversight, Native Hawaiian women are denied access to these critical resources, which are meant to encourage the development and improvement of effective victim advocacy and services in cases involving violent crimes against women and to strengthen services to victims. S7 would amend the Act to include specific references to Native Hawaiians and Native Hawaiian communities and organizations. This simple fix would make certain that all victims and survivors of domestic and sexual violence, including Native Hawaiian women, are able to access the services and support they need to rebuild their lives. I thank Senator Mazie Hirono for introducing this modest but important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I yield myself as such time as I may consume. Senate Bill 7, the VAWA Technical Amendment Act of 2022, makes a very small technical amendment to the Violence Against Women Act reauthorization that was signed into law in March of this year. The Violence Against Women Act provides resources to law enforcement and others to address the needs of those who have survived domestic violence, sexual assault, sex trafficking, and other crimes against women. S7 ensures that Native Hawaiian survivors will also have access to programs and resources provided under the Act. Currently, the Attorney General is directed to make violence against women grants to assist Indian tribes. This bill makes Native Hawaiian communities eligible for the same grants. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for the close.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Indiana yields back.
Mr. Speaker, for nearly 3 decades, the Violence Against Women Act has provided critical funding to organizations that support victims and survivors of gender-based violence. However, Native Hawaiian women who experience disproportionately high levels of sexual violence have been excluded from accessing these much-needed resources. S7 would allow Native Hawaiian victims and survivors to receive the support they need and would allow Native Hawaiian organizations to increase their efforts to combat sexual violence. I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 7? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S2991, the Countering Human Trafficking Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2991, an act to establish a Department of Homeland Security Center for Countering Human Trafficking and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on S2991.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S2991, which would codify the Center for Countering Human Trafficking within the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency of the Department of Homeland Security, require the Center to develop a strategy to improve the effectiveness of its programs, and transfer the Department's National Trafficking Awareness to the Center. Trafficking is a multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that exists in cities, suburbs, and rural towns and denies freedom to nearly 25 million people around the world. Although some populations are more vulnerable than others, trafficking is a constant threat to the health and safety of victims of all ages, genders, nationalities, and backgrounds, while posing a grave danger to public health and safety, as well as national and global security. In 2020, the National Human Trafficking Hotline identified more than 16,000 victims of human trafficking, who likely represent only a fraction of the total number of victims. In that same year, the Department of Homeland Security launched the Center for Countering Human Trafficking, or the CCHT, a centralized location for subject matter experts to coordinate and expand efforts to combat human trafficking. The CCHT integrates the efforts of 16 DHS offices and agencies that combat human sex trafficking and forced labor, which encompasses criminal investigations, victim assistance, identifying and reporting human trafficking, and external outreach, intelligence, and training. Since its establishment, the CCHT has made great strides, providing critical support and analysis to criminal investigators in the field, delivering comprehensive training to domestic and international audiences, and focusing on promoting an integrated victim-centered approach to the investigation of human trafficking. However, because the Center is not formally codified, it lacks permanence and long-term funding necessary to further strengthen its efforts. S2991 would make the CCHT permanent within ICE, ensuring that the progress made in recent years can be maintained and improved upon, while also increasing coordination among other components within DHS to fight human trafficking and prevent the importation of products made using forced labor. Excuse me. This legislation would allow the CCHT to fortify its permanent staffing with at least 45 employees that are special agents, criminal analysts, victim support specialists, and other subject matter experts dedicated to disrupting and dismantling human trafficking organizations and providing support and protection to their victims. And to promote modernization of the CCHT's information systems and operations, which support global investigations of human trafficking and forced labor in supply chains, S2991 would require the development of a strategy and proposal to modify systems and processes related to its mission. Lastly, this bill would transfer to the CCHT the Blue Campaign, the national public awareness campaign designed to educate the public, law enforcement, and industry partners to recognize and respond to human trafficking, and authorize DHS to transfer any additional functions to the CCHT that combat human trafficking and the production of goods using forced labor. Because we know that traffickers are constantly looking for new ways to exploit new victims, we must do more to fight this grave crime. That includes being responsive to change and making necessary improvements to the agencies, offices, and components put in place to investigate, disrupt, and dismantle trafficking organizations and to give aid and support to victims. This bipartisan legislation would allow the Center for Countering Human Trafficking to continue guiding counter-human trafficking operations, protecting victims, and enhancing prevention efforts to combat human trafficking around the world. I thank Senator Gary Peters for introducing this important legislation, as well as Representative John Katko and the bipartisan coalition of colleagues who have worked on the House companion. I urge all of my colleagues to support it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, in October 2020, the Trump administration created the Center for Countering Human Trafficking, or CCHT, to consolidate all human trafficking-related DHS components into one law enforcement operations center. This bill would codify this operations center within DHS. Additionally, it would transfer the resources of the Blue Campaign to the CCHT. The Blue Campaign is a national public awareness campaign to educate the public, law enforcement, and others about the indicators of human trafficking and how to respond to potential cases. Unfortunately, the Judiciary Committee has held no hearings on the CCHT or any of the various programs it operates. We should be evaluating the requirements and consequences of any piece of legislation in the Committee of Jurisdiction before it's brought to the floor. This is common sense. Members should have an opportunity to ask important questions and offer amendments to a bill before it is brought to the floor for a vote. Unfortunately, that didn't happen here. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to place communications between the Judiciary Committee and the Homeland Security Committee in the record.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the chairman of the
gentlewoman from
Judiciary
Texas
Committee,
is recognized.
Gentleman from New York, and the manager who is joining us on these bipartisan bills, which had many of them had their origins in the House. Delighted that the Senate was able to join us, and these bills come under the Senate name for the fact that we are working with the Senate on many of these similar bills in order to have them become law, because they're important. So I rise now to support S-2991, the Countering Human Trafficking Act. The gentleman from Michigan, the senator from Michigan, who offered this legislation, and it deals with making a Center for Countering Human Trafficking permanent and require other changes to strengthen the center's contribution for the fight against human trafficking. Let me be very clear on the floor. Human trafficking is an epidemic. It's a pandemic. It's a scourge on the fabric of America. Human trafficking is one of the greatest threats to human rights in the United States. In 2020, 11,193 instances of potential human trafficking were reported to the United States National Human Trafficking Hotline, with at least 70% of these instances involving sex trafficking. The one thing about sex trafficking, it is more profitable than drugs, because you utilize, unfortunately, the tragic human being who has been made part of the bounty of your profit and recycle them over and over again, and they're young girls and boys in many instances. I will continue to advance and support legislation like the bill before us today, as well as programming aimed at preventing human trafficking, protecting victims and survivors, as an estimated 25% of human trafficking victims are reportedly in my home state of Texas at any given time, many of whom are minors. In our state of Texas, we have developed a strong advocacy groups that fight against human trafficking, and even have done something innovative, which means that we have called our sports arenas no trafficking zones. So I rise to support this legislation with over 5,359 trafficking victims and survivors identified through a hotline in 2019. Of course, I introduced H.R. 7566, the Stop Human Trafficking in School Zones Act, now known as No Trafficking Zones, And I pronounce today on the floor, this bill must pass. We must have the Senate agree to this bill so this can be a complement to the bill that we now have on the floor. We've done hard work. We work with the Senate. We want to make sure we get this bill passed. I rise also to support the bill previously discussed, the VAWA Technical Amendment Act of 2022. I thank Senator Hirona for this courageous, important legislation to protect Native Hawaiian victims and survivors of domestic violence, dating violence, sex violence, and others to have access to the vital services of VAWA, which I think are extremely important. I also rise to support S 5230, Billy's Law, or the Help Find the Missing Act. This is important. I've worked with the missing and exploited children. This bipartisan legislation would fix the gaps in our nation's databases of missing persons and unidentified remains, providing much-needed closure to the thousands of families who've endured the trauma of losing someone they love. Each year, more than 600,000 Americans are reported missing, while many are ultimately found. At least 22,000 are currently missing. I know that for a fact, Mr. Speaker, because I've dealt over the last month with a family whose loved one was missing. Painful, until tragically this person was found, and they were not found alive. But the pain of the missing person and not getting any response, this should be very helpful in helping to at least give comfort to families who are desperately in need of finding their loved one. So as we go forward on these legislation, I hope to continue the work that we need to do with the Senate to move forward. My final support is for S 2899, Prison Camera Reform Act of 2021. It's a bipartisan legislation that will require the Bureau of Prisons to reevaluate the security camera, land mobile radio, public address systems in the use at BOP institutions and submit to Congress a report. This is very important for civil liberties, civil rights, prison employees.
The gentlelady, an additional 1 minute.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so very much to the chairman. The well-being of these prisoners is critical, protecting safety, well-being, civil rights, incarcerated people and prison employees, including correctional officers, medical personnel, and other staff. Let me just simply say as I close on the Bureau of Prisons, there's much work to be done. They have to do work on how they're treating women, and recent hearing that shows that women have been abused, sexually abused in the prison, besides addressing other terrible issues, and it has included both prisoners and employees. In addition, the Prison Bureau has been known to not utilize the compassionate release. In fact, their percentages are disgraceful. And most of the prisoners have had to go outside with a lawyer. This is a law. They should use it. So I hope that as we look at improving the cameras that will provide due process to these prisoners who are incarcerated, who are paying their time, they will also have a bureau that is responsible and sensitive to their responsibilities of incarceration, but also fairness and due process. I thank my colleagues for yielding, and I ask for the support of all the legislation that I've just commented on, and particularly the underlying legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, does the other side have any additional speakers? I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Indiana yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S 2991 would not only provide permanency, increased coordination, and modernization to the Center for Countering Human Trafficking and the Department of Homeland Security, this bill would also promote growth within the center and bolster its victim-centered counter-human trafficking efforts. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2991? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S 2899, the Prison Camera Reform Act of 2021.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2899, an act to require the Director of the Bureau of Prisons to address deficiencies and make necessary upgrades to the security camera and radio systems of the Bureau of Prisons to ensure the health and safety of employees and inmates.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 2899.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S. 2899, the Prison Camera Reform Act of 2021, is bipartisan legislation that would require the Bureau of Prisons to evaluate the security camera, land mobile radio, and public address systems in use at BOP institutions, submit to Congress a report on any deficiencies, and implement a plan for needed improvements. In 2016, the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General issued a report on the deficiencies within BOP camera systems. The report found that camera deficiencies affected the ability to secure prosecutions of staff and incarcerated individuals in cases involving introduction of contraband in BOP facilities and adversely affected the availability of critical evidence to support administrative or disciplinary action against staff and incarcerated individuals. Following that report, BOP took some action to improve the camera systems. However, their efforts have proved insufficient. A follow-up OIG memo in 2021 found that of the over 24,000 cameras across all BOP institutions, 86%, more than 20,000, are still analog or utilize old technology. Analog cameras produce poor quality video, have limited coverage, and contribute to dangerous or unsafe areas within BOP institutions. A fully digital camera system would produce improved video quality and coverage, enhanced search capabilities, and expanded video storage periods of between 60 and 120 days. These capabilities would improve the BOP's threat assessments, monitoring, and contraband interdictions. Improving BOP camera systems will create safer institutions for both correctional staff and incarcerated individuals. Tragic cases of officer assaults against individuals while incarcerated often rely on camera footage as evidence, but outdated technology makes holding these officers accountable even more difficult. This bill would require BOP to investigate and address deficiencies in the camera and radio systems across all institutions. BOP would also be required to implement all needed improvements within 3 years and to submit annual progress reports. The significant oversight mechanisms within this legislation will enable Congress to hold BOP accountable and ensure that all deficiencies are addressed within the specified time period. Security camera systems within prisons are critical for protecting the safety, well-being, and civil rights of both incarcerated people and prison employees. This bipartisan measure would require BOP to investigate and address these critical safety concerns and to ensure that the improvements will in fact be made by including significant congressional oversight. I want to thank Representatives Keller, McBath, and Trone, as well as Senator Ossoff, for introducing this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. S. 2899 requires the Director of the Bureau of Prisons to evaluate the security camera, radio, and public address system in all BOP facilities and to submit a report to Congress with a plan to address the deficiencies. When the report is submitted, BOP has 3 years to implement the system upgrades as detailed in the report. The bill also requires BOP to submit annual progress reports to Congress on the implementations of the submitted plan. In 2016, the Office of the Inspector General and the Department of Justice published a report identifying major problems with BOP's security cameras. These problems included security cameras with blind spots, cameras that were inoperable, cameras with poor video quality, and other serious deficiency. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Indiana reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from New York reserves.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to support and speak in support of S. 2899, the Prison Camera Reform Act of 2021. Our team, along with Congresswoman McBath, introduced the House companion to this bill, which requires the Bureau of Prisons to evaluate their security cameras and address deficiencies so that the BOP, Bureau of Prisons, can keep correctional officers and inmates safe, oversee misconduct, and limit contraband. As the chair of the Congressional Bureau of Prisons Reform Caucus, our team has facilitated several meetings with officials from the Bureau of Prisons
and the Council of Prison Locals. During these meetings, we heard from corrections officers about major deficiencies and needed upgrades within the BOP's security camera system. These deficiencies have made it harder for corrections officers to protect themselves and maintain secure facilities. The Prison Camera Reform Act works to address these concerns, requiring the BOP to evaluate current conditions of equipment and formulate a plan on how they will address any deficiencies identified. The outstanding men and women who work in our nation's correctional facilities deal with dangerous situations every day. They deserve the tools and support necessary to keep themselves and the inmates whom they are there safe from harm. Shane Fozzie and Steve Markle, with the Council of Prisons Locals, have been tireless advocates for America's corrections officers and staff. And their sage of counsel is vital in developing the Prison Camera Reform Act, which has been a top legislative priority for our BOP Reform Caucus. While the BOP faces many challenges, passing the Prison Camera Reform Act would be a major step forward for the agency, corrections officers, and security of America's federal prisons. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana yields back.
Mr. Speaker, the lack of adequate camera systems puts the safety of both incarcerated individuals and correctional officers and staff at risk. The Prison Camera Reform Act of 2021 is bipartisan legislation that takes an important step toward making much-needed improvements. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2899? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass S. 5230, Billy's Law, or the Help Find the Missing Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 5230, an act to increase accessibility to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System to facilitate data sharing between such system and the National Crime Information Center database of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S. 5230.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every year in this country, over 600,000 Americans go missing. While many of the missing are fortunate to be found alive and well, tens of thousands of individuals remain missing for more than 1 year, what many agencies consider to be cold cases. It is also estimated that 4,400 unidentified bodies are recovered each year, with approximately 1,000 of those remaining unidentified, also becoming cold cases. The families of those who go missing are forced to endure crushing uncertainty, not knowing what happened to their loved ones or if they'll ever return. But they also face systemic challenges in helping law enforcement locate the missing or match them to unidentified remains so that they can at least have some semblance of closure. The Help Find the Missing Act, or Billy's Law, is bipartisan legislation that will help address this crisis by closing loopholes in our nation's missing persons databases, by streamlining the reporting process, and ensuring that law enforcement databases are more comprehensive and accessible. The bill is named after Billy Smolinski of Waterbury, Connecticut, who went missing in 2004 at the age of 31, and whose family ran into countless obstacles as they attempted to help law enforcement in the search, including that federal law does not mandate the reporting of missing adults or unidentified bodies. This problem is compounded by the fact that local law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, and coroners often lack the resources and training to report these cases to the appropriate national authorities. When cases of missing persons or unidentified remains are reported, the number of separate and uncoordinated federal, state, and local databases makes it extremely difficult to find the missing or match them with recovered remains. Billy's Law will address these challenges by authorizing and ensuring funding for the Department of Justice to continue to maintain the National Missing Persons and Unidentified Persons System, or NAMUS, which is the National Clearinghouse and Resource Center for Missing, Unidentified, and Unclaimed Persons. It provides an online database that is accessible to law enforcement and the public, and to which the public can contribute. NAMUS also provides free forensic services to aid in the identification of missing persons and unidentified remains, investigative support to law enforcement agencies, technical assistance to families of missing persons, and subject matter experts train state and local service providers to support individuals and families impacted by the disappearance of a loved one. Critically, Billy's Law would require data sharing between NAMUS and the FBI's National Crime Information Center, or NCIC, in order to create more comprehensive databases of missing persons and unidentified remains, and streamline the reporting process for state, local, and tribal law enforcement. It would also amend current law to require that missing children be reported to NAMUS as well as to NCIC, and it would require the reporting of information on every unidentified deceased person, regardless of age. In addition, the bill would require the Attorney General to issue guidelines and best practices to law enforcement, medical examiners, and coroners on handling cases involving missing persons or unidentified remains. We must do everything possible to ensure that we have a comprehensive and coordinated missing persons reporting and investigation system that works, so that we can provide resolution to the families of those loved ones who disappear. I thank Senator Chris Murphy for his years-long effort to pass Billy's Law, and I thank Representative Johanna Hayes for introducing the House Companion Bill. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, S. 5230, the Help Find the Missing Act, authorizes the National Missing Persons and Identified Persons System. The National Missing Persons and Identified Persons System was created by the Department of Justice 15 years ago to provide a missing persons identified remains database that the public can contribute to and access. S. 5320 would connect the National Missing Persons and Identified Persons System with the FBI's National Crime Information Center, which would create more comprehensive missing persons and identified remains databases. This would allow for a more streamlined reporting process for law enforcement. This bill would also require missing children be reported to the National Missing Persons and Identified Persons System. Currently, missing children are only required to be reported to the National Crime Information Center. Finally, the bill would require the Department of Justice to issue guidelines and best practices on handling missing persons and identified remains cases for law enforcement, medical examiners, and coroners to find the missing. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Connecticut, a sponsor of the bill, Ms. Hayes.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Senate Bill 5230, the Help Find the Missing Act, also known as Billy's Law. I thank Senator Murphy for his leadership on this bill, and I'm honored to introduce it in the House. This bill is named for Billy Smolinski. Billy went missing from my hometown of Waterbury, Connecticut on August 24, 2004, nearly 20 years ago. Unlike with missing children, federal law does not require law enforcement to report missing adults or unidentified bodies. Without it, families are left to unravel the mystery of what happened to their loved ones without any support. The Smolinski family was left to navigate a complicated and disjointed system. In the absence of a vigorous and sustained effort to solve the crime, the family created a personal tip line, placed billboards on highways that I drove by every day for many, many years. They worked closely with a private investigator. When Bill and Janice Smolinski received tips, they would organize search parties who worked with rescue teams and brought in highly trained cadaver dogs to sniff out the woods in search of their son. Each year, nearly 500,000 people go missing, and sadly, many of them will never see their loved ones again. Yet over 40,000 sets of unidentified human remains are either held at coroner's offices or disposed of after going unclaimed. Due to gaps in missing persons databases, missing persons and unidentified remains are rarely matched. Billy's Law will fix this critical gap by directing the Department of Justice to continually operate NAMIS, the National Missing Persons and Unidentified Persons Systems, and connect it to the FBI's National Crime Information Center. It will also provide guidelines for local law enforcement agencies, medical examiners, and coroners on how to best handle missing persons cases. This bill has the support of the National Fraternal Order of Police and the Consortium of Forensic Science Organizations, as well as both the Smolinski family and the family of Gabby Petito. This bill will also help to bring home the missing, many whose names never make headlines or who are never talked about in the media, and offer closure to the families of those who will never make it home. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan, common-sense legislation to deliver justice to countless families. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, does the other side have any additional speakers? I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the families and loved ones of those who have gone missing spend every day desperately searching for answers and for help. Billy's Law provides critical tools to help them find answers, coordinating our nation's multiple missing persons databases, increasing reporting requirements, and providing training and resources to the myriad agencies that investigate these cases while supporting the victims' families. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of this crucial bipartisan legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 5230? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Can I just keep going? All right. So for having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1518, I call up S4003, the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4003, an act to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide for training on alternatives to use of force, de-escalation, and mental and behavioral health in suicidal crisis.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1518, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S4003.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, S4003, the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act of 2022, is bipartisan legislation that would improve training for law enforcement officers, including training on using alternatives to force and de-escalation tactics. This bill was previously brought to the floor under suspension of the rules, but it failed to garner the necessary 2/3 majority support. I was disappointed to see some of my Republican colleagues to continue to lead efforts to withhold desperately needed training resources from law enforcement officers. I am hopeful that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle may have had more time to consider the significance and importance of passing this critical legislation to not only improve policing practices through increased training, but also to make our communities safer by ensuring individuals in crisis receive the help they need. Law enforcement officers are often the first responders to individuals in crisis. While we have worked to develop and implement non-local law enforcement crisis response services, there continues to be a need to train and equip law enforcement officers to de-escalate interactions and divert individuals to appropriate mental and behavioral health services. Additionally, there is a need to provide officers and crisis response teams the tools they need to understand and respond to individuals with disabilities. One study found that disabled individuals make up 1/3 to 1/2 of all people killed by law enforcement officers. Reforms to law enforcement, including de-escalation training, both improve public safety and reduce crime. A study of the Louisville, Kentucky Police Department found that de-escalation training reduced use of force incidents by 28% and community member injuries by 26%. Officer injuries were reduced by an even larger margin of 36%. S4003 would require the Department of Justice's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services to consult with a broad range of stakeholders in developing the training curriculum, including law enforcement and behavioral health groups, as well as civil rights and civil liberties groups and associations that represent individuals with disabilities. This bill also requires the National Institute of Justice and the Government Accountability Office to evaluate the implementation of the program and the effect of the training to ensure that the curricula have a tangible impact on law enforcement encounters with people in crisis and to identify possible changes that would further improve outcomes. This bipartisan bill has broad support from law enforcement, mental health, and community advocacy groups and would improve public safety by developing and implementing evidence-based de-escalation training for law enforcement officers. I want to thank Senator Cornyn for introducing this bill and former Congresswoman Karen Bass for leading the House version of this important legislation. I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank you. I rise in opposition to S4003, the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act of 2022, which would duplicate existing programs. S4003 creates a new federal grant program to provide training for law enforcement officers on de-escalation techniques, participation in crisis intervention teams, making referrals to community-based service providers safely responding to individuals in a behavioral or mental health crisis, and alternatives to use of force. It requires the Department of Justice to develop training curriculum in collaboration with mental health providers, law enforcement agencies, civil rights organizations, and other stakeholders. It also authorizes $133 million in new money over the next 4 years with no offsets. There are several problems with this legislation. First, the COPS office at the Justice Department currently funds programs that already do what this bill purports to support. For instance, the COPS office funds the Community Policing Development De-Escalation Training Program through 2 different mechanisms. Through one mechanism, the COPS office provides $3 million over the next 2 years for the expansion of a network of regional centers to provide nationally certified de-escalation training opportunities for law enforcement. The other mechanism, Law Enforcement Agency De-Escalation Grants, provides nearly $12 million in grant funding over the next 2 years to support whole agency de-escalation, implicit bias, and duty to intervene training efforts. These programs are appropriated and up and running as we speak tonight. We should not be creating new programs that are duplicative of current programs without at least examining the efficacy of the currently funded programs. Second, this legislation represents a departure from traditional law enforcement techniques, one that advances a soft-on-crime approach. In recent years, these kinds of approaches to fighting crime have been a boon to criminals and have led to our current crime epidemic. We need to seriously address this crime epidemic, not fund duplicative programs that would keep cops in cars. Finally, this bill is yet another step in federalizing our local police departments. The bill imposes onerous reporting requirements that will be created with input from liberal special interest groups, which can amount to a backdoor way to defund the police. Law enforcement organizations that fail to meet rigorous reporting requirements created by input from some organizations that advocated for defunding the police will lose training funding under these programs for 2 years. Local policing is a function of local government. The federal government should not be imposing its will over these departments and expanding its spending program with this bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Correa.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Act that will add additional funding for our local police officers. In my local police agencies, they are asking for this funding. They are asking for additional training. Today, the job of a police officer goes beyond protecting our family. Today, we're asking police officers protect our families and address mental health issues and address substance abuse issues and address the issue of homelessness. We've watched in horror on television as situations get out of control because police officers are not trained to deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis. It's time to make a difference. It's time to train our peace officers to do the job that we hire them to do, which is protect our families and to address the local issues, to address the new jobs that we have asked them to take on. This bill will assure that our peace officers are trained and prepared to handle the situations they encounter on the day-to-day basis. I urge my colleagues to please support additional funding that our local police officers and local police agencies are asking for. Thank you very much, and I yield.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I recognize our next speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the records letters in support of this legislation from the Louisiana Sheriff's Association, the Major Cities Chiefs Association, the National Fraternal Order of Police, the American Conservative Union, the American Academy of Social Work and Social Welfare, the American Association for Psychoanalysis and Clinical Social Work, the American Association of Psychiatric Pharmacists, the American Association on Health and Disability, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the American Group Psychotherapy Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, the Anxiety and Depression Association of America, the Association for Ambulatory Behavioral Health Care, the Children and Adults with Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, Depression and Bipolar Support Alliance, the Maternal Mental Health Leadership Alliance, the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute, the NAADAC, the Association for Addiction Professionals, the National Association on Mental Illness, the National Alliance to Advance Adolescent Health, the National Association for Children's Behavioral Health, the National Board for Certified Counselors, the National Council for Mental Well-Being, the National Eating Disorders Association, the National Federation of Families, the National Network of Depression Centers, Catholic Charities USA, Catholic Prison Ministry Coalition, the Committee on Domestic Justice and Human Development, the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, the Center for Public Justice, the Jesuit Conference Office of Justice and Ecology, the National Association of Evangelicals, the National Latino Evangelical Association, the National Hispanic Christian Leadership Coalition, and the Prison Fellowship. And now yield...
Without objection.
I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, the sponsor of this legislation, from Maryland, I'm sorry. Far be it from me to transfer you to Texas. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Trone.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear everybody supports this legislation. All of my police departments, all of my sheriffs, all support this legislation. I urge my colleagues to pass the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act a bill I'm proud to co-lead with my friend, Los Angeles new mayor, Karen Bass. By funding improved training for police calls involving individuals suffering from mental or behavioral health issues, we make our communities safer. Up to 10% of all police encounters involve a person experiencing serious mental health issues. This bill will equip our officers with skills that better secure the safety of our citizens and our first responders. That's what matters. De-escalation improves the trust between law enforcement and the community they're sworn to protect. That's what matters. Building safer communities and protecting lives, that's what matters. After passing unanimously in the Senate, this effort deserves similar support in the House. Thank you to Senators Cornyn and Whitehouse, Representative Bass,
The
Shabbat,
gentleman's time has expired.
Issa.
Gentleman, an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
Issa, for their leadership on this bill. It's time we do right by our officers and our community. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York.
I reserve. We're prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arizona.
We're prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. We have no more speakers, and I will tell you that as I prepare to close here, as I offer this in closing and continue in our opposition, we have programs that take care of this already. Those are already expending $15 million. This adds $130 million plus, and actually adds federalization of policing. It's going to be overseen by federal agencies and special interests. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, S4003 is bipartisan legislation that would improve training for law enforcement officers, including training using the alternatives to force and de-escalation tactics. This training will reduce use of force incidents and improve officer and community safety. It passed the Senate unanimously. The most conservative Republican senators all voted for it. I read a long list of organizations supporting it. The American Conservative Union is not a group noted for profligate federal spending. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to have some perspective on this bill. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1518, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
The Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide for training on alternatives to use of force, de-escalation, and mental and behavioral health in suicidal crisis.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Both sides. On both sides. I'm just showering you with paper there. Purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1518, I call up Bill S3905 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3905, an act to prevent organizational conflicts of interest in federal acquisition and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1518, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials on the measure before us.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. S3905, the Preventing Organizational Conflicts of Interest in Federal Acquisition Act, which was introduced by Senator Gary Peters, chairman of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, has strong bipartisan support and passed the Senate this summer with unanimous consent. In April, we introduced a companion bill, H.R. 7602, following one of the Oversight Committee's investigations, which highlighted the need to strengthen government contracting laws on conflicts of interest. The committee's investigation found that a consulting contractor advised the Food and Drug Administration at the same time they were advising private sector clients who were regulated by the FDA. Many times, it was the exact same consultants advising the FDA and private sector clients on the same issue. In this case, the consultant failed to follow the rules on disclosing these amazing conflicts and collecting millions of dollars from both the regulator and the private sector client. Although this is one extreme example, other organizational conflicts of interest, large and small, occur across government. The Government Accountability Office regularly fields bid protests involving organizational conflicts of interest. In 2014, a major defense contractor paid a settlement for allegedly failing to disclose conflicts while advising the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Organizational conflicts of interest can occur when a contractor's competing interests raise questions about their ability to provide impartial advice to the government. It's crucial that the government contractors are providing the impartial advice, particularly when the government is paying for their expertise and their objectivity on sensitive matters. The rules on organizational conflicts of interest have not changed significantly since the 1990s. This bill would make long overdue revisions to strengthen these rules. The current rules set basic standards to prevent organizational conflicts of interest, but leave the details up to individual agencies. The current patchwork system creates the risk of egregious breaches of the public trust. In 2009, Congress asked for the organizational conflict of interest rules to be reassessed. Draft rules were issued, but the reform effort was eventually abandoned and the rules were never finalized. This bill requires the revisions that were then started to be completed. This bill would also mandate that rules on government contractor conflicts are thoroughly revised and ensure that there is a uniform set of standards. These reforms will help government contractors as well by ensuring clarity and consistency across the executive branch. This is especially beneficial to contractors working for multiple agencies. It is outrageous that a contractor would be allowed to advise the government regulators at the same time they're advising the industry that is being regulated. If we do not take steps to prevent conflicts of interest and thereby safeguard the integrity of government decision-making and operations, then we risk potentially serious breaches in the public trust. I strongly support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to S. 3905, the Preventing Conflicts of Interest in Federal Contracting Act, for the simple reason that it is unnecessary legislation. The Federal Acquisition Regulation already contains provisions targeting conflicts of interest. The FAR includes specific examples of what is a conflict of interest. The FAR includes guidance for agencies to add contract clauses addressing conflicts that might arise. Therefore, it seems we are telling the Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council, the body responsible for federal acquisition policy, to do something it is already doing. As a result, this legislation will cause the FAR Council to do work it does not need to be doing, but they will surely feel compelled to produce something in the way of new regulations. That means it will become even more difficult for companies to do business with the federal government, and it is complicated enough as it is. There are concerns companies, especially small businesses, are deciding not to do business with the federal government because it's just too complicated. From a process perspective, Oversight Committee Democrats marked this bill up without any hearings with relevant agency officials to determine if this legislation was truly necessary. My Democrat committee colleagues may point to their report regarding one specific company of concern and argue that was proof enough we need to legislate in this already crowded space. But a simple case study is not a solid foundation for government-wide legislation impacting all federal contractors. If there are issues with agencies enforcing existing conflicts of interest, then Congress needs to conduct oversight over that federal government failure, not rush to pass more duplicative laws. In fact, that would be a responsibility oversight committee, which I could argue has not been doing the proper oversight over the past couple years. There may be other anecdotes about conflicts of interest, but let's be clear. No matter what we do, there will always be accusations of conflicts of interest. Republicans oppose conflicts of interest, but we also support responsible legislating. And we also support holding those who are not following the current law or regulation accountable rather than passing new laws. With this bill, the most likely outcome is unnecessary work and a more complicated federal procurement process. It will burden businesses and shrink the pool of eligible contractors, not reduce conflicts of interest. I urge opposition to this unnecessary duplicative legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak just briefly on the work we have done on oversight on the opioid crisis, in this case specifically on the role that McKinsey Corporation played in, unfortunately, the tragedy that has been the opioid epidemic that led us to introducing this bill for greater oversight. Contractors, and I also want to just start by saying this is something that for me, Chairwoman Maloney and some of my colleagues on both sides expressed a great deal of passion for when we had hearings on the opioid epidemic and the role of some of these agencies, including requiring the chairman of Johnson & Johnson to come and testify in front of the committee. So the committee spent a good deal of time, and I know that there was concern across the aisle given the devastation that this epidemic has caused. But this particular initiative is directed at some of the things that were the most egregious part of what happened to the American public who suffered under the abuses of the opioid epidemic. And in this case, McKinsey, who is a contractor for both the FDA and for Johnson & Johnson and other people who are making money off of this well-told tragedy of how they were inducing people to be addicted to the drug that was supposed to be relieving their pain. And the contractors play a critical role in supporting the federal workforce and giving advice to government functions. So these are contractors that this initiative, this bill, would try to make sure the rules were clearer, that would help them as well. Taxpayers need to know that work is done ethically and transparently. Unfortunately, loopholes allow contractors that this initiative, this bill, attempts to close or will close, to advise private sector clients and the federal government at the same time, I think anyone would agree that that's a conflict of interest. Most notorious example is what I just referred to. This conflict of interest playing out in McKinsey and Company's work on Purdue Pharma's roadmap, in this case, to quote unquote turbocharge opioid sales. They were giving them advice on how to turbocharge an addictive drug that was causing devastation across this country. And one of the things that led me into this discussion when I was in the legislature in California were two parents who separately brought the tragic case of how their kids had lost their lives because of this. The conflict of interest fueled the opioid crisis that has claimed hundreds of thousands of American lives. I'm grateful and proud of the work that I was able to do with our former chair, Elijah Cummings, who took a great passion in this, to open the committee's investigation in Purdue Pharma specifically. And I'm grateful to current Chair Maloney for continuing this work. A vote to pass this bipartisan bill today will send it to the President's desk and will bring much needed transparency to federal contracting and helped to address some of the things that led to the opioid crisis epidemic in this country. Mr. Speaker, I would reserve the balance of my time. And I have no other speakers.
From Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'd be prepared to close.
All right, gentleman's recognized from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite addressing a valid concern, this legislation is simply unnecessary. Federal contractors are already supposed to provide impartial and objective assistance to federal clients. The risks of conflicts of interest are addressed by the Federal Acquisition Regulation. I am confident the American taxpayer and our national interests are already protected in this area of federal procurement policy. And I know this gentleman mentioned opioids and the drug crisis, and that is a concern for all Americans. But so is all the fentanyl that is killing Americans coming across our southern border. So I would hope my colleagues would force the administration to close our southern border, make sure these illegal drugs aren't coming over and killing Americans. I urge that we oppose this bill, which would burden companies, both large and small, that want to do business with the federal government. And I would reserve my time.
Does the gentleman reserve or does the gentleman yield back?
Reserved.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I feel very strongly about this bill. It's one that came out of a research project that we had on contracting, where we found a major consulting firm was working for the FDA and the manufacturer at the same time. They didn't even have different people. It was the same people working for the FDA on regulation and for the contractor, the manufacturer, who wanted easy regulations on the product they were putting out, in this case, opioids, which has killed more Americans than any other drug probably in history. I want to thank my colleagues in the Senate for introducing it and the staff of the Government Oversight and Reform Committee for introducing it here in the House. It's absolutely outrageous. I think it should be a crime, actually, that a contractor would be allowed to advise government regulators and not tell them. And at the same time, they're advising that the industry that is benefiting from weaker regulation. And if we do not take steps to prevent conflicts of interest and thereby safeguard the integrity of government decision-making and operations, then we risk potentially serious breaches in the public trust. I think it's even more serious. You risk having unsafe drugs going onto the marketplace, which has happened before. Most government contractors take this responsibility to disclose conflicts of interest seriously, but many do not. It is even the business model of some consulting firms to go after both the businesses, both the regulator and the manufacturer at the same time, and they have repeatedly done it. These contractors would benefit from uniformity in rules. Right now, they're patchwork. We need uniform rules. We need clear rules. And the clear rules should be that a consulting firm can only work for a regulator. They cannot work for the manufacturer, or they can work for the manufacturer but not the regulator. Too often, they're working for the same positions with the same person, believe it or not. I think that this bill will save lives. It will make our industries fair and safer. It should be bipartisan, as it is in the Senate, and I urge my colleagues to support it strongly, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman reserve or yield back?
I'm going to reserve until...
Okay, the gentlewoman reserves.
I have no other further speakers, so I'm prepared to close if the gentleman on the other side of the aisle is prepared to close.
Very well. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would just, in closing, like to say that it should be, and already is, illegal for people that are providing this guidance and service to misrepresent things under the False Claims Act. So it's our understanding it's already a crime to do that, and they would be held accountable. I know that the gentlelady said about it should be a crime. It already is, and I don't know anywhere in the bill that it adds to that. So it should be a crime. People should not do things inappropriately. But as I mentioned, we already have the FAR that takes care of making sure people are doing the right things. So I would urge my colleagues to vote against this unnecessary bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York.
I would say it's a very necessary bill because it's happening. And if it's against the law, then DOJ should come in and prosecute people. But they haven't. And they're busy prosecuting a lot of other things. So it's life and death when it comes to health care. And we know that the FDA originally wrote rules about the opioids saying that it was not addictive. They wrote it right into the regulations, not addictive. It's one of the most addictive drugs of all times. It has caused hundreds of thousands of deaths, and we are spending billions of dollars in treatment trying to save the lives of people who have become addicted, when the inscription used to be that it wasn't, it was safe. It was safe. So there are times when laws are abused, and this is not about an individual drug company or an individual contractor or an individual consulting firm. It's about a uniformity of rules. We're looking at legislation. We want to stop that abuse. And a lot of our investigations, DOJ has come in and taken action. Maybe they should in this case too. But if it's illegal, it's not being enforced, and it is, I would say, dangerous if we don't make it clear, and ironclad clear, that you cannot work for the regulator and the manufacturer at the same time. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1518, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. They don't read it again. Oh, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Senate 4003, an act to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide for training on alternatives to use of force, de-escalation, and mental and behavioral health and suicidal crisis.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Recorded vote, please.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
I request a recorded vote, yes, or yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to concur with an amendment on H.R. 1437, passage of S. 3905, passage of S. 4003, the motion to suspend the rules and pass S. 5230. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to concur in the Senate amendment on H.R. 1437, with amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H.R. 1437 with an amendment consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-72.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to concur. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Congressman Mike Levin, I inform the House Mr. Levin will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on the motion to concur. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Adriano Espaillat, and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Mr. John Larson of Connecticut, Mr. O'Halloran of Arizona, Ms. Dingle of Michigan, and Ms. Axney of Iowa, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on H.R. 1437. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Doyle, they all vote yes on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Tejas seek recognition?
The gentlewoman from Tejas votes for Ms. Escobar, designated by her. I inform the House that she will vote yes on the motion to concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Round two. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition again?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Kurt Schrader, inform the House that Mr. Schrader will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Delbene of Washington State, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote nay on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Meeks, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated for Chris Stewart of Utah and Jamie Herrera Butler of Washington, I inform the House that they both vote no on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition again?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Jamie Bueller of the state of Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Bueller would like to vote yes on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cicilline, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote aye on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush, Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney, Ms. Mikey Sherrill, Mr. John Yarmouth, Ms. Katie Porter, Ms. Gwen Moore, and Mr. Jake Auchincloss,
I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Schifferlis McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maliatakis will vote no on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Haley Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote yes on the motion to concur.
Like 6 of them. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Krishnamurthy of Illinois, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote no on H.R. 1437.
This gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Peter Welch, Gina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pasquale, Andy Kim, Donald Norquist, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on passage of the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 1437, the Further Continuing Appropriations and Extension Act of 2023. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House that Mr. Simpson will vote no on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Houlihan, I inform the House that Christy Houlihan will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley and Ms. Beatty, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas seeking recognition?
Madam Speaker, the gentleman designated Mr. Paul Gosar of the great state of Arizona, Mr. Tom Rice of South Carolina, inform the House they will both vote no on H.R. 1437.
Purpose is the gentlewoman from Florida seeking recognition.
As the member designated by Dr. Dunn of Florida and Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn and Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.R. 1437.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Moulton will vote yes on the motion to concur.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas seeking recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson vote nay on H.R. 1437.
On this vote, the yeas are 224 and the nays are 201. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of S 3905, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 3905, an act to prevent organizational conflicts of interest in federal acquisition and for other purposes.
She's already done it? Okay. The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Okay. For what purpose does the member from Pennsylvania choose to speak?
Speak as a member designated by Mr. Brown, Mr. Doral, Mr. Lawson. I inform the House that these members will vote yes on passage S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin, I inform the House Mr. Tiffany will vote no on Senate 3905.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Schifferlis McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on Senate Bill 3905.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on S 4003. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote nay on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Peter Welch, Dina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pascrell, Andy Kim, Donald Norcross, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Terry Sewell of Alabama and Susan Delbeni of Washington, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on S 3905. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on Senate Bill 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated from that guy from North Carolina, Hudson, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote nay on this vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Miss Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on S 3905, Preventing Conflicts of Interest in Federal Acquisition Act. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As Madam Speaker, as member designated for Mr. Chris Stewart and Miss Jamie Budler of Washington, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Miss Budler will be voting nay on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Disneyland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Adriano Espaillat, Marilyn Strickland, and Kurt Schrader, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3905.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote nay on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Member designated by Congressman Michael Levin, I will inform the House Mr. Levin will vote yes on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a man designated by Mr. Paul Goldsboro of the great state of Arizona and Mr. Tom Rice of the great state of South Carolina, before the House, they will both vote no on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Dingle, Mr. O'Halloran, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Axney, and Mr. John Larson, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida and Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I'll inform the House that Mr. Dunn and Mr. McHenry will vote no on 3905.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Haley Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote yes on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Beatty and Ms. Presley, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maliatakis will vote no on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, I inform the House Mr. Moulton will vote yes on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Meeks, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, thank you. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote no on Senate Bill 3905.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on S 3905.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State
Madam
seek
Speaker,
recognition?
as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote aye on passage for S 3905.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Yarmouth, Mr. Rush, Mr. Sean Patrick Maloney, Ms. Sherrill, Ms. Porter, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Auchincloss. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on S 3905.
Okay, Michigan.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Chrissy Houlihan will vote yes on S 3905.
On this vote, the yeas are 219 and the nays are 205. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of S 4003, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 4003, an act to amend the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968 to provide for training on alternatives to use of force, de-escalation, and mental and behavioral health and suicidal crisis.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maliatakis will vote no on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, following members, Doyle of Pennsylvania, Brown of Maryland, Lawson of Florida, they all vote yes on Senate Bill 2043.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote nay on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Houlihan of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Ms. Houlihan will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on S4003. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush, Mr. Maloney of New York, Ms. Sherrill, Mr. Yarmouth, Ms. Porter, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Auchincloss, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schifferlis McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin, I inform the House that Mr. Tiffany will vote no on Senate 4001.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hudson in North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote no on 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Peter Welch, Dina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pascrell, Andy Kim, Donald Norcross, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote no on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Beatty and Ms. Presley, I inform the House and the distinguished speaker from Alaska that these 2 members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida and Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn and Mr. McHenry will vote no on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Meeks, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Susan Del Bene of Washington and Terry Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yea on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Maureen Newman, Adriano Espaillat, Marilyn Strickland, and Kurt Schrader, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, the gentleman designated by Mr. Paul Gozer of the great state of Arizona, Mr. Tom Rice of the great state of South Carolina, I inform the House that Paul Gozer will vote no and Tom Rice will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Haley Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. John Larson, Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Axney, Mr. O'Halloran, and Ms. Dingle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Mike Levin, I inform the House Mr. Levin will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Chris Stewart of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote nay on S40083. And as member designated for Ms. Budler, I inform the House that Ms. Budler will vote yea for S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on S4003, the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act of 2022. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on Senate Bill 4003.
Maryland? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, from the House, Mr. Moulton will vote yes on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition again? Oh. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cicilline, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote aye on S4003.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote no on S4003.
263, and the nays are 163. The bill has passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on.
Mr. Williams of Texas. Off no, on aye for Mr. Williams of Texas.
The yeas are 264 and the nays are 162. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nader, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 5230, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 5230, an act to increase accessibility to the National Missing and Under-Identified Person System to facilitate data sharing between such system and the National Crime Information Center database of the Federal Bureau of Investigation and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek
Madam Speaker, is the
recognition?
member designated by Ms. Sherrill, Ms. Moore, Mr. Rush, Mr. Yarmouth, Ms. Porter, Mr. Maloney from New York, and Mr. Auchincloss. I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on S 5230.
For what recognition does the member from North Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Maliatakis from New York, I inform the House that Ms. Maliatakis will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
These following members, Representative Brown of Maryland, Representative Lawson of Florida, and Representative Doyle of Pennsylvania, all vote yes.
For what from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, inform the House Mr. Palazzo will vote yay on S 5230. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Marie Newman, Adriano Espaillat, Marilyn Strickland, and Kurt Schrader, inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yay on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurthy, Ms. Dingle, Mr. O'Halloran, Mr. John Larson, and Ms. Axney, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hudson in North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Hudson will vote yay, 5230.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Shifferless McCormick, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated for Mr. Ferguson of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Ferguson will vote yay on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Albio Series, Peter Welch, Dina Titus, Eddie Bernice Johnson, Bill Pascrell, Andy Kim, Donald Norcross, Peter DeFazio, and Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote no on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Summit Caucus, I inform you that Ms. Delbeni of Washington and Ms. Sewell of Alabama
I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mike Simpson of the state of Idaho, I inform the House Mr. Simpson will vote yes on Senate Bill 5230.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on S 5230. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Paul Gosar of Arizona, Ms. Tom Rice, South Carolina, inform the House they will both vote yes on 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Beatty and Ms. Presley, I inform the House that these two members will vote yes on S5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yay on Senate Bill 5230.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Haley Stevens of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Jacobs of New York, I inform the House Mr. Jacobs will vote yay on S5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Congressman Mike Levin, I inform the House Mr. Levin will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Tom Tiffany of Wisconsin, I inform the House Ms. Tiffany will vote aye on 5230.
Gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Houlihan, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S5230.
For what purpose does the member from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House these members will vote aye on the measure.
For what purpose does the member from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Ms. Laurie Trahan of Massachusetts and pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on S 5230, the Help Finding the Missing Act. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Dunn of Florida and Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn and Mr. McHenry will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Meeks, Mr. Carter, and Ms. Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Chris Stewart and Jamie Buhler, I inform the House that Chris Stewart and Jamie Boomer will vote yay for S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition? The gentlelady from Michigan seeks recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on S 5230.
This is the member from Maryland seek recognition. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated Mr. Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, inform the House Mr. Moulton will vote yes on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island, I inform the House that Mr. Cicilline will vote aye on S 5230.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Clyburn of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Clyburn will vote yes. He will vote yes on Senate Bill 5230.
The yeas are 422. The nays are 4. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this week gas prices in Toledo, Ohio fell to $2.87 a gallon. Am I the only person in Congress noticing gas prices are falling? Hello? The best part is that this gasoline is derived from energy reserves that are brought up from the Utica and Marcellus Shale, located right in Ohio, near the border with Pennsylvania and West Virginia. This means transport costs to market are less. How about that? What America produces and makes America. Powering our nation from inside our country means importing less. Just yesterday, the Department of Energy made an historic announcement about the achievement of fusion ignition at Livermore National Laboratory. America is making great strides to unleash the future of energy. When America innovates, she's able to stand on her own 2 feet. America, inside our borders, we must secure energy independence and good-paying jobs through distributed generation, solar, fusion, hydrogen, biofuels, advanced nuclear, and more. Energy security is national security. Let's keep working to make our country energy secure with the good jobs that go with it, both for today and the tomorrows to come. Onward, energy progress. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Oh, the House will be in order, please. We're recognizing the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Please be quiet. Please take your conversations off the floor. Can I call people up? Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Indiana area high school math team who recently attended the 36th annual Benjamin Freed High School mathematics competition at Penn West University, Clarion on November 3rd. Out of the 213 students who had attended, Indiana High School won first place overall in the team category, and 5 students from Indiana High School individually placed in the statewide competition. Chloe Williams, Luca Costino, Gabe Kenning, Ethan Coleman, and James Mill. The math team is coached by Dr. Scott Layden and consists of advanced math students from the Indiana junior and senior high schools. The team plans to continue training and attend to future competitions at universities across the state and across the country. Madam Speaker, please join me in congratulating these fine young students on their outstanding accomplishment and their commitment to science and mathematics. As a senior member of the House Education Labor Committee and a longtime advocate for young people in STEM, I take pride in seeing our students adopt a love of math that will take them far in their careers and their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to mourn the loss of my good friend, Dr. Terry Yamamuchi, who passed away last month. As a young boy growing up in the Second World War, he and his mother were interned at a Japanese relocation camp in Idaho. Following this, he and his family moved frequently for his father's career, including a 2-year stint in Japan while his father was a U.S. Treasury representative. Dr. Yamamuchi graduated from the University of Oregon Medical School in 1967 and completed his postdoctoral training at the UCLA School of Medicine. After a few years at UCLA, Dr. joined the UAMS, University of Arkansas Medical School, and Arkansas Children's Hospital, where he practiced for over 40 years. Throughout his distinguished career, he authored over 300 medical papers, book chapters over pediatric and infectious disease. He served as the Director of Department of Human Services for Governor Bill Clinton. Terry's service to our community will not be forgotten. My prayers are with his wife of 55 years, Allison, his children, and grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I thank you in this season of greetings and well wishes for holidays for Americans. I do wish them a very special holiday season in all of the ways that we as Americans will celebrate this holiday. We know that it is a season of giving and good cheer. As we finish our collective work to be able to fund the government, to keep the doors open and to help the services of those who need them to continue. I also think it is important that we have crucial legislation that should be passed. We cannot leave without passing voting rights. We cannot leave with gifting to the American people suppressive, oppressive voting laws that stop them from voting, that purge the voting rolls. And we cannot leave without a real human trafficking legislation that protects our children at schools. The no trafficking zone legislation is in the Senate, the other body, and it has to be passed. It is a pathway of protecting children and families feeling safe when their children go to schools, that predators will not be able to actually recruit children for human trafficking right at the school and even online. Madam Speaker, I give good greetings, but this legislation has to pass. Voting rights and the no trafficking zone. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elzy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks for sticking around. In July, I addressed the House floor with my version of a speech my childhood pastor would give every Sunday called Joys and Concerns. During this, he would highlight some of the remarkable things that members of the church were doing and some of their many accomplishments. He would also take this time to bring up prayer requests, to unite as a congregation to pray for our community and those in need. During my last speech, I followed his example, and I was able to bring attention to dozens of outstanding people living in Tarrant, Ellis, and Navarro counties. I also asked those in this chamber and across our nation to join in prayer to help many who were struggling. Since that day, of course, a lot has happened, and my office has sent out hundreds of recognition letters across my district, and many constituents have written to my office to express their own joy or concern. So today I come before the House of Representatives to once again follow in my pastor's footsteps and do my own version of joys and concerns. I think it's only fitting to start with those who give so much to us each and every day. October 28th is the day we set aside each year to celebrate and thank our first responders. My district, District 6 of Texas, has 20 police departments, 13 fire departments, and 3 sheriff's offices currently. In the new district, it'll go to 9 sheriff's offices. Life as we know it would not be possible without the dedication that the brave men and women that serve in these departments exhibit each day. It would take hours to list off each officer who serves us, and so while I do not have time to do that today, nor would anybody want me to, I want to take a moment and recognize the leaders of each department. So thank you to Chief Joe Weiser from Waxahachie, Carl Smith from Midlothian, Garland Wolf from Red Oak PD, Chief Dustin Munn from Ennis PD, John Thacker from Maypearl, Chief Aaron Tracy from Mansfield, Chief Scott McCauley from Italy, Chief Jesus Mancias from Ferris, Chief Chris Amos from Milford, Chief John Zadel from Palmer, Chief T.C. Lawn from Blooming Grove, Chief Robert Johnson from Corsicana, Chief Scott Sikora from Dawson, Chief Charles Parson from Rice, Chief Daniel Skesney from Grand Prairie, Chief Roy Ivy from Kearns, Chief Al Jones from Arlington, Sheriff Brad Norman from Ellis County, Sheriff Elmer Tanner from Navarre County, Sheriff Bill Wayburn from Tarrant County, Chief Ricky Boyd from Waxahachie Fire, Chief Dale McCaskill from Midlothian Fire, Chief Ben Blanton from Red Oak Fire, Chief Bill Evans from Ennis Fire, Chief Michael Ross from Mansfield Fire, Chief Jackie Kate from Italy Fire, Chief Brain Horton from Ferris Fire, Chief Mark Jackson from Milford Fire, Chief Kevin Rhodes from Palmer Fire, Chief Mike Ryan from Corsicana Fire, Chief Robert Fite from Grand Prairie Fire, Chief Don Krausen from Arlington Fire, and Chief Brandon Kennedy from Arlington Fire Department. You all go above the call of duty each and every day, and it's my honor to recognize you. So I'd also like to acknowledge the 30 applicants from Texas 6 Congressional District who want to serve in our nation's military academies. It's an extreme honor as a 1992 Naval Academy graduate to pick the future generation of leaders for this country, both in the military and perhaps in statesmanship. These men and women raised their hands and said, "I'm here, send me," and I'd like to recognize them here. Lucy Ballard from Mansfield Legacy, Alexander Brough from Mansfield High, Jacob Brown from Mansfield Lake Ridge, Marshall Cloyd from St. Stephen's Episcopal, Michael Cook from Mansfield High, Austin Garcia from Midlothian High, Shania Grant from School Virtual Academy of Texas, Reed Griffin from James W. Martin High, Joseph Gutierrez from Ennis High, Julia Helsel from Arlington High, Brett Helsher from Arlington High, Jared Howell from Mansfield Legacy, Alexander Hoof from Lake Braddock Secondary, Hugh Huynh from Arlington Bowie, Brian Larson from Nolan Catholic High, Ezra Lee from James W. Martin High, Noah Laughlin from Mansfield Lake Ridge High, Giovanni Mancuso from Midlothian High, Caitlin New from Palmer High, Asher Nguyen from James W. Martin High, Ricardo Oliveras Jr. from Flower Mound High, Austin Palacios from Arlington Lamar High, Troy Roberts Jr. from All Saints Episcopal School, Madison Rodriguez from James W. Martin High School, Audrey Rowe from Nolan Catholic High, Bahij Saeed from Kennedale High, Orion Villarreal from Jesuit Dallas College Prep, Justin Walker from Kennedale High, and Ryland Woodward from Broadneck High. These were all exceptional young men and women, and I just want the American people to know, and especially the people of the Texas 6th District, that the future of our country is safe with young men and women like these. Next, I'd like to recognize members of our community that have gone above and beyond. James Reed, congratulations on being awarded Firefighter of the Year by the Corsicana Fire Rescue Department for 2022. Thank you for your sacrifices and for keeping our community safe. Detective Sergeant Travis Thurston, congratulations on being awarded Corsicana Kiwanis Deputy of the Year for 2022. This award is a tribute to your courageous and selfless acts as a law enforcement officer. This honor is well deserved as you have shown exemplary contributions to law enforcement over the past year. Thank you for your service and for keeping our community safe. Maddie Thane, congratulations on recently obtaining your Eagle Scout badge. The commitment, tenacity, integrity, and work ethic that are required to achieve the Boy Scouts of America's highest rank are invaluable quantities. Congratulations. Keith Moore, congratulations on being inducted into the Navarre College Athletics Hall of Fame in 2022. Your hard work and dedication during the 1989 football season earned you and your teammates the first ever NJCAA team championship for Navarre College. The effort that you put in to achieve a perfect 10-0 season is more than impressive, and I commend you on this distinguished award. Joe Weiser, congratulations on being named the new police chief in Waxahachie starting in October. This is such a vital liaison between the police department and the community. The citizens of Waxahachie are fortunate to have you with your leadership experience and familiarity with the area. Jason Stanford, congratulations on your recent enlistment and the opportunities this brings for your future. You have taken a great oath, and with that comes great responsibility. Thank you for your willingness and commitment to serve in the United States Army and your noble desire to protect this great nation and the men and women you stand beside. Godspeed, Jason. Sandy Fawcett Stoops, congratulations on the achievement of 900 career wins as a girls' high school volleyball head coach. The many hours of practice and determination are reflected by your success on and off the court. There have been many exceptional volleyball players that have come through your program, and I know you've been very proud of all of them. Dana Compton, congratulations on being awarded Civilian of the Year by the Mansfield ISD Police Department. This honor recognizes your commitment to the community that will have a lasting impact for many years to come. Leaders provide the structure and organization that others aspire to have. I know that your work in our community as a police dispatcher will inspire others to exhibit the same leadership qualities that have enabled you to become successful and a great citizen. Officer Sandy Blunk, congratulations on being awarded Officer of the Year for Mansfield ISD Police Department for 2022. This award is a tribute to your sacrifice and courageous acts as a law enforcement officer. Thank you for your sacrifice and for keeping our community safe. Breck Bradshaw, congratulations on winning a book writing contest to have your book, Chicken Bot and the Golden Egg, published. I'm pleased to hear about the talented young students in our community that commit time and dedication to leaving such a positive impact in their city for many years to come. We're truly blessed to have such an artistic and intelligent student represent Waxahachie ISD so well. Charles Bush, congratulations on being awarded Firefighter of the Year by the Navarre County Volunteer Firefighters Association for 2022. This award is a tribute to your courageous and selfless acts as a firefighter and a first responder. Thank you for your sacrifice and for keeping our community safe. Barbara Kelly, congratulations on your retirement from being a distinguished police telecommunicator for DART and the Navarre County Sheriff's Office. The people of Navarre County greatly appreciate your years of service, and you'll be missed tremendously. It is an honor to recognize you for 35 years of public service in law enforcement. Your outstanding performance has helped strengthen the relationship between public officials and community members. Your hard work and dedication have inspired others to lead and follow your exceptional example. The numerous contributions you have made to this community will have a lasting impact for many years to come. And Madam Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 4 minutes to my good friend and colleague from North Carolina. You ready?
I thank my colleague for yielding. Madam Speaker, employer-sponsored coverage is the bedrock of our health care system and is under attack by President Biden and the Democrat Party. Despite its name, the Affordable Care Act did nothing to make health care coverage more affordable. In fact, it did the opposite. Health coverage is now more expensive than ever. In 2008, before the passage of Obamacare, the average annual premium for a family was $12,680. Today, it is $22,460. To make matters worse, experts say that 2022 is the calm before the storm, and employers are bracing for drastic cost increases in 2023 due to inflation, health worker staff shortages, and supply chain issues. It's imperative that Congress address the affordability, transparency, and accessibility of health care. I've said this repeatedly. I will not stand by while the federal government burdens Americans with heavy-handed policies. Now Democrats are using their self-made affordability crisis to move all Americans to Medicare for all. The Biden administration has continued its march towards total government control by illegally expanding Obamacare's subsidies. Expanding Obamacare and its unfettered spending continues to drive inflation, add billions of dollars to the federal deficit, and make health insurance less affordable. Despite the pandemic being over, President Biden has also failed to end the COVID-19 public health emergency, PHE, prolonging Americans' dependence on the federal government. The American people deserve to know the Biden administration's plans to wind down the PHE and transition the procurement and distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, and testing to the commercial market quickly. Furthermore, it's imperative that we continue to protect access to telehealth as part of this off-ramp plan. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed that virtual visits can fill glaring gaps in healthcare access nationwide. Congress allowed coverage for pre-deductible virtual visits for the duration of the PHE. Around 90% of high-deductible health plans took advantage of that provision this year, up from approximately 80% in 2021 and 60% in April 2020. This is clear proof that Americans need and are making use of increased access to telehealth. President Biden and Democrats may not have a plan to address these critical issues, but Republicans do. For the past year, House Republicans have worked to create the Commitment to America, which includes policies to strengthen employer-sponsored coverage by increasing competition in the healthcare market, promoting price transparency, and lowering health coverage costs. Republicans also have plans to help employers lower costs by expanding access to association health plans and tax-advantaged health savings accounts. We plan to remove barriers that currently prevent employers from participating in advance payment initiatives. We will reduce the administrative burden on business owners created by outdated Obamacare paperwork mandates, and we will promote policies that transfer control of health spending back to the patient. We must shed the layers of bureaucracy blocking Americans from understanding the true cost of their care. This includes codifying the Trump administration's price transparency rule and building on the price transparency provision in the No Surprises Act. Time and time again, the Biden administration has failed to make the best use of taxpayer dollars. Democrats champion the idea of, quote, health for all and universal coverage, but seriously fail to consider the adverse impact their policies have on inflation, cost, access, and quality. By contrast, Republicans will build on the bedrock of our healthcare system, employer-sponsored coverage. We are committed to making employer-sponsored healthcare and the healthcare market more affordable, transparent, and competitive. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back to my wonderful friend from Texas, Mr. Elsie. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
So continuing on with the folks that we were talking about earlier, I'd like to recognize and congratulate Chuck Beatty. I congratulate you on having the new City Hall Annex in Waxahachie named after you. Your outstanding leadership and service to Waxahachie is greatly appreciated. You're a role model to our community, and I commend you on your willingness to serve and your dedication to our community. Zane Petty, congratulations on being drafted by the Milwaukee Brewers in the 2022 MLB Draft. Your hard work and dedication during this past baseball season have earned you a spot as one of the top DFW area athletes. I know that you will be successful in your time in Major League Baseball, and I look forward to watching you play soon. Mary Crowell, congratulations on being awarded the Volunteer for the Year for Baylor Scott and White Hospital Ladies Auxiliary for 2022. This award is a tribute to your courageous and selfless acts, volunteering in healthcare, and the exemplary contributions you have shown to the hospital over the past several months. Over the course of this year, you have served as a role model for many in the Ellis County area. Your many hours of service have strengthened the bonds and trust that have brought people together over the last year. Calvin Simpson Hunt, congratulations on being named to the All-American Bowl for football this year. Your combination of character and athletic ability has allowed you to earn such an incredible honor. Well deserved. Danny Combs, thank you for helping to start and continue the Kearns Veteran Memorial and Museum. The selflessness of veterans like yourself who answered our nation's call to serve defines the true character of your generation. We continue to remain indebted to all those who have worn the uniform and sacrificed their all for our beloved freedom. Brian and Jeannie Harding, thank you for volunteering with other members of the Midway Hills Christian Church and Refugee Services of Texas, Dallas, to set up a complete apartment for refugee families from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and from Honduras in May, September, and November. Lisa West, I want to congratulate you on your retirement from Corsicana ISD after 36 years. Lisa has served children of all ages in the public education sector and special education. Thank you for your years of service to our community. I also want to recognize today an American hero, Lieutenant Commander Richard Charles Dawson, known as Dick. Just last month, I had the opportunity to present the Bronze Star Medal with Combat V to Lieutenant Commander Dawson. What many may not know is that this Bronze Star is the third highest medal that our military can award to a service member. So anytime this award is given, it is a tremendous honor. But his was even more special, because Lieutenant Commander Richard Dawson served our nation in combat operations against the enemies in Vietnam from April 1967 through March 1968. So first of all, welcome home, sir. This past April, Dick received a most unusual phone call. He was told that Captain David Brown, his former commanding officer of Coastal Division 11, was in the process of moving his home. Captain Brown had discovered the original documentation supporting Dick's nomination for the Bronze Star with Combat V. Captain Brown then realized that the Department of the Navy had not received the original package sent 54 years ago. After an investigation, Captain Brown organized a small team to help correct this oversight. The paperwork was resubmitted and approved. It was an honor to be a part of the ceremony, and it proved that bipartisanship is alive and well in Washington, D.C., that we put America first, and we take care of those who have taken care of us. Thank you, sir, for all you've done for your country. And as an aside, I'd like to thank Secretary of the Navy, Carlos Del Toro, for approving this award. It was well-deserved, and thank you for your timeliness on it. These are just a few examples of some outstanding people living in Texas' 6th District. So when you think that there's no hope in this country, know that there is. There are good people like this everywhere across our country, and I'm just talking about the folks in the 6th District. It's my privilege to honor them on the House floor. Now, after every Sunday, after the joys would, of course, come the concerns, and there was never a shortage because everyone knew. In Matthew, he says, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I'm in the midst of them. And at times like these, everybody's in need in some way or somehow, especially during the Christmas season. I want to start with a concern from Catherine Bonfelt. She asked that we all pray for the safety of our allies who are still in Afghanistan, that those brave men and women who helped when we needed it most are protected and safe during these uncertain times in their country, and I sure hope we get them out. I ask that you keep the Estes, Williams, and Tribbles families in our prayers, for they have all lost a loved one. Anyone who has lost a mother, father, brother, or sister knows how challenging these times can be, especially during the holidays. Mary from Ennis, Texas, would like us to keep an open door during this holiday season. Many out there do not have a place to call home or a family to have dinner with. Thank you, Mary. Please pray for the family of Officer Brandon Sy. Officer Sy from Grand Prairie Police Department was killed in a collision just last month while pursuing a driver from fleeing a traffic stop. On October 16th, Coach Cliff White from Midlothian High School lost his battle with cancer, and Midlothian lost a pillar of their community. Coach White was more than a coach to his students. He was a mentor. Even during his hardest days, you will find him at every sporting event cheering on his teams. You will be missed, Coach. I also ask that you keep all Americans in your prayers. Keep joy in your hearts, hope in man, and faith in God. So next I want to talk about somebody many of us here in Washington know well. On February 23, 1945, Herschel Woody Williams made history and was presented our nation's highest military honor for his inspirational leadership and action in Iwo Jima. That is the Medal of Honor. On July 3, 2022, Woody once again made history by being the first enlisted man to have ever lain in honor here in our nation's capital. Even in death, Woody served his country, for his funeral gave all Americans the opportunity to salute the 16 million men and women who served in our armed forces during the Second World War. In the 246-year history of our country, no enlisted man had ever lain in honor under the dome of our Capitol. But on July 3rd, American history was changed for the better. There are few things that can change this world more than a powerful child's idea, or a powerful idea from a powerful child. In 2014, 7-year-old Rabel Josephine McNutt was preparing to attend her godfather's Medal of Honor recipient, Alter Eller's funeral. Moved by what she saw, she turned to her father, Bill, and said, "Daddy, let's get them to do a big funeral in Washington, D.C. for Uncle Walter's friends." So Rabel and Bill got to work. The idea became a national cause with volunteer efforts conducted in all 50 states. 16 state legislatures passed resolutions, 15 congressional delegations wrote letters of support, 11 state governors wrote to the White House, and the American Legion unanimously supported the mission at their 100th convention. Today, 35 million American families claim a parent, grandparent, or close relative who fought in World War II. And make no mistake, they are the reason we enjoy our freedoms today. The courage, devotion, and faith that brought us through World War II's perils are exemplified by the state funeral for these American heroes. To the 16 million men and women who gave their lives or sacrificed in some way so we can be here today, thank you and God bless. And I would ask that in the future that we can, for every Medal of Honor recipient that's still alive, that he also gets to lay in honor in the rotunda. Next, I want to recognize a man that has spent his entire life in service to his community. Chief Wade Goolsby has spent the last 42 years in law enforcement, and on September 30th, he said he was finally done. The chief may call Waxahachie PD home now, but Waxahachie is not the only department that has changed for the better. He started his career with the Arlington Police Department, where he worked patrol investigations and professional standards. After being promoted to sergeant, he served in leadership roles at the Coppell Police Department, Southlake Police Department, and the Seguin Police Department before he landed home as the chief of police for Waxahachie, where he has been for the last 7 years. If you ask the chief what's the best part of his job, without a doubt, he'll say catching the bad guys. And over his 42 years of service, he did that a lot. I've known Wade for the last 7 years, and I can honestly say that the Waxahachie Police Department would not be where it is now without his leadership. I know his goal was to leave every department he worked at in a better place than when he started, and he did. You did it, my friend. I and the people of Waxahachie thank you for your years of dedication and service and for keeping our community safe. I wish both you and Cheryl a very happy retirement, whatever that looks like. I know you'll succeed in your next goal of having the best looking yard. As I said before, my district had 30 applicants of young men and women eager to serve in our nation's military academies. I had the opportunity to sit down and meet each of them a few weeks ago. And if anybody's ever worried about the direction of our country, or if we'll have strong leaders in the coming years, don't be. I'd like you to meet my applicants, and I promise you, after meeting them, by listening to their essays, you'll be filled with hope for our country. And so I want to take some time to read to you why these applicants want to serve in our nation's military, why they believe in our country, and why they're hopeful for our future. And I asked each of these candidates to write one, and after I read them, I was particularly touched by several of them. I was touched by all of them, but here's a few that I'd like to present to you today. First is Michael Cooks, and these are his words. An education through a service academy is right for me because I aspire to be academically challenge myself, develop essential skills for any environment I may encounter, enhance my leadership ability, and most importantly, gain the essential preparation to ultimately serve and protect the United States of America. All the academies offer a one-of-a-kind experience academically, especially in the STEM fields, something that pairs well with my desire to study mechanical engineering or a field closely related to it. Each academy offers a vast array of resources through state-of-the-art labs and equipment, in addition to access to high-level and experienced professors to ensure that each cadet acquires the necessary skills to excel in engineering. Most importantly, the academies offer a real-world and critical application for all labs and experiences. I have no doubt that access to these resources will allow me to become the best academic version of myself and position me to excel in any STEM-based career. Of equal importance to me is the dedication each academy has to developing capable leaders in today's world. By attending a service academy, I believe my leadership skills will progress exponentially. And since participation in some form of sports is a requirement, all students will learn valuable lessons through teamwork and encounter opportunities to lead in some facet. I know the coaches at the academy can use these lessons to instill more refined leadership capabilities, which will translate into a career as an officer. The academy's rigor and plethora of experiences are key in developing leaders, as I would be exposed to various scenarios encountered in the military, thus further equipping me to lead others. A service academy education is about more than a superior experience academically. It uniquely pairs that with preparing cadets to be officers and serve the United States of America. Each academy offers a tough military regiment to simulate military life. Programs such as SEER, Survival Escape Program, parachutist programs, flight programs, Sea Year, and countless other programs enhance the capabilities of cadets as they see firsthand what it takes to be excellent leaders in the United States of America's military. In my service, I want to be a combat rescue officer or pilot. Through these extensive programs offered, I will develop unique and tangible skills necessary to execute missions as a pilot. Ultimately, any service academy, through the academic rigor, leadership opportunities, and countless programs, will develop me into the best version of myself and allow me to serve our great nation to the best of my ability. The next is applicant Asher Wynn. From computer coding to aviation warfare, the military academies are prestige organizations that dedicate their assets to train cadets, ultimately contributing to the welfare of our nation. I want to attend a military academy because I explored what it takes to be an officer, and I believe that I possess both the leadership qualities and selflessness to pursue a military career. Leadership is a key trait to serving in the military. Taking initiative actions to guide companions is necessary to pursue success. As a senior class president, as someone who's taken many initiative roles in school clubs, I have gained experience as a leader and a team player. From effectively heading a STEM leadership conference of 300-plus students and earning the title of compelled in football by leading with my actions, I learned to carry out leadership responsibilities in school, which correlates to carrying out responsibilities in the military. Participating in leadership opportunities opened the gates and inspired me to guide those around me. Serving in the armed forces would allow me to further cultivate my teamwork and leadership skills, as well as help others. The opportunity to serve in the military would also allow me to return the favor it did for my family. And this is the important part that I want to express to you. My father escaped the horrors of the Vietnam War at the age of 9. His boat was stranded. However, a naval ship appeared and saved my father's family. This incident was instilled into my father's core memory, which inspired him to serve in the military. My father does play a small role in my inspiration to attend and serve in the military. However, the main reason I would like to serve is to help other families the way my family was aided. Being granted the opportunity to help others the same way my father has or was helped is a dream of mine. No matter the role in the military, every action contributes to the welfare of our country. Serving in the military would not only allow me to return the favor as it has done for my family, but ultimately serve the people that define the United States of America. Through physical fitness, educational opportunities, and teamwork cooperation, I believe the military academies are the best route to helping others and cultivating leadership, ultimately contributing to our country's welfare and serving others. And I think that's just fantastic. The next is from Jacob Brown. Attending a service academy is the ideal pathway to achieving my goal of becoming a military officer. I believe the service academy's overall experiences and benefits far outweigh those of any traditional college. I'm excited to continue leadership and discipline learning at a service academy, needed for the foundation of a future military officer. I attended a summer aviation program in Virginia in 2015 at the age of 10, which introduced me to aviation. I later joined the Civil Air Patrol in 2017 after my father retired from the United States Secret Service and my family relocated to Texas. Through the Civil Air Patrol, I've experienced several military functions, such as staying on military bases for summer encampment and leadership schools over the past 5 years. The experience I gained from attending leadership schools such as Senior Non-Commissioned Officer Academy, Officer Training School, and Cadet Command Staff College has helped me advance to the rank of Cadet Colonel. As the current cadet commander at my squadron, I've had the opportunity to develop my leadership abilities through conducting weekly drills and promotion review boards. The Civil Air Patrol exposed me to the wonderful opportunity of the military. Therefore, I have chosen a career path to become an officer in the U.S. military. Together, these experiences over the last 5 years have provided a sound foundation that I believe has equipped me to succeed in the service academy and future career in the military. I was accepted last summer to an 8-week-long flight school in New Bern, North Carolina. There I completed my solo flight, solo cross-country, and long solo cross-country. I only have a couple hours left to take my check ride for my private pilot license. What makes me a unique candidate for a nomination in the military academies is a level of commitment and dedication I've demonstrated in setting and accomplishing goals. For example, I began setting long-term goals when I was 6 years old with the 3 years program to successfully achieve my black belt in Taekwondo. While I was motivated when I started the program in 2011 at age 6, after a year and a half I faced a wall and wanted to stop and start another sport. Ultimately, through the leadership of my father, I developed the invaluable trait of perseverance. Since that early period of my life, I've used that lesson about the power of commitment and dedication to overcome other walls toward my goals. Through commitment and dedication, I accomplished the Civil Air Patrol's highest cadet achievement and promotion to cadet colonel with the successful completion of the General Carl A. Spaatz Award, which less than 1% of all cadets in the Civil Air Patrol achieve. I believe my experiences, training, and overall preparedness through leadership and development in the Civil Air Patrol have enhanced my level of commitment needed to persevere through a military academy and as an officer in the military after graduation. Next is Ezra Lee. Since the beginning, the United States has always needed great leaders. To that end, military academies have been a critical component in producing such leaders. The position that the academy graduates put them in a place where they have the ability to make an impact. I want to attend a military academy because of the extraordinary leadership, character building, and academic education it will provide to make me the best version of myself to serve my country in my endeavors. Attending an academy will allow me to be a part of something bigger than myself by surrounding myself with people with the same motivations, ambitions, and dedication. Many people consider college to be a time of growth, bonding, and change. While these are important, some will desire more, like the desire to truly test themselves and push beyond what they thought was imaginable. While spending time at UTA through my dual credit program, I found myself wanting more than the traditional college experience. Learning about how hard the academies push cadets through their detailed scheduling, pressure, and rigorous academics, I found them to be the perfect place to fill what I could not find in a traditional college. The academy's physical, academic, and mental toughness turned many away, but this is why I want to attend. I want to be put in an environment in which I can truly test myself in order to become the best version I can to help others and make an impact. Throughout my life, I've had the privilege of being a part of many communities, such as church, school, and orchestra. I have developed an appreciation for what strong communities provide. A strong community such as my church has given me my faith and has provided me with countless people who have changed my life. Seeing those who have developed strong character has given me a desire to pursue it. School has provided me with friends and teachers who have cared for me and given me a desire to learn. Orchestra has provided me with an environment that has pushed me and allowed me to understand teamwork. Attending a military academy is the best option for me because this is where the aspects of what I appreciate the most from these communities, faith, care, teamwork, and connection come together in one place. Additionally, it would allow me to give back to others in these communities by serving. Ultimately, I want to attend a military academy to be challenged and pushed in a way that allows me to not only serve this country, but also to emerge as a leader in the most optimal version of myself. This is what I desire to do most with the next decade of my life, and I know that this decision will be one I never forget. Next applicant is Brett Helsher. For as far back as I can remember, I have wanted to be a pilot. And although passenger jets are interesting, I have only ever aspired to become a military aviator. My uncle, a graduate of the Air Force Academy and a former F-16 pilot and test pilot, always shared his larger-than-life tales with me as a kid and encouraged me to dream big. So I did. I realized very quickly that my long-term goal was to earn a degree in aerospace engineering and use that degree plus flight experience as a naval aviator or Air Force pilot to become the chief test pilot at NASA or Lockheed Martin. In addition, I realized how competitive applying and attending a service academy would be, but I was excited. I knew that the competitive nature of these academies would only serve to better prepare me for my future in military service and in a civilian career. So far in my application process, I've gotten to meet some of the brightest, kindest, most encouraging, most honest people I've ever met. Through a service academy, I will forge friendships through hardship and laughter that will last a lifetime, and I will be able to learn from some of the best professors and mentors this country has to offer. At a service academy, I'll be able to surround myself with motivated, hardworking, detail-oriented men and women who share my passion and drive to succeed at everything I do. Through military training, I will better understand how to lead under intense pressure, how to work within a group, how to be supremely confident yet humble in my actions. Through a service academy, I will develop as a young man, and I will be able to realize my dreams at a place few can say they have graduated from. I know I will not quit if given an opportunity to attend a service academy, and I can only hope that through this application you can see my drive to succeed at a service academy. Two more. Next is applicant Bahij Saeed. Being born in the United States and having lived abroad in the Middle East for several years, I've developed a deep respect for the freedoms Americans enjoy. My father, who traveled to the United States to seek a better future, and my mother, who studied criminology and criminal justice in hopes to improve our nation, instilled the conservative and patriotic values that ignited my passion to serve this great country. After traveling to over 35 countries, including Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Afghanistan, I've had the unique opportunity to see the extent other countries are willing to conform to and other to harm our nation. From openly protesting against the United States to spreading perverted religious ideology that directly impacts U.S. citizens, the passionate hate that these individuals have for our country left me astounded. The more I witnessed these hateful acts, the more I began researching and reading about recent historical events and actions that inspired so many of these individuals. I read over 80 books on topics including the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan, the history of radical jihadists, the use of enhanced interrogation techniques on detainees, and the collection and analysis of intelligence from high-risk areas in the Middle East in order to develop a deeper understanding of the complex situation. As I got older, I began questioning what I could do in order to make a difference. After speaking with numerous individuals, both in the government intelligence and military intelligence community, I decided I would work in the field of intelligence as well. The decision made sense for a number of reasons, which included my trilingual capabilities in Arabic, Pashto, and Persian, my ability to integrate myself seamlessly in high-risk environments, and my cultural and political understanding of enemy countries, which are all valuable assets that I would like to utilize in defense for our nation. Since higher education is a goal of mine, the service academies stood out as excellent options, since they not only provided me with a world-class education, but also the tools, training, and environment in order to defend and protect our country. In addition to offering a challenging setting, the faculty at the service academies are highly distinguished in their areas of expertise and incorporate years of experience within their academic lessons, a characteristic not found at other educational institutions in the United States. The academies also provide areas to discuss and store classified material, a necessity for somebody wanting to branch into intelligence. My top service academy option is the Naval Academy, since I attended the Naval Academy Summer Seminar and fell in love with the unique history and environment of the Academy. The students and instructors that I met while attending Summer Seminar were all highly achieving, highly motivated individuals who are all passionate about serving their country. Moreover, the students and instructors at the Naval Academy are an excellent reflection of the overall category of individuals who attend other service academies, individuals who demonstrate both intelligence and athleticism and are drawn towards service and duty. As a Muslim and Middle Easterner, an underrepresented minority in the United States military, it would be a great honor to be selected to attend a service academy. I look forward to serving my country by taking the first steps as a midshipman. And that young man was 18. And finally, applicant Marshall Cloyd. I'd like to attend a service academy because of my desire to incorporate a sense of purpose into my undergraduate experience and for the tangible career opportunities afforded at a service academy. Furthermore, I believe that the ideals of democracy and personal freedom our country stands for are something worth protecting. In Europe, South Korea, and many other places, our armed forces are the only reason that there is peace and justice. The possibility and purpose of serving as a part of this important cause enthralls me. Another thing I noticed whilst touring multiple service academies was the visible sense of camaraderie amongst the cadets. The bond I witnessed while visiting is something that I value deeply in my personal life and wish to feel at whatever workplace or academic institution I attend. Military academies also develop you as a person in a way that a traditional civilian school doesn't. For one, everyone who graduates from a service academy is trained into being a leader and goes on to develop said leadership skills after graduation. Military academies are also known for being academically rigorous and competitive places filled with driven and purposeful people. I value this sort of culture within my current academic life and wish to continue it into my undergraduate years. I also respect the emphasis placed on physical prowess present at military academies. I want a career that requires a standard for physical fitness, as it is something both missing from and deeply needed by American society. So it's indeed an honor and a difficult choice to have to choose from these incredible young men and women from the 6th District of Texas. And I realize that every district in this country has young men and women just like that. So no matter what you see on mass media about the demise of our country and the downfall, our brightest days are yet ahead. And Ecclesiastes 1:9 says there's nothing new under the sun. So let's have a bright outlook towards the future, especially at this time. And I'd also like to especially thank for the people behind us who worked so hard and so long, so many hours, and especially the stenographers for all their hard work, for everything that they do. It's a pleasure and an honor to be working with you. And with that, I yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, until 10 p.m.
I thank the Speaker, and I too want to thank my friend from Texas for his inspirational recitation of these outstanding young people who seek an appointment to the military academy. There is no more optimistic and positive aspect of being a member of Congress than making those appointments, and I thank him for his service. I also want to echo our thanks from both sides of the aisle to the chaplain, the clerk of the House, the sergeant of arms, the minority and majority cloakrooms, and of course, our brave stenographers who sit here for hours taking down every inspirational word. We thank you for your service in this Congress. Madam Speaker, in October, as the first frost touched Ukraine, Vladimir Putin turned 70 years old. That week, Russian chess champion and activist Garry Kasparov spoke at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, the scene of Churchill's famous Iron Curtain speech, and Garry Kasparov declared, 30 years of making concessions that were intended to keep the peace have only postponed the war. Appeasement, Madam Speaker, never works, and Kasparov went on to say, the price of stopping a dictator always goes up. It may seem expensive today, but it's only going to be more tomorrow. It's critically important that we build the consensus to support the Ukrainian people and their government in their valiant efforts to eject Putin's rapacious invading army. This illegal invasion and Putin's wanton war crimes have been rejected by the world. This is evidenced by votes in the General Assembly of the United Nations and the ejection of Russia from the UN Human Rights Council. It's evidenced by Sweden and Finland petitioning to join NATO. And it's been evidenced by a global coalition of nations supporting the Ukrainian people with humanitarian assistance and military aid. But in order to maintain and enhance that global coalition of citizens and their elected representatives, it's critical that we provide a great deal more information and oversight to that humanitarian and military assistance. Only together can we help Ukraine eject the bully and free its people. I support the idea of a special inspector general to oversee U.S. military and humanitarian assistance, coordinating with the very active and existing inspector general programs at the Department of Defense and Department of State. This is common sense. American taxpayers need to ensure full transparency and accountability for our financial support. Likewise, in my view, the Biden administration has done a poor job explaining to Congress the over 100 billion euros in support of Ukraine from all the countries of the world, including the United States. That is, they should provide Congress detailed assessments of what funding has been provided to Ukraine, both military and humanitarian, from the European Commission, individual member states of the European Union, and other nations from around the world, such as our great friend and ally, Japan. It's important for us in assessing our own contributions to freedom in Ukraine to assess and encourage our friends, allies, and partners to do as much as they can, maybe more, and effectively as possible. We are all in the boat pulling mightily in the same direction, but we need that detail and transparency. You know, Madam Speaker, in that regard, I was reflecting on my prior government service as a Treasury Department official during the administration of President George H.W. Bush. And on August 1st, 1990, Iraq was invaded by Kuwait, and then with 12 hours was in full control of that country. President Bush denounced the invasion and stated clear and effective principles. First, to seek immediate, unconditional, and complete withdrawal of all Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Next, to restore Kuwait's legitimate government. And finally, to remain committed to the security and stability of the Persian Gulf region. Backed by a Security Council resolution at the UN, the Bush administration set about to carry out those objectives. It's important to note the extraordinary leadership of then Secretary of State Jim Baker, Secretary of Treasury Nick Brady, Deputy Secretary of State Larry Eagleburger, and Undersecretary of Treasury David Mulford. They all worked as a team and built an extraordinary coalition to raise the financing for this global effort to stop Saddam Hussein and his illegal invasion. U.S. forces ultimately deployed over 600,000 military personnel alongside more than 200,000 troops from our allies. Secretaries Baker and Brady and their teams visited selected countries and developed the financial resources to effectively fund Kuwait's liberation. More than 90%, Madam Speaker, of the U.S. incremental costs were reimbursed by our allies. This work was inspirational then and now. I call on Secretary of State Tony Blinken and Secretary of Treasury Yellen to craft an active and effective campaign to globally bring forward even more diverse, comprehensive financial resources to support Ukraine and their valiant fight to inject the invader. This campaign will be essential to see the shared financial burden widely among all peace-loving countries of the world. Madam Speaker, as inflation continues to wreak havoc on the wallets of our hardworking families, I rise today to urge the Federal Reserve to stay the course and win the fight against this insidious inflation. Our economy is in this troubling situation of coping with a 4-decade high in prices due to 3 core reasons. First, the Biden administration's wasteful spending, pouring an avalanche of loose money into an economy struggling with getting folks back to work and supply chain woes. Madam Speaker, our fiscal 2023 spending is running 25% greater than just before the pandemic. 25% more on an annual basis. And if you include all President Biden's new spending spree, it's running $1.3 trillion higher per year. I wish Chairman Powell back in 2021 had agreed with former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers and opposed this massive unfunded fiscal stimulus. Next, the Biden administration's war on energy and employment has made it harder to get people back to work and harder to find and produce the badly needed oil and gas, get it out of the ground and on its way to heat our homes, fuel our communities, and support our allies in Europe. Finally, the Federal Reserve itself kept interest rates too low for too long, while also purchasing trillions of dollars in government securities. Now the Fed is left playing catch-up in the hopes of beating inflation in the short run without damaging our economy in the long run. Madam Speaker, I have a better approach. Earlier this year, alongside my friend and colleague, Congressman Byron Daniels of Florida, I introduced H.R. 7209, the Price Stability Act. This legislation would ensure that our central bank focuses exclusively on its principal mandate of price stability. This bill repeals the 1970s so-called dual mandate, whereby the Fed is conflicted, supposedly focused on price stability, but also maintaining a growing economy. Madam Speaker, the legislative branch and the executive branch should have that responsibility for policies that promote economic growth and a well-trained workforce with more job opportunities. The Fed should focus exclusively on price stability. Now, I welcome the Federal Reserve's current efforts to mitigate inflation, and I urge Chairman Powell and his colleagues to avoid distraction and ensure their efforts are successful. Inflation is a thief, and it hurts our hardworking families, our seniors, and those on fixed income. It's vital that the Federal Reserve focus on containing inflation and steer clear of economic policy fads. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank Governor Asa Hutchinson and recognize his accomplishments as our 46th governor of my home state of Arkansas. Governor Hutchinson began his career in service when President Ronald Reagan appointed him to the position of U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Arkansas. Afterwards, he went on to serve 3 successful terms in this chamber, representing the fine citizens of Arkansas's 3rd Congressional District. During his 3rd term in Congress, President George W. Bush appointed him as Director of the Drug Enforcement Administration and later as an Undersecretary in the newly created Department of Homeland Security. Governor Hutchinson has been instrumental in aiding our families by cutting taxes by over $250 million and signing into law legislation that exempts the retirement pay of veterans from state income tax. Governor Hutchinson has been a great advocate towards enhancing computer science education in our state. His leadership led Arkansas to be the first state in the nation to pass legislation requiring every public school to teach computer science courses. This has further encouraged our students to pursue pathways and become innovators. He's also served as an advocate for our Little Rock Venture Center, entrepreneurship, and enhancing venture and startup ecosystems across our state. During his time as governor, he has enhanced Arkansas's reputation as a business-friendly state, which has attracted companies to make the natural state their latest location and existing companies to expand their business, creating more career opportunities for our citizens. Over the past 8 years, the governor and I have partnered on many projects that have benefited the constituents of the 2nd District of Arkansas. Governor, I'm grateful for your steady hand during the COVID-19 pandemic and for your dedication to our state. Governor Hutchinson is a true public servant who worked every day to make our state a better place. Asa, your leadership will be missed and your hard work not forgotten. Martha and I send our very best wishes to you and Susan for that next chapter. Madam Speaker, as we enter the final weeks of the 117th Congress, it's important that we acknowledge the work that we've done as a body to limit the financial capabilities of Russia's illegal war in Ukraine. Earlier this year, I introduced H.R. 6899, the Russia and Belarus SDR Exchange Prohibition Act, which passed with bipartisan support in both the House and the Senate and was signed into law by President Biden in October. This bill closes a loophole around Western sanctions by freezing Russia and Belarus out of future International Monetary Fund financing by preventing them from using special drawing rights, known as SDRs, to fund their nefarious activities, the war in Ukraine. We must stay vigilant of the aggressive tendencies of other nations, such as Russia and Belarus, and make sure they're not able to pledge or transfer, that is, cash in those SDRs to fund their terror. It's important that we continue to work together in the new Congress to make sure that aggression is not rewarded and that we are working to limit the financial capabilities of countries who demonstrate their aggression toward another sovereign nation. Madam Speaker, I rise to applaud the inclusion of the Captagon Act in the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act. The production and sale of the dangerous narcotic Captagon is being used as a major revenue source, fueling the regime and the war machine of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. It is this illicit activity that has allowed them to ignore U.S. sanctions and continue to oppress the people of Syria and export terror. By using an interagency task force, including the Department of Defense and the Drug Enforcement Administration, our Captagon Act will design a strategy to be able to disrupt and dismantle the trafficking networks that are fueling terror in Syria and across the region. While both of the State Department and the White House have failed to include Syria in their list of major illicit drug-producing countries for FY 2023, I applaud this Congress for taking this key step in making sure more illegal drugs are not able to make it through Europe, through the Middle East, or even into the United States by working towards halting the spread of Captagon around the world. Madam Speaker, I recognize the outstanding career of my good friend Walter Hussman, Jr., the publisher of the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette. Recently, Walter announced that he has retired from the publication at the end of 2023. Walter's career began with him placing comics in the Camden News for 25 cents an hour, all the way to restructuring the Arkansas Democrat, buying the Arkansas Gazette, and crafting the state's largest newspaper, the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette. Over his career as a publisher, he oversaw many changes, including bringing the Democrat-Gazette into the digital age, for which he was